In this star domain, there were hundreds of stars, large and small, suitable for human habitation, and this discovery naturally filled the entire Federation with great joy. So many life stars clustered together could hardly be a coincidence. A more likely possibility was human intervention. After attempting to communicate to no avail, the Tianyao Federation took the next step. However, when a patrol ship landed on a small star, it suddenly encountered devastating blows, and the vanguard team composed of 7 patrol ships was completely wiped out with no survivors. And yet, according to the detection instruments of the Tianyao Federation, there were no entities with such a high energy level on that star. To prevent further incidents and to display its own firepower, the main ship of the Tianyao Federation directly used the Planet Annihilator cannon to perforate that star with a diameter of only a few thousand kilometers. However, this action triggered an immediate chain reaction, and in the last images transmitted back by the warship, the energy index shown on the detection instrument skyrocketed. Then, after a flash of bright light, the small fleet led by 3 sixth-order warships was completely annihilated, with no further messages transmitted back. Such a massive loss was extremely rare in the history of the entire Federation. In response, the Tianyao Federation's decision was quite resolute. Without any hesitation after the council meeting, it chose to go to war. With over 100 life stars, many of which were not inferior to the Federation's main star, and the power that obliterated an entire fleet, it was enough proof that this was an extremely powerful force. The presence of such a high-level force near one's own territory was undoubtedly a dangerous signal. Now that hostilities had occurred, this battle had to be fought regardless. Otherwise, if the enemy struck first, the Federation would undoubtedly be in a very passive position. After sorting through the information, Zheng related all to Niao Longhu. The Tianyao Federation doesn't stand much chance in this battle, Niao Longhu remarked, his expression becoming focused. Seeing Zheng's confusion, he immediately explained, in the Chaos Sea, there are numerous alien species, some of which are strong and most fond of devouring life stars to supplement themselves. So many stars clustered together means that the aura of the life stars must be incredibly intense. At this point, Zheng fully understood, a slight shock in his heart, as Niao Longhu's words were clear. To have over 100 life stars clustered together in a region fraught with alien species and yet remain intact, either these stars had a way to conceal their own aura, or the owner of these 100 or so stars was far stronger than the alien species that wandered around. Clearly, the latter was much more likely. The roaming aliens, at the very least, possessed the strength of 7th or even 8th order, and if they were stronger than these aliens, even if the Tianyao Federation had some hidden trump cards, they would still likely not be a match. Better leave as soon as that congressman arrives. This battle might spell doom for the Tianyao Federation. If we get entangled in this catastrophe, it would be a huge trouble, said Niao Longhu, shaking his head with no trace of concern. He had lived longer than the history of the Tianyao Federation. He had seen the rise and fall of civilizations too many times, and had even personally directed more than one. To the great universe, nothing short of reaching the highest realm mattered, all else were mere dust, destined to enter the cycle of reincarnation, again and again. At this moment, Zheng's state of mind was very stable. This incarnation was merely a trial. In this life, his goal was to form the Golden Core, doing so would be a success and could accumulate experience for his main body's breakthrough. He was now close to reaching the perfection of entering the Dao Embryo, with the Golden Core within reach. Keeping away from troubles and focusing on cultivation was the right path. Before leaving Heaven-Sent Star, Zheng had many things to do, such as converting those cold numbers into usable resources, and figuring out how to obtain a couple sets of high-grade armor for protection. In the cosmic space, there were too many uncertainties. Zheng had devoted most of his energy to cultivation over the years, having no time to forge magic artifacts, and lacked means of self-protection. The armor from the Tianyao Federation was not inferior to high-grade magic treasures for him, fitting for protection. Besides, Zheng had also copied a lot of data from the Tianyao Federation, including some core technologies he was quite interested in, such as the ultimate utilization cycle of energy, space folding technology, and the transport of objects through space. These things were not only useful now, but also of great use to Chu Zheng's main body, especially the space-folding technology. Traversal of space, that at least required the power that ninth transformation divine infants or even cultivators in the Tingxian realm could master. Now, such a method was in the hands of mortals, indeed beyond belief. After leaving the military headquarters, Chu Zheng immediately began preparations. First and foremost was armor. Star Peak Corporation had its own armor production line, but most were for civil use and lacked weapons equipment, making their combat effectiveness worrisome. To address this, Chu Zheng chose the simplest method. He threw out countless Federation currency, began to look for contacts, and started procuring high-grade armor. Under the influence of money, people willing to work for him swarmed like fish crossing a river, and soon, prospects for the armor began to take shape. In just 2 days, 2 sets of armor were laid out before Chu Zheng. Tianyao War God Series Armor, 5th Order, the 6th generation modified version of the Tianyao Federation's God of Destruction series, breakthrough development in single-soldier combat power, equipped with a micro-god level energy core, annihilation-class firepower deployment, super-scanning radar, and mounted single-soldier laser heavy weapons, capable of independently suppressing small life stars and clearing space debris within small ranges. Details: the armor exuded a deep blue color, its surface resembling glazed crystal, reflecting a myriad of divine lights. Intense energy fluctuations were restrained within crystalline clear conduits, flowing slowly. At the 5th Order level, it could rival a cultivator in the divine transformation realm, with combat power no less than some large warships. For Chu Zheng, even if this armor was damaged in battle, he could repair it, merely requiring some time, much more convenient than magic treasures. Such high-level armor was top secret within the entire Tianyao Federation. If not for Heaven-Sent Star being the main star of the Tianyao Federation, combined with the influence of the Star Peak Corporation, it would have been impossible for Chu Zheng to obtain such armor. He didn't even look at the price, simply transferring the funds directly. With these 2 sets of armors in hand, even if he encountered trouble in the starry sky, he could deal with it. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, a visitor of astonishing status arrived on Heaven-Sent Star. The highest governing body of the Tianyao Federation was the Supreme Council, consisting of 9 counselors. And now, one of the 9 counselors, Besha, was visiting Heaven-Sent Star. Being among the few with the highest status on this star, Chu Zheng naturally received an invitation and was qualified to personally welcome this distinguished figure. At the same time, the warship Chu Zheng had prepared was already parked in the harbor, ready to depart at any moment. The usually busy harbor was deathly silent that day, almost completely cleared out, without a single sound to be heard. The safety of a counselor took precedence over everything else. Whirring, soon, a fiery red cosmic warship slowly entered the deserted space harbor. On the entrance platform, only a few dozen individuals stood, all of them top-tier figures on Heaven-Sent Star. Su Huafeng stood at the forefront, dressed in a military uniform, spotless, her face fixed in seriousness. The warship gradually stabilized, and a hot wave of air swept over them. Hiss, the hatch opened, and a line of people slowly walked out, with a woman appearing to be in her 40s at the forefront, her hair lightly touched with gray, an ordinary face, and she wore an extremely common combat suit which didn't seem the least bit special. Trailing behind her were more than 10 figures clad in armor, fully armed, with no discernible features. A light flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes as he scanned the armor, his heart slightly shocked. The lowest grade among these armors was also at the 5th Order, and there were even 2 pieces at the 6th Order. With the power of technology, the Tianyao Federation had elevated individual combat capability to a level that could rival a Tingxian pseudo-immortal. Cultivators of the Tingxian realm, not one who hasn't braved many perilous trials and battled through blood from among the thousands of cultivators to achieve their current level of cultivation. The armors before me are equivalent to Tingxian spiritual treasures, yet they are different. Tingxian spiritual treasures have developed their own consciousness, nearly akin to living creatures. Refining a single Tingxian spiritual treasure requires an immense expenditure of effort and spiritual materials, as well as a great deal of energy to nurture and awaken its spirituality. Each Tingxian spiritual treasure is a unique existence in the world. These armors, however, are but inanimate objects, yet they possess replicability and have condensed the Tianyao Federation's most essential and advanced technologies, possessing terrifying power as well. Moreover, the artificial intelligence installed in these armors has an IQ far surpassing that of the average Tingxian spiritual treasure. Between the two, it's hard to say which is stronger or weaker. Thank you all for waiting. Besha walked down the stairs at a measured pace, a gentle smile on her face. Her gaze first fell on Su Huafeng as she nodded in greeting. It seems our last meeting was over 30 years ago. I am no longer in my youth, but you, General, still look as young as ever. It was 37 years ago, Counselor. It is my honor that you still remember me, Su Huafeng replied with a bow, his demeanor gentle. Zheng stood aside, lost in thought. According to the information from his spiritual eye, Besha was not a gene evolver, but a very ordinary mortal, for whom living past 100 would already be quite an achievement. A mortal like this could control a fearsome weapon capable of easily destroying stars, all because of the Tianyao Federation's special regulations. To maintain the purity of the Federation, gene evolvers were not allowed to serve as Federation counselors. Because gene evolvers live much longer than ordinary people, over time, their influence would become deeply entrenched, impossible to shake. Humans, on the other hand, are different. After 100 years, they pass away and their souls disperse, leaving behind no entanglements. Even if some complications remain, other counselors would have the opportunity to intervene and stop them. Every counselor is among the most elite of their generation, and this prominence is not measured by the strength of their power, but rather other attributes, such as a strong spirit of self-sacrifice. Federation counselors are a group of devotees who have given up the chance of immortality, dedicating all of themselves to the Federation. Federation citizens generally refer to them as great pioneers. Each counselor's genes are among the highest quality in humanity, and should they be willing to inject a gene evolution potion, the possibility of failing to evolve is almost non-existent. To a living being, resisting the temptation of genetic evolution is tremendously difficult, especially for a group that belongs to the top echelon of elites. This is no different from rejecting becoming an immortal. The things one must forsake and the temptations one must leave behind are hard for ordinary people to imagine. Besha exchanged greetings with many leading figures from Heaven-Sent Star, quickly coming to Zheng. After the greetings, Zheng did not stop there but continued, Counselor, may I inquire when the Starship Wars are likely to begin? Upon his query, a hush fell over the surroundings. Even though this was no secret, those present did not wish to broach the topic. War often signifies massive military expenditures. If the Federation couldn't produce the funds, they would have to be extracted from their own pockets, which would feel like bleeding them dry. There will be about a year's preparation time, as the assembly of the fleet takes time, Besha replied without avoiding Zheng's question. Her voice was warm and her eyes, though slightly cloudy, showed a gentle radiance of someone who had seen through the veil of worldly affairs after years of lived experience, as if having perceived the essence of life. Zheng was momentarily surprised. He had only seen such a gaze in Gung Yang. But how long had Gung Yang been alive? More than 10,000 years, whereas Besha appeared to be under 50, and was barely over 70. Regaining his composure, Zheng said calmly, I am willing to support all of the Federation's decisions. Therefore, I have decided to transfer all my assets, including my shares in Star Peak Corporation, to the Federation, to supplement the military funds. Before he could finish speaking, a chorus of gasps sounded from around, including Su Huafeng. Everyone was at a loss as to what Zheng was thinking. To donate all one's assets in a single stroke meant plunging oneself from the clouds to the bottom rung of the Federation, with no prospect of rise ever again. Especially Su Huafeng, who at that moment could hardly maintain the smile on his face. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Before he could make a move to retaliate, Zheng had already self-destructed, leaving Su choked with frustration, yearning for release. Besha, however, did not show much surprise. After pondering for a moment, she counter-questioned, "What do you want?" Having paid such a steep price, the demanded compensation must naturally be out of the ordinary. Uncompensated generosity was called sacrifice, and even if the words were adorned nicely, she did not see this quality in the man before her. To give something, always one sought something in return. Such was the way of the world. In exchange, I hope the counselor can provide me with a batch of gene evolution potions and some of the core technology related to space travel. Zheng stated his terms without hesitation, then added, regarding the gene evolution potion, Director Su had already delivered a batch to me earlier. Counselor, you only need to provide the rest. If one asked for nothing, it would only seem suspicious. The gene evolution potion was equivalent to a spirit stone, and the space travel technology would also be of great help to him. In reality, what he most desired was the armor of the Sixth Order, but he was well aware that such high-grade armor was extremely rare within the entire Tianyao Federation and simply not something money could buy. Even the entire Star Peak Corporation was far from sufficient. Hearing what Zheng had said, Su Huafeng, who wasn't far away, appeared slightly startled and full of confusion. Zheng's words were undoubtedly helping him. With just a few words from Zheng, it meant that Star Peak Corporation would have to pay twice for the same batch of potions. Even though he was now the commandant of the heaven-sent Star Military Partition, being short such a large batch of evolution potions would incur great responsibility upon him and he would be punished. But the words of Zheng had resolved a considerable amount of trouble for him. As for Su Huafeng's thoughts, Zheng wasn't very concerned. The reason for his actions was because he didn't want to get entangled with Su Huafeng at this critical moment, which would waste a lot of energy. After all, as the commandant, Su Huafeng had control of a significant amount of troops and warships. If he looked for an excuse to pursue him, Zheng would not be able to escape. The Star Peak Corporation, an immutable object, held no value whatsoever to Zheng. It was merely a matter of speaking a word, and if it could reduce some trouble, it was naturally for the better. What do you need these for? In response to Zheng's request, Besha showed a trace of curiosity in her eyes. To wander the stars until I die of old age. Zheng's answer came without hesitation. This was indeed his real thought. Mr. Qi, you are a fascinating man. Maybe we could have dinner together and then talk at leisure. Besha offered the invitation with a faint smile. Zheng did not refuse, following behind Besha as several suits of armor subtly surrounded him, maintaining a safe distance. Soon, the group arrived at the hotel where Besha was staying. Aside from Zheng, the others were asked to leave. During the meal, Besha completed the transfer of stock ownership for the Star Peak Corporation and all its subsidiaries, through Zheng's intelligent light brain. In turn, the gene evolution potion and data on space shuttle technology would be delivered to the battleship designated by Zheng within 2 days. Up to this point, things had gone quite smoothly. However, after the handover was completed, Besha didn't stop there. The conversation began to spread toward the cosmos, encompassing everything from astronomy to geography. Nothing was off topic. As she spoke, Besha gently stroked her wrist, where a jade bracelet was worn. It was very translucent. It said that this bracelet is an ancient artifact from 2,000 years ago, its origin no longer traceable. Zheng glanced at it and instantly concluded in his mind that it wasn't more than 100 years old, possibly a new item within the last 50 years. He didn't even need to activate the spiritual eye, relying on his own experience, he could tell at a glance. For the technology of the Tianyao Federation, determining the age of an item was not complicated. Besha obviously hadn't used this method to discern the authenticity of the bracelet. Or perhaps authenticity wasn't very important to her. The entire Tianyao Federation, from top to bottom, had no habit of venerating antiques. To a technologically advanced civilization, the antiquity often meant obsolescence and was not desirable. For an interstellar federation as vast as this one, dwelling on the past would bring no growth. Their pace was too fast, and sometimes, naturally, many things would be left behind. The evolution of genes had determined that they were constantly moving towards the future. The past could be studied by a few, but it was destined not to become mainstream. I've heard that Mr. Qi has never remarried after your wife's death. Don't you feel lonely in your daily life? As the alcohol fumes rose, a blush tinged Besh's cheeks, and her conversation gradually shifted, reaching into the realm of each other's private lives. From this point, the meal began to feel somewhat torturous for Zheng. Besha was a person with high emotional intelligence. Talking with her wouldn't make someone feel uncomfortable. But the issue was that this sense of ease made Zheng feel very uneasy. After a moment, Zheng was the first to put down his utensils and made his excuses to leave. He politely declined Besha's offer to continue the conversation in her room and quickly left the hotel. The night sky of the neon-lit cityscape made the lights of the high-rise buildings shine more brightly than the stars above. Besha leaned against the window, watching as Zheng hurried onto the flying vehicle, and couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. Hearing this, a black-clad man not far away looked slightly puzzled. "Counselor, I remember you personally added Qi Shanyong to the red list. Why didn't you kill him? Do you think he looks like a director of Star Peak Corporation?" Besha slowly took off the jade bracelet on her wrist and casually threw it into the trash bin. "Rather than a corporation director, he's more like a greenhorn who can't hide anything in his eyes, although he does have some insight." She shook her head slightly, her eyes still smiling. The hard work of generations of his family, he let go without the slightest hesitation. It can only mean that the hard work wasn't his, so naturally he won't feel the pain. The man in black soon realized, his expression changing slightly. "He's not Qi Shanyong? Then Qi Shanyong is probably dead." Besha's expression returned to calm, the flush on her face gradually fading. "Given Qi Shanyong's deeds, his death is not a pity. Since this man willingly handed over Star Peak Corporation, spare his life." Upon hearing this, the black-clad man immediately asked cautiously, "Then what about the gene evolution potion and materials you promised him?" "Give him the materials, but as for the potion, the Tianyao Federation hasn't mined new stars for a long time, and the stock of gene evolution potions is already low. It can't be wasted recklessly." After pondering for a while, Besha said slowly, "Just give him some. He won't dare to come back and square accounts with me." With a firm answer, the man in black immediately turned and left. In the room, there was emptiness, leaving only Besha alone. She walked slowly to the window, staring at the splendid neon lights of the outside world, lost in thought. Remembering how Zheng had responded earlier, she raised her hand to stroke her cheek, the light in her eyes dimming slightly. If she were 30, no, 50 years younger, would his reaction have been any different? The forever young theme seems to be an unavoidable topic. Especially when she saw Su Huafeng that day, the strong sense of disparity was inevitably heartbreaking. The moment she became a counselor, her life had entered a countdown. From the perspective of all humanity, her feelings are not significant. When necessary, she must shed some emotions to make the most correct judgment. Just after returning to the manor, Zheng's smart light brain received a message from Su Huafeng. "Director Qi, thank you for your generosity. I prepared some gifts for you, which have been sent to your warship. May your star journey be smooth," it read. Zheng glanced at it, ignored it, sat down, and began to make the final adjustments. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the agreed time, Zheng and Niao Longhu boarded the warship docked at the port. The gifts from Su Huafeng were part of the energy core, enough for the warship to travel in the universe for 100 years. To Zheng's disappointment, the gene evolution potions on the warship were far less than he had imagined, much less. Fortunately, the technical materials on spatial traversal were not lacking too much and were of considerable value. After discussing with Nia Longhu, Zheng chose not to delay any longer and directly started the warship, slowly sailing into the starry sea. Just as Zheng was about to discard his light brain, a message caught his attention. The Tianyao Federation's baptism. Opening the message and scanning it, Zheng's heart tightened slightly. Most of those he had gone to pick up that day were on the death list. Su Huafeng was demoted and punished, and within the military partition, thousands of military officers, large and small, were implicated. For heaven-sent star, this was undoubtedly an earthquake. No citizen expressed dissatisfaction. The words Federation Counselor held incomparable public trust. This thunderous, bloody method made it hard for Zheng to associate it with Besha from that evening. Besha's methods were resolutely iron-blooded, and as the heads of heaven-sent star residents rolled, praises echoed throughout the virtual network. It was a baptism from the Federation, scrubbing away many of the chronic ills plaguing heaven-sent star, but it also brought obvious disadvantages. The situation began to get chaotic, with a large influx of military resources into the armed forces, causing prices to surge sharply, and the lives of the lower class remained unchanged, even becoming more difficult. Zheng briefly scanned some of the information and then destroyed the smart brain processor. He had no intention of getting entangled with the Tianyao Federation any longer. Once in space, such a device would be useless. The gene evolution potion given to him by Besha was quite rare, but in terms of value, it still did not compare to the gift given by Su Huafeng. For these substances, Niao Longhu didn't care. By finding any life star and extracting some star origin liquid, he had enough to cultivate with Zheng for a long time. Zheng pulled up the nearby star map and turned his head to ask Niao Longhu for direction. Fellow Daoist Nia, where shall we head next? Niao Longhu looked at the swirling starlight around them and, after some calculations, immediately indicated the direction. Zheng looked at the radar, making a rough identification. This direction was gradually moving away from the Tianyao Federation. In the universe, orientations are topsy-turvy, with no discernible north, south, east, or west, and even with a star map, Zheng could only identify a general direction. He had previously gathered some information about the Federation's battle, but its exact location was a top-secret matter. There was no way to know it, so now he could only take it one step at a time, which was somewhat safer than staying in the Tianyao Federation. After setting the destination, the massive warship slowly entered the cold cosmos, heading towards an unknown life star. The journey through the starry sky was monotonous and boring. The warship required vast amounts of energy for space jumps, and after each leap, a long time was needed for replenishment. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, both Zheng and Niao Longhu had to rely on the genetic evolution fluid within the warship to cultivate, and the efficiency of their cultivation was very low. Most of the evolution fluid went into Zheng's body. Inside the main cabin, a simple metallic pool had been improvised, mixed with a large amount of genetic evolution fluid, emitting microwaves of ripples and a spiritual light. Zheng sat shirtless within the evolution fluid, operating the circuit of qi as he slowly drew in energy from it. After 2 years, even in the harsh environment, his cultivation had stepped into the perfection of the Dao embryo realm, and he was finally able to start trying to condense his life-bound golden core. This was his first attempt at condensing a golden core. He had never thought that the incarnation he used to endure calamities would reach this realm first. Within his dantian, the Dao embryo that held Yuan Qi was nearing its critical point, with the Yuan Qi as thick as jade-scent nectar. The perfection of the Dao embryo, in some Taoist orthodoxies within fellow cultivators' inner alchemical traditions, was also known as condensation. Without hesitating, Zheng started to compress the Dao embryo, squeezing and further pressing down on the Yuan Qi within. The walls of the Dao embryo began to converge, sealing off. Not far away, Niao Longhu sensed fluctuations in the aura and opened his eyes, barely concealing his surprise. So soon? He always found Zheng's cultivation speed somewhat exaggerated. When they first met, Zheng's cultivation was similar to his own. Now, after more than 20 years, he had just barely condensed a Dao embryo, while Zheng was already beginning to try to condense a golden core. In such a place where heaven and earth primordial qi was scarce, to have such evolutionary progress was incredible. Zheng's cultivation, which he had witnessed growing day by day, couldn't be faked. It was solid and without fault, raising no questions. This only made it more puzzling. Such speed indicated that Zheng's talent could not possibly be as he claimed in the past, taking over 2 hours just to channel qi into his body. Looking at Zheng, who was deep in cultivation with his eyes closed, Niao Longhu subconsciously stroked his beard, only to find nothing there, and couldn't help but frown in contemplation. At this moment, Zheng was too preoccupied to pay attention to anything else. Inside his dantian, the Dao embryo that had been open was now completely converged, turning into a ruggedly angular irregular gray sphere. Sturdy and indestructible, enduring uncorroded through endless years as gold, smooth and immaculate, pure and unsullied as cinnabar. The golden core, combining the merits of both, was far from a true golden core in such a state. Yuan Qi was completely isolated by the Dao embryo's barriers, and Zheng couldn't use any of his own energy. He could only rely on drawing energy from the outside to polish this golden core. Waves of powerful energy from the evolution liquid were absorbed into his body, condensed into extremely rough sandpaper, surrounding the golden core and continuously polishing it. This was a time-consuming task of grinding away patiently. Months flew by in an instant. During this period, Nialonghu stopped cultivating and instead kept a close watch on Zheng, occasionally replenishing the depleted evolution liquid for him. He had begun to glimpse something unusual. The process of Zheng's golden core condensation seemed too unfamiliar, as if he was condensing a golden core for the first time in his life. Zheng's true cultivation level might be much lower than he had previously speculated. Under continuous refinement, the golden core within Zheng's dantian gradually took shape, becoming round and flawless. Crack, the next instant, the hazy golden core suddenly burst forth with a wisp of golden divine light, dazzling to the eyes. Soon, with piece-by-piece polishing, the golden core became completely dust-free and emitted a brilliant golden radiance. Zheng became increasingly cautious, knowing that this step was of utmost importance. The golden core, though formed, was still a lifeless entity, unable to utilize any of the Yuan Qi within it. The golden core needed to open its orifices. The breakthrough was far from over. Only when the spirit apertures were opened and the Yuan Qi could flow freely, would the success be considered complete. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Plop, a muffled sound came from within the golden core as a tiny spirit aperture was opened, and a stream of divine fluid tinged with golden light, like a gentle brook, trickled out from within the spirit apertures. The moment the spirit apertures opened, Zheng's mind was flooded with an unprecedented sensation of abundant pleasure. The golden core's essence, fluid, refined and of astonishingly high energy purity, allowed Zheng to unleash combat power that had at least increased tenfold, despite not having completely broken through yet. Over the following 2 months, one spirit aperture after another was unlocked until 6 were opened, and Zheng felt he had reached the limit. After steadying the qi within his body, Zheng slowly opened his eyes and immediately expressed his gratitude. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Nya for your protection. Without Nialonghu standing by his side, this breakthrough would not have been so smooth. It's nothing, not worthy of thanks, Nialonghu shook his head, and casually asked, how many orifices did fellow Daoist's golden core condense? Zheng opened his mouth, and the golden core flew out of his throat, landing in his palm. A wave of potent energy tide surged from the evolution liquid at his side and was devoured and refined by the spirit apertures in an instant. Middle quality, leaning towards the upper, you are quite lucky, fellow Daoist. It seems this incarnation has decent potential. Nialonghu glanced at the golden core, nodded slightly, and voiced his congratulations. Witnessing the golden core for an instant, he had fully confirmed his previous speculation that Zheng's true cultivation level of his main body was definitely not at the golden core realm. A mere middle quality, leaning towards the upper golden core, could be completed by him in at most a month, while it took Zheng almost half a year, clearly very inexperienced. The golden core itself is divided into different levels, and the difference in comprehension talent is hard to directly test at the initial qi refining phase, but it becomes much more apparent at the golden core, serving as a more direct manifestation of innate talent. The more spirit apertures one has, the stronger the burst of Yuan Qi in an instant, and naturally, the stronger the combat abilities and the higher the talent. 1 to 3 orifices are considered lower quality, 4 to 6 spirit apertures are called middle quality, and 6 to 9 orifices are high quality. A 9 orifices golden core is rare in this world, and even those with slightly lower comprehension abilities may have the opportunity to become golden immortals. Chu Zheng's middle-quality golden core will not encounter any impediments to his cultivation before the return to Void and merge with the path. At the returning to Void realm, the quality of the life-bound golden core will gradually start to limit the speed of cultivation. Because the speed of absorbing and exhaling yuan qi will gradually fall behind the pace of cultivation. Niao Longhu's expression grew somber, for Chu Zheng had come into contact with the method of incarnation through tribulation without even reaching the golden core realm. The information implied by this was somewhat terrifying. In his understanding, this was fundamentally impossible, yet Chu Zheng had indeed achieved it, which was beyond ordinary belief. Chu Zheng took the golden core back into his dantian. He did not care about its quality, as the gains from this tribulation were already substantial. His main body's cultivation had not yet reached this stage, but the incarnate had taken this step ahead. With this experience, when his main body condensed the golden core, it would be much more natural, without any obstruction. At this moment, he was already looking forward to seeing what quality golden core his main body would be able to condense. His own foundation was far superior to that of this incarnation, and he expected it would bring him a pleasant surprise. We're almost there. Chu Zheng glanced at the star chart and suddenly stood up, his gaze shifting slightly. A small star, not more than 20,000 miles in diameter, appeared in his sight, and its surface features were vaguely discernible. This nearly 3-year-long voyage was finally coming to an end. The star before him was slightly smaller than the homeland of Chu Zheng's past life as he remembered it. At a glance, vast dense jungles dominated the landscape, with oceans covering less than half, all radiating with vibrant life yuan qi. Lucky us, this star is quite young. Even just a small part of it will be enough for us to use for 100 years, he said. Watching the nearby star, Niao Longhu displayed a satisfied look. His incarnate body was ordinary, but 100 years was enough time to step into the golden core realm. Upon reaching the golden core realm, one would possess the basic capability to survive in the universe. Through the method of qi absorption, one could barely manage to survive without relying on a battleship. Chu Zheng parked the battleship on a nearby dead star, placing the armor, evolution liquid, energy core, and other portable items into the foldable space. Then, the two of them boarded a small patrol ship and, through the main ship, opened a gateway to another space. The Tianyao Federation's space transition technology had matured considerably. Opening a fixed-point space portal was not difficult. Relying on their current cultivation levels, physically crossing the starry skies still presented some difficulties, mainly because it required a lot of time. A gigantic portal of light abruptly appeared beside the star. The patrol ship slowly moved out and silently entered the atmospheric layer. The moment they entered the star, Chu Zheng felt a slight fluctuation in the repair panel. He glanced at it and saw the daily repair count had risen from 0 to 3. The concentration of energy on this star was relatively high. Soon, the patrol ship landed between mountain ranges. The loud rumble of the heavy engine startled countless birds and elicited roars of groups of animals. After disembarking from the patrol ship and looking around, Chu Zheng suddenly had a change in expression. Fellow Daoist, yeah, I'll go and scout around. There are signs of human settlement over there, I'll take a look. We'll meet back here later, Niao Longhu replied, pointing beyond the mountains. In the next instant, his figure had already disappeared. Chu Zheng looked in the direction he had gone and could faintly see a city over 100 miles away. Judging from the concentration of yuan qi, it was not small. However, at the moment, he was preoccupied with other matters and took out a set of 5th-order armor. Tianyao War God Series armor, 5th Order, the 6th generation modified version from the Tianyao Federation's God of Destruction series. The surface has some minor flaws, not detrimental, reparable, 0/2. The 2 sets of armor he had collected, only one set was brand new, the other had been used before. There were just some minor scratches on the surface, which did not affect its usage, so he had not worried about it. Chu Zheng took a deep breath, pulled up the panel, and used today's refreshed counts on the armor. The armor instantly restored to its pristine condition, and simultaneously, a stream of information flooded into his mind from the panel. As your experience increases, your repair skills have become more expertly refined. Now you have become a fifth-order repair master. Years of accumulation have significantly improved your perceptiveness. Name, Zheng, Cultivation, Golden Core Realm Initial Stage, 4th Order, Cultivation Technique, Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, Divine Skills, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, 6th Order, Riding the Clouds and Driving the Mist, 4th Order, Heavenly Divination Technique, 4th Order, Object Control, 4th Order, Transmute Stone to Gold, 4th Order, Repair Master, 5th Order, 0/4000. Remaining repair counts for today 1, current reparable, none, indeed. Watching the changes on the panel, a gleam of excitement that he could not suppress flashed through Zheng's eyes. The upgrading of the panel was not limited to his own cultivation base. If it were so, through the avatar undergoing trials, he could have the rank of the repair master advanced ahead of time. Once the repair master's level was sufficient, he could begin to repair the accumulated immortal treasures and fragments of immortal pills, and then feed them back to his original body to rapidly increase his cultivation level. The enhancement of the repair master rank had further strengthened Zheng's spiritual eye, allowing him, indistinctly, to begin seeing the crevices in the void. Crossing these gaps would allow for traversing space silently, with a speed far greater than flying. The roaring sound of tearing through the sound barrier, at any time, was very conspicuous. The great divine skill shrinking earth into inches, accessible only to cultivators at the refined spirit realm, was already vaguely perceived by Zheng, who had just entered the golden core. Opportunities of emotional fluctuations. Zheng slowly progressed, brushing past vendors and pedestrians, the air of someone detached from worldly concerns gradually fading. In the blink of an eye, he had completely blended into the bustling crowd in Yaolonghu's eyes, disappearing without a trace. After making a round along the main street, Zheng stopped in front of a dumpling stall, had a simple bowl of dumplings, sat for a moment, and then walked towards the center of the city. Even across half of the city, Zheng could easily see the rising plumes of incense smoke there. In the center of the city, a magnificent temple stood, resplendent in gold and jade, indescribably opulent. Zheng activated the invisibility technique and entered the temple silently. The divine statue on the high platform was lifelike, about 30 years old, with a tall posture, a purple gold crown on his head, and each strand of hair clearly visible, draping over his shoulders. His eyes were deep, demeanor solemn, and aura calm. The statue was draped in an ornately long robe, the craftsmanship extremely delicate, obviously with much effort put into it. Zheng looked up at the divine statue, a faint spiritual light flashing in his pupils. After seeing the information above the statue, his expression turned pale in an instant. Spirit awakened divine statue, a high-grade true god's golden body, which, after years of consuming incense, has become spirit awakened, possessing mystical powers, titled Yin Yang Xianling Demonic Sanctioning Great Holy Celestial. Invoke its true name, Zhao Tingxian, to summon and activate the divine statue. Zhao Tingxian? As he looked at the information provided by the panel, Zheng drew in a sharp breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never thought that he would see the name Zhao Tingxian again under these circumstances. Having traversed the endless universe, he had not anticipated any further intersection with Zhao Tingxian, let alone so soon. The golden body before him sat high upon the divine platform, incense burned prosperously, and the stream of worshippers was endless. The prosperity of the incense offerings was beyond increase, and the thick willpower of incense fire was almost visible to the naked eye. Compared to the ancestral Dao golden body he had seen before in the Zhongyun secret realm, which was covered in dust, the difference was enormous. Yin Yang Xianling Demonic Sanctioning Great Holy Celestial. Contemplating Zhao Tingxian's divine title, Zheng couldn't help but ponder a great deal. A deity's title is not chosen at random, it is greatly related to their power attributes and their story of becoming a deity. Every deity has a history of propagation, detailing the specific process of becoming a deity. This is extremely important. Without such things, a deity would forever remain an illusion in the minds of believers, unable to collect the purest willpower. From this title, it's clear Zhao Tingxian indeed came into contact with the power of Yin and Yang. As for where Xianling demonic sanctioning originates, there must be other hidden details. Zheng immediately opened the detailed information of the divine statue, his expression subtly changed after a quick glance. The divine statue before him had reached the fourth order and enjoyed more than 30,000 years of incense offerings. Even considering the vast difference in the flow of time in the Chaos Sea, Tingxian must have begun propagating his teachings and cultivating followers at least hundreds of years ago. Ever since Zheng came into contact with the immortal path, the name Tingxian had continuously appeared around him. One could say it was a name he had long heard of. But this moment was the first time he had seen Tingxian's specific appearance. From this divine statue, it seemed that the man had far-reaching sight and had prepared his path of retreat early on. Zheng even began to wonder if Tingxian had foreseen the dramatic changes that would occur in the Zheng realm long ago and had been prepared to defect from the Immortal Alliance for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Otherwise, the existence of this divine statue before him was inexplicable. By calculation, Tingxian's true form has been in the Chaos Sea for quite some time. Considering the time flow of the Chaos Sea, his strength has likely improved. Previously, he had the power to slay a celestial lord. Now, it's highly likely he has become an immortal Venerable. Or perhaps, his strength had always been at the immortal Venerable realm, and not the 8 tribulations true immortal as stated by the Immortal Alliance. This possibility was undoubtedly greater. Immortal Venerable, the supreme level of the immortal path, one step further, and one becomes an immortal king, the true pinnacle of the universe. In a great realm like the Zheng realm, one could decide its fate with a single word. If so, Tingxian's current strength would have placed him at the pinnacle of the cosmic pyramid. Zheng rubbed his temples and fell into deep thought. Tingxian possessed exceptional talent, becoming an immortal and attaining the Tao at a young age, controlling the heavenly fate of an entire realm. From what little clues there were about Tingxian, it appeared his ambition was no small matter, and his goals were vast. Now proclaiming himself a deity, cultivating the incense fire divine path, absorbing the willpower of incense offerings, and nurturing so many followers. It's likely that hundreds or even thousands of years ago, he had begun his machinations. Having plotted for so long and combined with the demonic invasion of the Zheng realm, the things he intends to do are probably astonishing. After some reflection, Zheng soon associated these thoughts with the Immortal Alliance. Zheng had always been cautious of the Immortal Alliance. The words of the true immortal remnant soul from the Song family secret realm lingered in his mind. Since ancient times, those from the Zheng realm who achieved true immortality and entered the Immortal Alliance never returned, with Tingxian being the exception. Based on the timeline, it's highly possible that after Tingxian took control of the Zheng realm's heavenly Tao, he uncovered certain secrets, leading to this series of changes. After a while, Zheng gave up on further speculation. The information he had was too scarce to analyze useful truths. Once his current incarnation's ordeals were over, he could return to Zheng and, utilizing his identity as the Tingxian Holy Master, investigate secrets not known to commoners. No matter what, there would always be some trace left behind. Even if only fragments and broken scrolls were passed down, Zheng could reconstruct the specific whole picture. After lingering for a while longer, Zheng turned and left the temple. On this star-like nurturing ground beneath his feet, who knows how many more Tingxian has. With tens of thousands of years past, it's hard to imagine what role Tingxian is playing in the current Chaos Sea. Having left the temple, Zheng looked around, not knowing when Longhu had disappeared from sight. The crowd bustled about him, each believer exiting the temple wore gentle smiles on their faces, with calm expressions and peaceful minds. They needed only to worship on a set schedule each month to receive the deity's protection, ensuring harmonious winds and rains, and peace for the nation. This made Zheng momentarily dazed. For these mortals, living peacefully for 100 years was a given, with no need to fret over their livelihood. On this single point, it seemed, much better than many of the lower-class citizens on the stars above. They didn't need to ponder too much, only to live, reproduce, and then turn their descendants into devout followers of the deity. Just by doing this, before the incense fire god's death, they could keep on living, as the deities truly would protect their followers, which was the source of their power. Zheng came back to his senses and shook his head. The children on this star, from the moment they were born, had already been stripped of their future, which was somewhat too tragic. After circling around the city and not discovering Niao Longhu's figure, Zheng did not wait in place but returned to the mountain range where the patrol ship was hidden. The longer he stayed in the city, the greater the possibility of attracting karmic ties, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. For this star, he was but a passerby, with no need to intervene too much. People's feelings are not the same. If he interfered forcefully, these believers would only see him as a demon disrupting their peaceful lives. Several days later, Niao Longhu finally returned to the valley. In these days, he had roughly traveled around the entire star and gained a lot of information. This star had only one kingdom, with a population of more than 3 billion, from the monarch to civilians, who were mostly devotees of deity. The temples on the entire star totaled 99, with countless divine shrines and altars, many of which were worshipped in common people's homes. The strongest on this star is merely equivalent to a cultivator at the Dao Embryo realm. They pose no threat to us, Niao Longhu said with a slightly serious expression. After all, this is a land for a deity's spiritual nourishment. It's not appropriate to stay for long. We should collect the star origin liquid and leave this place as soon as possible. With the power on this star, and 2 fifth-order armors on their bodies, the two did not have to worry about any threat and could practice cultivation with peace of mind for a while. But the problem was that this star had an owner, and extracting the star origin liquid from an owned star was entirely different. It was akin to provoking a deity's bottom line, no different from breaking into someone's abode to plunder wantonly, the act of a bandit. I appreciate your help, fellow Daoist Nya. Zheng nodded in agreement, as he did not know the method to extract the star origin liquid and needed Niao Longhu to exert some effort. Niao Longhu grabbed Zheng and activated an earth-escaping technique, sinking into the ground. The thick rock walls continuously split apart and then sealed again, and the two moved through them as fluidly as fish in water, quickly descending to the planet's core. Rich essence chi of the fire element enveloped them, and as far as the eye could see, there were seas of magma. The temperature here was frighteningly high, difficult for ordinary cultivators to bear, and mortals would turn to ash upon contact. Niao Longhu didn't pause at all. He sliced his fingertip and began drawing talismanic patterns in the air, swiftly condensing them into an array. Zheng watched intently. These patterns were not hard to understand and could be easily remembered after just one glance. This array had some similarities with the method of qi absorption, but with some subtle differences. Thud, the boiling magma cracked open, creating a noticeable gap from which a stream of pale golden unknown spiritual liquid gushed forth. As the spiritual liquid entered the array, it circulated for several hours, shrinking 100-fold, condensing into a wisp of colorless essence qi, with extremely dense yuan qi vibrations. Niao Longhu had a faint sweat on his forehead and slowly raised his hand, pushing this wisp of essence qi in front of Zheng. Star origin liquid, 4th order refined from the essence of lower-grade life stars, exquisitely crafted with high purity, can significantly speed up the cultivation rate of beings of the 4th order and below. Fellow Daoist Nya, how are stars classified in the universe? Looking at the words lower-grade stars, Zheng was somewhat puzzled. He had been curious about the classification of stars for a long time, and the fragment of an immortal pill he had fortuitously obtained before, the 100 stars elixir, was made with the cores of 100 lower-grade stars as the main ingredient. Niao Longhu was no longer surprised at Zheng's occasional questions that were almost considered common knowledge. After all, he had no mentor to guide him and was naturally ignorant of many things. Within the great universe, stars are basically divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Above the upper-grade stars, there is another category of supreme stars. However, strictly speaking, supreme stars should not be considered stars but should be called small thousand worlds. They possess complete heaven and earth laws, and the heavenly Tao True Spirit has certain combat capabilities. Combat capabilities? Zheng immediately thought of the Zhongyun realm, where a heavenly Tao True Spirit in the Zhongyun secret realm had to be suppressed personally by an immortal king, suggesting its power was also extraordinary. Your cultivation is still shallow, and you can't yet come into contact with the heavenly Tao laws. Seeing Chu Zheng looking puzzled, Niao Longhu patiently explained, wind, fire, lightning, tide of spiritual energy, all these are manifestations of the heavenly Tao's power. Once your body returns to the void and merges with the path, you will naturally be able to connect with these laws. Creatures' cultivation is reliant on the heaven and earth laws, indeed at the cost of damaging the heavens for one's own benefit, hence no matter what Taoist orthodoxy, there will be tribulation chi visiting one's body, only the manifestations differ. As soon as he spoke, Chu Zheng seemed to have an epiphany. Niao Longhu had already seen through his level of understanding and simply hadn't pointed it out directly. Above the small thousand world is the middle thousand world, where the heavenly Tao laws are more complete, possessing a clearer sense of self-awareness. Generally speaking, the middle thousand world already has a very strong instinct to reject outsiders, and when faced with an invasion from beyond its realm, it will produce a violent resistance. Further up, the great thousand world, where the power of the heavenly Tao has fundamentally changed, producing extraordinary beings who can rival a golden immortal and, with a single thought, suppress a mysterious immortal. If a creature is born in this heaven and earth, the suppression it faces will be even greater. For example, in the Immortal Alliance's great immortal realm, those immortal kings and immortal venerables have no chance to fight back against the heavenly Tao judgment. Speaking up to this point, Niao Longhu assessed Chu Zheng's reaction and then felt a slight surprise in his heart. On Chu Zheng's face, there was no doubt, it was evident he was not unfamiliar with the Immortal Alliance, and he had even heard of the great immortal realm. This was very intriguing. While many people knew of the Immortal Alliance, few had ever heard of the great immortal realm. Having no understanding of the cosmos yet knowing of the Immortal Alliance and even the great immortal realm, it was very likely that Chu Zheng originally came from a region under the Immortal Alliance's jurisdiction. At this thought, Niao Longhu's brow twitched slightly, and he gestured the array he had just laid out. Daoist Chu, I can teach you the method to extract the star origin liquid, but just this alone, you must never mention this matter to anyone else in the future. You and I meet by chance. After this tribulation, I will not recognize you, and you have not seen me, and please erase the name Niao Longhu from your mind. To avoid trouble in the future, Niao Longhu made his intentions clear up front. Chi cultivators generally disliked getting involved in other people's karma because it was uncontrollable. A small mistake could trigger one's own tribulation chi and easily lead to a big problem, light as a setback in one's path, heavy as a risk to one's life. A considerable number of chi cultivators, even after accepting disciples, when the disciples leave to gain experience, would repeatedly instruct them not to mention their lineage outside, lest they bring disaster upon themselves. This was a double-edged sword. The lineage having enemies might bring unnecessary trouble to the disciple. On the other hand, they also worry that the disciple might provoke a truly fearsome opponent, leading to root and branch elimination, and possibly the calamity of lineage extinction. If the lineage still exists, there is a possibility of revenge in the future, but if the lineage is broken, then everything comes to an end. Now that Chu Zheng's background was unclear, yet he had ties to the Immortal Alliance, it was too dangerous. As a chi cultivator, how he managed to survive in the Immortal Alliance's territory was hard for Niao Longhu to imagine, but he had no interest in probing further. Because he had a hunch that Chu Zheng might be one of those old monsters from within the Immortal Alliance, sent specifically to test the method of chi refining. In this way, Chu Zheng's cultivation, which hadn't reached the golden core realm, was able to endure tribulations, which made sense. With an immortal king's protection, crossing the starry sky was not difficult. Faced with Niao Longhu's sudden move to clearly draw a boundary, Chu Zheng was momentarily puzzled, and after a slight hesitation, he did not ask further but nodded. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Daoist Nya, I've taken note. It was merely a chance encounter, and after this tribulation, it was unlikely he would cross paths with Niao Longhu again in his lifetime. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Deep within the heart of the earth, Chu Zheng was sweating profusely, continuously extracting star origin liquid without rest. He needed to gather enough star origin liquid as soon as possible to leave this place. Stepping into the golden core and having not seen any activity from the tribulation chi for a long time, it now seemed to show signs of revival. Drip drip, an irritating, light sound came through, and Chu Zheng's movements froze. He quickly realized that this was an alarm from the battleship. There was a problem with that battleship that was parked in space. Zheng immediately stopped what he was doing, and after a short while, returned to the surface. That battleship was extremely important to his current stage and could not be lost. No sooner had he stepped onto the surface than a tumultuous roaring filled the skies above him. Huge shadows swept across the sky, patrolling the heavens and the earth. Watching the warships filling the skies, Zheng's pupils slightly dilated, staring at the stream of information from the Tianyao Federation that emerged before him. He was momentarily stunned. The sun hung high in the sky, but the space between heaven and earth was dim, as the descending sunlight was mostly blocked by swarms of battleships, casting only mottled shadows. Thoughts raced through Zheng's mind. With such a large number of battleships appearing here, it was definitely not for the purpose of conquering this single star. The grand moves of the Tianyao Federation were easy to understand with a little thought. This was the battlefield, and had the Tianyao Federation provoked Zhao Tingxian? Watching the many battleships slicing through the atmospheric layers, wrapped in blazing flames and rushing through space, a thunderous roar echoed in Zheng's mind, weighing down his heart. He had intended to stay out of it, but now he found himself caught in the eye of the storm. No matter how prepared he was, he hadn't imagined that the Tianyao Federation would actually go to war with Zhao Tingxian at this moment. Soon, a patrol ship broke away from the group of battleships and headed straight for the valley where Zheng was, clearly having detected the patrol ship beneath Zheng's feet. All being products of the Tianyao Federation, detection capabilities were only to be expected. Niao Longhu also sensed the external anomalies and came to Zheng's side. "Fellow Daoist Nia, let's take cover for a moment." Quickly, Zheng made a decision, pulling Niao Longhu along as he cast the invisibility technique and left the valley. Between Zhao Tingxian and the Tianyao Federation, it was hardly a choice for Zheng. In this battle, the Tianyao Federation had no chance of victory. An existence as powerful as an immortal Venerable simply couldn't be countered by even the most advanced technology of Seventh Order. Even if the Tianyao Federation possessed some secret weapons capable of rivaling a true immortal, they would still be as trivial as roadside weeds before an immortal Venerable, easily uprooted. The connection between the Incense spirituality and the divine statues is quite close. The deity controlling this star will soon notice these battleships and is likely to respond. Niao Longhu's thoughts were in perfect accord with Zheng's. Once the deity reacted, the invading battleships were doomed. The Incense spirituality would not allow anyone to touch its devotees. Watching the battleships above, Zheng had already begun planning his next move. Now that enough star origin liquid had been accumulated, once these battleships were cleared out, he could easily collect some wreckage to repair a battleship and leave this troubled place to find a new refuge. In a blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Masses of armored Federation elites disembarked from the battleships, beginning to suppress the remaining resistant forces on this star. With their armor, the natives of this star had no chance to retaliate. Their hastily organized counterattacks were swiftly exterminated. But the fervent devotees of the Incense spirituality couldn't be subdued by force alone. Many faithful began flocking to the temples, forming defensive lines and resisting step by step. Around the star, 99 temples in total, the majority of devotees gathered at these temples, their resonant voices invoking the heavens, calling upon the title of the Yin Yang Xian Ling demonic sanctioning Great Holy Celestial for protection. The already substantial willingness began to swell dramatically, flowing into the divine statues. The 99 statues gradually took on a jade-like luster, shimmering with spiritual brilliance. The areas around the temples were crammed with devotees, none of whom surrendered but continued to resist fiercely, like moths to flames, fighting against a terrifying web of advanced weaponry with their flesh and blood. Facing an overwhelming barrage of fire, this was less a war than a one-sided massacre. None of the elite federal forces hesitated or retreated, they kept advancing, fingers tightly squeezed on triggers, never relaxing for a moment. This was routine for them, as long as these natives didn't lay down their arms and surrender completely, the war would continue. Interstellar wars are often bloody and brutal. The Tianyao Federation's rapid rise was tightly linked to its relentless plundering. Thousands of years of brilliant glory were built upon the ruins of many life stars and piles upon piles of bones. In the distant mountains, Zheng's gaze was fixed on the temples, his expression fluctuating. Tingxian had not made a move, the temples remained deathly still, emitting no signs of activity. This was completely beyond his expectations. Something's not right. Seeing this, Niaolonghu also furrowed his brow. So much time had passed, and with the massive deaths of the devotees, it was logical that the deity would have reacted by now, but still, there was silence. With each breath, countless devotees were crushed into blood mud by the war machines, yet the resistance never ceased. Atop the divine altar, the divine statue's radiance grew stronger, nourished by the heavy willingness. It displayed various divine phenomena, but none had yet taken action. Seeing this, Zheng took a deep breath and dispelled his invisibility technique. Before Niaolonghu could react, Zheng had already boldly made his move. Inside his dantian, the 6 orifice golden core circulated massive amounts of jade liquid, bursting forth with mountain-moving power. Wrapped in golden light, a giant hand spanned the heavens, lifting off the dome of the temple. The majestically robed divine statue was exposed under the harsh sun, appearing momentarily like a corporeal body. Following this was a thunderous shout, "Where is Zhao Tingxian?" The terrifying wave of sound swept through heaven and earth, causing ripples in the void, echoing to the 9 heavens. Such a one-sided slaughter was something Zheng could not simply watch. Moreover, since this was merely an incarnation, he could bear any consequences. The sudden turn of events brought a brief pause to the clamorous battlefield, and then, in the blink of an eye, countless gun muzzles had already locked onto Zheng's figure, firing instantly without the slightest hesitation. In the war laws of the Tianyao Federation, no matter what unexpected incident occurred on the battlefield, as long as it wasn't from the allies, the highest precept was to immediately eliminate the unpredictable element. The gap between the stars was immense. Some native inhabitants of certain stars possessed powers beyond the current understanding of the Tianyao Federation. To avoid unnecessary losses, striking first and using heavy firepower to obliterate them was never a mistake. After the battlefield was cleared, there would be plenty of time to slowly study their cellular tissue. The void emitted a sharp, piercing howl. Before the noise had even arrived, a terrifying barrage of firepower had entirely enveloped Zheng, leaving not the slightest gap. In an instant, the tribulation chi beside Zheng began to surge, a harbinger of death looming over him, and he almost smelled the pungent scent of his hair being singed by the intense heat. Buzz, a divine light ladder descended from beyond the heavens, invisible ripples spreading out, and the void came to a standstill, bullets and shells including all kinds of laser beams pausing mid-air. Zheng's figure froze on the spot, the closest bullet having already touched his skin, bringing with it an indescribable scorching heat. Before he could think further, a figure slowly walked down the ladder and landed in front of the temple. There was no trace of any aura leaking from the figure's side, but Zheng felt an unprecedented suffocating pressure, his flesh wailing, his bones nearly shattering, and his divine soul in violent turmoil. Barely gathering a trace of his senses, Zheng activated his spiritual eye. Zhao Tingxian, 9th Order Cultivation at the initial realm of Immortal Venerate, former Master of Arms of the Immortal Alliance, candidate for Heavenly Judge, pure-blooded Immortal Descendant, Yin-Yang Immortal Body, self-created Yin-Yang Life and Death Scripture completed, Heavenly Venerate Realm Incense Spirituality, slight overflow of evil chi, divine origin clean, unaffected. Zhao Tingxian. Zheng's breath hitched, he had finally met the main subject. Zhao Tingxian looked hardly different from his divine statue, appearing younger, not yet 30, with long hair like clouds, a face exuding exceptional charisma, bright eyes that seemed to pierce the starry sky, clad in a blue-white immortal robe adorned with stars and moons, radiating an unsurpassable air of transcendence. Zhao Tingxian's gaze fell on Zheng, his eyes showing indifference, devoid of any emotional color. Suddenly, a transmitted message abruptly resounded in Zheng's mind, as clear and resonating as a great bell. When I entered the divine infant phase, someone had lifted a lantern to guide me, giving me these words: "In 1,000 years, grant a heretic cultivator 3 reprieves from death." Subsequently, I received your birth chart. At that time, I slightly divined your life, you are destined to be dominated by the calamitous star, without a guardian star, doomed to a life of misfortune, rarely achieving longevity. The moment you were born, there was a heavenly fate warning. It was not yet the time, so I didn't kill you, deceived the Immortal Alliance, sealed your prenatal intelligence, granting you the first reprieve. 17 years later, for reasons unknown, your intelligence revived, and you entered the Qi refining lineage for the first time, once again stirring the heavenly fate of Tsongyun, yet still I did not kill you, even shielding the divination from view, granting you the second pardon. Less than 2 years later, your 5 elements celestial foundation completed, using the foundation to manifest powerful Qi refining lineage divine skills, connecting with heaven and earth, once again attracting a syntonic response from the cosmos, changing heavenly fate dramatically. When Ji Yuyan was inspecting the realm, I intervened again to cover your tracks, thus granting you the third reprieve. Chu Zheng, originally after 3 times, the cause and effect would have been severed. This time, you inadvertently disrupted a major plan of mine, truly deserving death, but considering your youthful ignorance, I am sparing your life once more. Should there be a next time, I shall strike you down. Many transmissions happened in an instant, and before Chu Zheng could digest all the information, a commanding voice echoed through the void. Zhao Tingxian. A ripple exploded through thousands of miles of clouds, nearby starships instantaneously turned to dust, leaving no trace whatsoever. The figure robed in silver white approached leisurely, without even being near. The cosmos was already cracking open, erupting with countless fissures. Chu Zheng glanced from the corner of his eye, and a stream of information flooded into his mind. Ming Tianin, 9th Order Cultivation at the initial realm of Immortal King, Heavenly Judge of the Immortal Alliance, pure-blooded Immortal Descendant, chaotic Immortal Body, slightly unstable aura, carrying injuries. Ming Tianin, nearing 50, wore a solemn and dignified expression, his long hair mixed with strands of silver, exuding a profound majesty deep as the abyss, stepping forward as if he was treading on the starlight beneath his feet, the entire starry sky under his control. In an instant, Chu Zheng understood some of the background. The Immortal Alliance had not given up pursuing Zhao Tingxian, even dispatching an Immortal King personally into the fray. At this level, their true names held unimaginable power, capable of resonating across endless starry skies. The true name he had just called out had not only drawn Zhao Tingxian but had also alarmed an Immortal King from within the Immortal Alliance. I, by the decree of the Immortal Alliance, strip you of your immortal bone and subject you to punishment. Though Ming Tianin's tone was indifferent, his eyes drooped with an undeniable domineering presence as he pointed his finger, releasing a beam of immortal light. Like a knife, the immortal light instantly tore through the great universe, carving out a terrifying vista of the chaos. The frozen spacetime shattered in an instant. In the moment Chu Zheng was dumbfounded, his body was already shredded into a bloody rain by the surrounding web of firepower. The golden core within his dantian, much stronger than his flesh, was knocked about wildly before vanishing in a blink. Chu Zheng summoned the last remnants of his divine sense and weakly sent a message to Nye Longhu, who was not far away. Sorry for rashly dragging fellow Daoist Nye into this. If there's a chance in the future, I will apologize in person. Nye Longhu, currently only in the Dao Embryo realm and far behind Chu Zheng, didn't manage to escape the comprehensive heavy fire attack in time and was reduced to a fragmented body, now barely a remnant soul. Upon receiving Chu Zheng's message, his divine soul was greatly shaken, and he promptly replied, "There's no need. You've never seen me, and I don't know you. Our fates here have already ended. There will be no further meetings." At this moment, Nye Longhu was nearly spitting blood. This incarnation's trials had ended too swiftly, almost as if it had ended before it had even begun, unlike previous ones. According to his own heavenly fate, before this incarnation reached the Unity Realm stage, he wouldn't have faced such perilous tribulations, as the tribulations of his main body were sufficient to alleviate and resolve them. The situation now was entirely caused by Chu Zheng. He had had a premonition that Chu Zheng was no ordinary individual, but a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. Being able to invoke an immortal Venerable, even startling an Immortal King, was beyond his imagination. Within the Taoist school, Immortal Kings, being only beneath the Golden Immortals in power. and holding an exceptional status, had only a few Dao lords above them. And cultivators at the Golden Core realm are as numerous as carps crossing the river, their numbers beyond measure. The karmic ties entangling Zheng were too profound. At this moment, Niao Longhu was beginning to feel fortunate that Zheng had not agreed to join his lineage. Otherwise, he guessed this would have brought calamity to his sect. If attracting an immortal Venerable was possible at the Golden Core realm, what disaster would Zheng cause once he became an immortal? It might provoke even the greatest figures of ancient times. Not to mention a Dao Lord, even if all of the Taoist lineage were to intervene, it might not be enough to resolve Zheng's tribulations. Such an anomaly might not live much longer, better to involve him as little as possible. The last shred of Zheng's soul dissipated in an instant. In his final moment, he saw a burst of immortal light explode, the star domain instantly collapsing, turning into cosmic dust. Amid it, a striking blood light rose, filled with grand immortal charm. Songyun Realm. Tingxian Holy Land. The night was deep, the sky filled with soft starlight. At the summit of Divine Peak, Zheng suddenly opened his eyes, gasping heavily, his divine soul tumultuously swirling, struggling to calm down. A flood of information rushed back from his soul division, overwhelming and difficult to digest all at once. It took a while before Zheng's breathing steadied, his mind now brimming with numerous enigmas. Immortal Alliance, Zhao Tingxian, myriad heavens and realms, Chaos Sea. This incarnation's trials had abruptly provided him with a myriad of threads and mysteries, elusive to the grasp. This reincarnation and trial by ordeal lasted over 30 years, but within the Songyun realm, only 3 months had passed. For a cultivator, it was almost as fleeting as a snap of the fingers. The aura of the laws between heaven and earth, compared to before, became even smoother and more flawless. The heavenly Dao true spirit, which had been trapped, was gradually retaking control of the world before it. Feeling the familiar flow of mana within his body, Zheng felt a slight sense of detachment. His soul had strengthened substantially, the Dao embryo within his middle dantian expanded further, already reaching its limit, and he was already able to attempt the gold core condensation. However, at this moment, his thoughts were not focused on this matter. The words Zhao Tingxian had said to him earlier had a tremendous impact on him. If according to Zhao Tingxian's words, his arrival in this world was not 3 years ago, as he had thought, but actually over 20 years earlier. It was just that his prenatal intelligence had been sealed before this, and he had not yet awakened. Regarding this sudden awakening, Zheng could not help but think of the repair panel. After he awoke, the panel appeared alongside him, clearly not a coincidence. Perhaps it was necessary for him to make a trip to the Tai-Su Holy Land. Zhao Tingxian had too many secrets. 1,000 years ago, some had predicted that he would be reborn here and had made arrangements in advance, which inevitably made him a bit suspicious. After a long while, Zheng collected his thoughts and rose to leave the mountaintop. During this period, he had devoted most of his energy to his incarnation, and the immense discrepancy in time required a few days to soothe his emotions. As he circled around the Holy Land, he found that Gung Yang was not present, unaware of his whereabouts. Ever since stepping into the immortal tribulation, Gung Yang's mindset had undergone a tremendous change. With a still mind prone to action, he often went out and seemed somewhat restless. As the environment changed, becoming more suitable for cultivation, and with the example of Gung Yang before them, some of the Tingxian elders who had previously given up had resumed their arduous cultivation, hoping to make further progress in their remaining years. The minor matters of the Tingxian Holy Land were now basically in the hands of Fu Quanliang. All Tingxian disciples, whether from the inner or outer sects, respected him as their senior brother. Fu Quanliang seemed to quite enjoy this. Now carrying the title of Holy Master, Zheng was free from responsibilities. With Fu Quanliang handling everything, he hardly had to worry. After circling around, Zheng returned to his starting point. Midway up the mountain, he met with Li Mingzhou and others. As the laws of heaven and earth changed, their paths of cultivation became much easier. They grew stronger with each passing day, gradually adapting to the environment. With a shift in status, an inevitable distance had formed between Zheng and Li Mingzhou, something that human effort could not change. After staying for a short while, Zheng took his leave and headed towards the mountaintop. The rising sun cast its light on the divine peak summit. In front of the palace, on the martial training ground, Song Lingxue sat cross-legged, as usual, practicing her techniques and studying martial Dao divine abilities. On normal days, Zheng rarely saw her rest. It was as if a ferocious beast chased her, not daring to slack even for a moment. An invisible tension was always taut, making her even more stressed than him. After the major environmental changes, her cultivation entered a terrifying period of explosive growth. She had now stepped into the 7th layer of the Yuan Aura realm, approaching the martial path's embracing pill realm ever closer. Her determination becoming more evident, her actual combat strength, compared to a regular late-stage entry Dao realm cultivator, had no differences. This was the true combat strength that the martial Dao Yuan Aura realm should possess, but under the distorted environment, being restricted for too long, it would inevitably require some time to recover. Sensing Zheng's aura, Song Lingxue slowly ended her practice. Her eyes glanced over, emitting a faint glimmer. When did you finish your retreat? Just a short while ago. Zheng walked slowly onto the martial platform, lay down next to Song Lingxue, resting his head on her knees, and gently closed his eyes, a hint of weariness in his brow. The myriad of secrets hanging over his head, the abundance of doubts, inevitably became a heavy burden, far from his previous carefree indulgence. The familiar warmth at the back of his head made him involuntarily relax, exhaling softly, and he felt sleepy. The smile in Song Lingxue's eyes faded slightly as she raised her hand to smooth Zheng's slightly furrowed brow. She did not know what Zheng was worried about, but she did not ask because she was unable to offer him any help. To ask now would only further recognize her own current powerlessness, serving no purpose. Songyun realm was still the Immortal Alliance's Songyun realm. A temporary change in the heavenly Dao could not last long, and the great tournament of 10,000 sects would still be held as scheduled. People from the martial hall would still arrive on time. The time she could spend with Zheng was perhaps not much longer. Originally, she had thought she might rely on the people of the martial hall to take Zheng and their family away, thus escaping the troubles of the Songyun realm. But plans can never keep up with changes. Times have changed. Zheng is now the holy master of Tingxian, standing above the masses, esteemed by the Immortal Alliance, transcending the mundane world. Staying in Songyun was obviously a better choice for Zheng. Going to the martial hall would be equivalent to destroying his path. What's more, the martial hall might not be any sort of paradise and could be even more dangerous. As her thoughts drifted, Song Lingxue's fingertips gently traced Zheng's brow, caressing his features. The warmth from her fingertips made her momentarily lose focus. The breeze passed by, rustling the young man's long hair. His face, deep in sleep, bathed in the gentle light of the early sun, showed a rare sense of tranquility and gentleness. Instinctively, Song Lingxue raised her hand to cover the youth's eyes, blocking the falling sunlight, as if wanting to hold on to this brief moment of peace. Cultivators have such a long lifespan, and over such an extensive span of life, Zheng will inevitably meet more outstanding women in the future. In the vast expanse of Songyun's beautiful landscape, stretching billions of miles, there are countless jade-like talents, not to mention the entire universe. Those who are 100 times stronger in background, 100 times more talented, and 100 times more beautiful than her are probably as numerous as the stars in the sky. Moreover, she isn't even by Zheng's side. After a long while, Song Lingxue bent down, gently kissed the young man's forehead, a touch and then a separation, with an unmistakable wistful look in her eyes. Her existence was like a willow catkin in the breeze, rootless, amidst the vast and boundless starry sky, where she could find no space to call her own and could only drift with the tide. Being at the mercy of circumstances, it could be no other way. After cultivating with Song Lingxue for a few days, Zheng took some cultivation resources from the Supreme Profound Treasure Vault and immediately began to close off for secluded cultivation. His time was limited and not to be wasted. The stronger his cultivation, the more say he would have, with more leeway. If his power exceeded Zhao Tingxian and surpassed ancestral Dao, all the troubles at this moment would cease to exist. By now his divine soul had already reached perfection, and he could move towards the divine infant. The Dao embryo was already flawlessly round and full. After a short contemplation, Zheng chose to congeal the golden core first. Firstly, he already had the experience once, and secondly, after forming the golden core, the transformation from soul condensation to nascent would be even safer. After bathing and purifying himself with incense, casting off the impetuousness in his heart, Zheng sat naked in the spiritual spring, circulating the grand circulation, refining the primordial qi, and gradually increasing his cultivation. Originally, on the immortal martial battlefield, Ji Yuyan had mentioned to him that after the golden core, there would be no turning back on the path of qi refining. This was something he always found somewhat incomprehensible, but after experiencing incarnation through trials, he vaguely gained some enlightenment. The golden core realm differs completely from the previous realms. This is the crucial step from refining essence into qi to refining qi into spirit. After the golden core, it's about refining spirit. At this point, the marks qi refining technique had left on him could no longer be erased, residing within his divine soul. Even if he were to forfeit his cultivation, in the eyes of heaven and earth, he would still be a qi cultivator. As his cultivation level rose, tribulations would still approach. Concerning this, a conjecture emerged subtly in Zheng's mind. The heavenly tribulations of the immortal path target immortal path cultivators, but he is a qi cultivator with the method of transmuting calamity. If he were to dissolve all the tribulation qi, when he reaches the immortal tribulation stage after attaining Tingxian on the immortal path, would he still face heavenly tribulation? Conversely, if there were no heavenly tribulation to bear, would the original heavenly tribulation meant for the immortal path transform into an even more terrifying tribulation? That remains an unknown. Zheng discarded the distractions in his mind and concentrated on his cultivation. The Dao embryo soon began to seal shut. With the experience from before, Zheng's speed was considerably faster. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth, in just a month, the golden core had already taken shape. Crack, crack, the moment the golden core took shape, without any need for Zheng to act, 9 crisp sounds followed in succession. In the blink of an eye, the 9 orifice golden core was formed. Boom, the instant the golden core opened its orifices, the laws of heaven and earth underwent an anomaly, and thick golden clouds suddenly gathered above Tingxian. After a moment, there fell a sweet rain from the sky, carrying a magnificent 5-colored divine radiance, pervading everywhere, and covering the entire Tingxian holy land. The golden luminous rain penetrated the array, ignored the barriers of rock, and entered the bodies of all the cultivators of Tingxian. Many of the Tingxian disciples, including many elders in seclusion, underwent a cleansing. They reaped significant benefits, expelling many impurities from their bodies, advancing their cultivation, loosening their bottlenecks, and even experiencing certain transformations in their root bone qualities. Most of the luminous rain fell on Zheng's head, washing over the yin-yang spirit, heading straight for his middle dantian, converging into a golden lake. The 9 orifice golden core hung above the lake like a dazzling sun, swallowing and emitting vast divine energies, with its spirit apertures, opened incomparably wider than the golden core congealed by the previous incarnation. Zheng couldn't help but take a deep breath, and with a slight quiver of the 9 orifice golden core, primordial qi from within 1,000 miles surged in an instant, all responding to his call. The more spirit apertures, the faster the speed of cultivation. Although it was only 3 more spirit apertures, Zheng, upon a slight comparison, found that the cultivation speed of the 9 orifices golden core was more than 100 times stronger than that of his 6 orifices golden core incarnation. This was inextricably linked to the size of the spirit apertures. With the golden core formed, Zheng did not delay at all, immediately taking out an array of elixirs that nourished the divine soul and began the soul condensation into nascent soul transformation. For ordinary cultivators, this phase was a matter of life and death that required caution and many attempts before they could start their breakthrough. But for Zheng, there were no risks whatsoever. Even if his divine soul was harmed, he could instantaneously repair it through the panel, without having to worry about any potential side effects. The process of soul condensation into nascent soul transformation went far smoother than Zheng had anticipated, and there was even no need to use the panel for repairs. The light rain that had previously fallen from the sky above had incidentally cleansed his soul, already adjusting it to its optimum state. Half a month later, the yin-yang spirit underwent a transformation and successfully completed the nascent soul transformation. After stepping into the divine infant realm, Zheng immediately sensed the difference. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth could be commanded at will, and the same techniques and divine skills, when displayed by a divine infant cultivator, were tens or even hundreds of times more powerful. This was the reason why cultivators above the divine infant realm were strictly forbidden from acting carelessly. They could easily destroy cities and obliterate nations, their lethal power far too great. This was also why divine infant cultivators were revered as great powers. Above the skies of Tingxian Holy Land, when the golden cloud spectacle appeared, cultivators above the immortal tribulation realm within the Zheng realm all felt something, their expressions becoming serious, eyes filled with confusion. Stepping into the immortal tribulation made them extremely sensitive to the movements of the heavenly Dao, enabling them to quickly sense anything amiss. Tracing the source and discovering it was from Taishuan's direction, many immortal tribulation cultivators had various thoughts. Heavenly anomalies were something that Zheng realm had heard of only in tales from ancient times, often signifying the emergence of rare prodigies or monsters. The talent of a being, when strong to a certain degree, could make even the heavens reluctant to let it be buried in obscurity, and at their breakthroughs, they would receive divine rewards to consolidate their foundation and enhance their chances of transcending tribulations. What's more, some would have heavenly fate bestowing upon them, ensuring victory in every battle, success in every gamble, turning bad luck into good fortune, thus turning danger into safety. Such individuals are also called the pets of the heavenly Dao, the true pride of the heavens. With heavenly fate being relatively fixed, the existence of a favored child by the heavenly Dao often means that the heavenly fate carried by others would be diluted. Those who contest with a favored child of the same era often have an incredibly high rate of death and injury. Among peers, only one person's name is heard, and the rest fade into obscurity. Now that the anomaly had appeared in Tingxian, almost without needing to think, all cultivators immediately thought of Zheng. Quickly, many immortal tribulation cultivators realized an even more terrifying fact. Within a short period, Zheng had made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Moments later, the changes to the Hidden Dragon List spread. Hidden Dragon List, Number 1, Tingxian Holy Land, Zheng, Bone Age 21, Cultivation at the initial stage of the Divine Infant Realm. Hidden Dragon List, Number 2, Primordial Spirit Holy Land, Zheng, Bone Age 87, Cultivation at the mid-stage of the Divine Infant Realm. Zheng not only stepped into the Divine Infant Realm, but in the perception of the Heavenly Dao, his real combat power was even stronger than that of Zheng. This change left a host of immortal tribulation cultivators dumbfounded for a long while. No one doubted the accuracy of the Hidden Dragon List. Zheng, a descendant of the Immortal King, who cultivates the techniques of the Immortal King, has such profound foundations. Yet, he is still surpassed by Zheng. Soon, this news reached the ears of cultivators from all holy lands, the change at the top of the Hidden Dragon List causing a great stir. Days later, the news of Zheng entering the Divine Infant Realm had spread like wildfire, shaking all 4 regions of Zheng. A 20-year-old Divine Infant Realm cultivator, the master of a holy land, even compared to Zheng, seemed somewhat inferior. Considering the actual age, Zheng was more than a jiazi older than Zheng and had received intensive cultivation from a young age, whereas Zheng entered the immortal path halfway and had been cultivating for only a handful of years. The gap between them was something any cultivator could understand. Ever since Zheng topped the Hidden Dragon List, the winds of change swept through the Zheng 4 regions. Among the regions, rumors began to emerge. Some said that Zheng would be the first person since Zheng to ascend from a common cultivator to an immortal king. This rumor was believed by many, who truly bestowed numerous treasures to the Tingxian Holy Land, volunteering to become vassals, pledging their loyalty, and paying annual tribute as subjects. Apart from that, numerous forces began to gravitate towards the Tingxian Holy Land, both openly and in secret. By now, Zheng was like a hidden dragon leaving its abyss, its feathers growing fuller, and what's more, times had changed, he was now the master of a holy land, someone no one in Sanyun dared to provoke. The most crucial point was the divine phenomenon that erupted during Zheng's breakthrough. This spectacle had been witnessed firsthand by many cultivators within Tingxian city, and some lucky individuals even bathed in the scattering light rain, reaping tremendous benefits. The words heavenly phenomena encompass too many legends. Numerous great beings from ancient times had such phenomena present at their birth, advancing 1,000 miles in their cultivation each day. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, such phenomena were stronger than any immortal bone, signifying Sanyun's recognition of Zheng. Even superior immortal bones did not receive such distinction. While superior immortal bones do occasionally appear in the world, these heaven-sent phenomena are from ancient era tales, unseen since then, without precedent, and perhaps without future successors. This alone was enough to sway the stance of various forces. Primordial Spirit Holy Land. Within the vast main hall, the primordial spirit Saint Lord, Shang Tianshu, was full of doubt. Not far in front of him, Shang Zuling held the latest hidden dragon list, slightly lost in thought. Facing the successive strange occurrences surrounding Zheng, even Shang Zuling, whose state of mind was exceptional, couldn't help but be taken aback. Ancestral spirit, Zheng's background may not be as simple as the world perceives, and cannot be measured by common standards. There's no need to be overly concerned, said Shang Tianshu, noticing Shang Zuling's long silence, trying to offer reassurance. It's just a fleeting storm. The more it is so, the more it tests one's cultivation. As the vast earth nourishes the spirit, one should observe the cycle of sun and moon, the reincarnation of heaven and earth, undisturbed by external affairs. There's plenty of time ahead. What concerned him the most was that the speed of Zheng's cultivation progress could affect Shang Zuling's Dao heart. This was about Shang Zuling's future achievements, which could not be taken lightly. I must meet Zheng, said Shang Zuling, shaking her head slightly after a pause, speaking calmly. I cannot wait for the great tournament of 10,000 sects. Her battle with Zheng, if she did not act now, she might no longer have the chance to do so. There were still more than 5 years until the great tournament of 10,000 sects, and it hadn't been 5 years since Zheng stepped onto the immortal path. In 5 more years, his cultivation might reach an inconceivable level. Now might be the time when her strength was closest to Zheng's. Even with some reluctance, Shang Zuling had to admit, Zheng's meteoric rise was so abnormal it defied logic, far beyond her reach. During their first encounter in the imperial capital of Desolate Wind Nation, Zheng had not yet undergone soul condensing, and in less than 2 years, he had already entered the divine infant realm. The gap was so wide not because she was weak, but because Zheng was abnormally strong. Without any doubt about her own talent, Shang Zuling believed this battle was inevitable. Whatever the outcome, it would serve as an explanation to herself. Otherwise, conceding without fighting would have a greater impact on her. Seeing the resolute determination in Shang Zuling's eyes without the slightest hesitation, Shang Tianshu remained silent for a while, then nodded. I will help you submit a request to the Immortal Alliance and issue a challenge to Tingxian. There's no need, Shang Zuling abruptly shook her head, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. I will write the challenge myself. After the soul condensation into nascent soul transformation, Zheng did not rush to emerge from his seclusion, but instead continued to consolidate his cultivation for over a month before finally stepping out. Before leaving seclusion, he took out the diary he hadn't written in for a long time, pondered for a while with his pen in hand, and slowly wrote down a few sparse words. In the 4th year of the new calendar, my soul condensation transformed into a nascent soul, and the golden core was formed. But it cannot resolve the worries in my heart. Looking far and wide from a high place, the path of cultivation is still boundless, the Dao is obstructed and long. I hope to remove the leaves covering my eyes and the mountains blocking the sky soon and solve the great puzzle in my heart. Within just a few pages of the diary, for years of time were recorded. Every time he put pen to paper, Zheng's state of mind underwent significant changes. looking back now, it all felt like a lifetime ago. Just as he came out of seclusion, he met Gung Yang. Gung Yang was clearly waiting for him on purpose. After sensing the anomaly in the heavens and earth, he had immediately rushed back to Tingxian. After confirming that Zheng was unharmed, a joy that could not be expressed filled Gung Yang's eyes. The implications of the celestial anomaly were just too significant. Bringing Zheng into Tingxian might be the most correct decision he had made in his life. Now you are the first on the hidden dragon list. The outside world is all abuzz with rumors about you. They say you are the second Shang Tsungyun. Gung Yang thought that with Zheng's fondness for fame, such words would elicit some reaction from him. Unexpectedly, not a trace of happiness appeared on Zheng's face. He simply shook his head slightly, clearly not very concerned. It's just empty fame. I, who have secluded myself from the world for 100 years, will be forgotten in an instant. Leaving a name among a few stars or a number of worlds no longer held any attraction for him now. Initially, he had come hurriedly, observing the world like a frog in a well looking up at the moon, only wishing for a lifetime of exaltation, without considering life or death. Now, what he sought was a name that would last throughout the ages, and the matters he needed to consider, naturally, were much more numerous. Brief moments of time no longer fell within his range of concerns. Gung Yang's gaze sharpened as he sized up Zheng, unable to hide his puzzlement. The impetuous air that was originally on Zheng had vanished without a trace, completely erased. In the time he had been absent from Tingxian, it seemed that some unknown changes had taken place within Zheng. After leaving Gung Yang, Zheng took the initiative to visit the scripture pavilion of Tingxian. There, a book recorded the major events of Tingxian from ancient times to the present, with the great changes of Taishuan's fate all included within. The words spoken by Zhao Tingxian, for the current Zheng, were only clues that he could attempt to trace. Zheng did not search for overly distant information but carefully searched the records of the past 50 years. Within the last 50 years, the most significant event was undoubtedly Zheng's succession to the position of Tingxian Holy Master. Moving further back, anomalous movements in the spatial passage. Tingxian reopening the sect gate. The Immortal Alliance decreed a mandate. Heretic cultivators in the southern region crossed the forbidden area. Several holy lands were ordered to collaborate in the investigation. These pieces of information, already known to Zheng, he glanced over quickly. Shortly after flipping through the records of more than 20 years prior, he discovered another piece of information related to the Immortal Alliance. About 22 years ago, the Immortal Alliance had also detected an anomaly in the heavenly Dao of the Zhongyun realm. At that time, the Immortal Alliance had also issued a mandate, and several holy lands went to search several times without success. Following the fruitless efforts, the matter was dropped. On that occasion, Tingxian had not managed to respond before the search had already concluded. Clearly, this was the first opportunity Zhao Tingxian had mentioned to him. Having obtained the information he wanted, Zheng carefully searched through it once more to ensure nothing was overlooked. After confirming there were no omissions, he stood up, left Tingxian, and sent out a letter of visitation, heading to the Tai-Su Holy Land. As the space passage was sealed once again, Zhongyun realm had returned to its former tranquility, and the conflicts between them had subsided considerably. However, the current situation of Tai-Su Holy Land was quite awkward. Not long ago, nearly the entire Tai-Su Holy Land had been turned upside down by several true immortal investigators of the Immortal Alliance, all to find any trace of clues related to Zhao Tingxian, and almost all of their secrets had been unearthed. Zhao Tingxian's betrayal of the Immortal Alliance and his escape into the Chaos Sea could be said to be the #1 crime in the Immortal Alliance right now. Although the Immortal Alliance had not held Tai-Su Holy Land accountable, the Holy Land had also become much more cautious during this period. Apart from the Immortal Alliance's true immortals, the other major Holy Lands had sent people, except for Tingxian, to investigate information about Zhao Tingxian within Tai-Su Holy Land. This was a privilege granted by the Immortal Alliance. Any person or force that discovered clues related to Zhao Tingxian could enter Tai-Su Holy Land to verify them on their own. Even true immortals could miss certain details, potentially leading to some clues being overlooked, which was why this precaution was taken. As for the other major holy lands, they had all done the bare minimum, symbolically sending people to have a look around, with Tingxian not even bothering to send anyone. After the true immortals withdrew from Songyun due to the pressure of the Immortal Alliance's front lines, this matter had even more been pushed to the back of everyone's minds and was no longer mentioned. Now, Zheng suddenly presented himself with the identity of the Tingxian Holy Master and delivered an invitation to enter Taisu Holy Land for investigation, which naturally caused a huge uproar within the Holy Land. Everyone, from the Holy Master to the true successors, was on high alert. Their concern was not that Zheng would actually find out anything, but that he might take the opportunity to cause trouble. The Immortal Alliance clearly valued Zheng highly now, merely waiting for the right moment to lead him into the minor immortal realm to become an immortal and attain the Tao. His ascension was almost a foregone conclusion. Put simply, they could not afford to provoke Zheng now. The Zheng of the past had behind him only a crumbling and incomplete Holy Land. Now behind him, besides Gung Yang who had stepped into the immortal tribulation, the Immortal Alliance also loomed vaguely in the background. Relying on the rapid speed of the Starshatter shuttle, Zheng arrived at the gates of Taisu Holy Land 2 days after sending out the invitation. A vast river flowed over from the horizon, spanning countless miles, supported by an array that lifted it up, within which swarms of spiritual carp could be seen, and occasionally a flood dragon swimming through. Deep within the mountain range, the clear sounds of dragons chanting and phoenixes singing could be heard, where majestic immortal peaks and spiritual springs shone together, stretching beyond the horizon. The great array that enveloped the entire Holy Land was already open, and a line of people stood before the array, clearly waiting. Taishu Saint Lord, Bai Zhixiao, dressed in a black robe, stood at the forefront. In recent days, he too had successfully overcome his tribulation and stepped into the immortal tribulation realm, looking to be in his 40s, seemingly in his prime. Zheng was now the master of a holy land. Regardless of his cultivation, his status was different, and it was only right for Bai Zhixiao to come out and meet him. I would trouble the Holy Master to arrange for someone to lead the way. I wish to visit Zhao Tingxian's cave dwelling, Zheng said, recalling the Starshatter shuttle and cutting straight to the chase without any pleasantries. The relationship between Taisu and Tingxian had long been like fire and water, and at this moment, Bai Zhixiao's heart probably wished for Zheng to drop dead on the spot, making superficial courtesies unnecessary. As he spoke, he scanned the faces of the Taisu natives, seeing several familiar ones. Zwelingji, Miao Luan, along with He Yu, Ji Xiao, and several other true successors who had dealt with each other in the Songyun secret realm. It seemed he knew quite a few people in Taisu Holy Land. Compared to the last time Zwelingji had entered the Tingxian secret realm, even without the 10,000 stars heavenly dew, she had still managed to overcome this hurdle, probably due to the great changes in the natural environment. Perceiving Zheng's examination, the people from Taisu Holy Land reacted differently. Zwelingji's eyes were indifferent, showing no response at all, while the other true disciples, including Miao Luan, subconsciously avoided his gaze. Back when they were in the Songyun secret realm, Zheng's cultivation was still inferior to theirs. But now, a drastic change had occurred, inevitably making them feel uncomfortable. Bai Zhixiao had no intention of wasting words with Zheng either. He turned his head to look at the group of true disciples and casually said, "One of you go, and lead the way for Tingxian Holy Master." Before his words had completely fallen, he turned and left without further delay. He too couldn't be bothered with maintaining hollow civilities. Even if he were to act thoroughly considerate, the relationship with Tingxian couldn't possibly thaw, so there was no point in expending that effort. The true disciples looked at each other, hesitating. After a moment, Ji Xiao stepped forward proactively and bowed, "Please, Holy Master, follow me." Zheng nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering as he followed Ji Xiao into the Taisu Holy Land. Watching Zheng's departing figure, Miao Luan breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling somewhat disheartened. She had once thought that one day she would catch up to Zheng in cultivation and could then erase her previous humiliation. Yet who could have expected that, upon seeing Zheng for the first time, it would be when she was closest to his level of cultivation. Following behind Zhao, the spiritual light flickered in Zheng's pupils as he swept his eyes unnoticeably across the scenery around him. This was his first time entering a cultivation holy land in its prime, and the sights along the way inevitably shook him. The spirit river Tai Su above his head alone was a wondrous treasure, priceless and beyond estimation. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Zhao led Zheng to the foot of a spirit peak. Zhao Tingxian, who had once been the Taishu holy sun for a time, naturally had an extraordinary dwelling. Its spiritual energy was several times richer compared to other mountains. "Thank you, Holy Master, for sparing my life back in the Zhengyan secret realm." Zhao hesitated slightly before speaking through a mental message. "This life, if there's a chance, I will certainly repay it twofold in the future. If Holy Master needs anything, I'm always willing to serve like a loyal dog or horse." These words, coming from a Tai Su true disciple, had a completely different significance. Facing Zhao's sudden declaration of loyalty, Zheng shook his head, unmoved, and said softly, "Cultivation is not easy, try to live longer." He had already seen much of life and death, and he didn't know when Zhao might also suddenly pass away, so he wasn't particularly concerned about her pledge of loyalty. Besides, the human heart is unpredictable. He couldn't be sure of Zhao's true intentions and, moreover, with her current cultivation at the soul condensing realm, she really wasn't of much use. Hearing this, Zhao didn't speak again but quietly stepped aside, clearing the way. Zheng gazed at the spirit peak before him, took a deep breath, and slowly stepped into it. This place was Zhao Tingxian's first site of cultivation, and perhaps there might be some discoveries to be made. The entire spirit peak was barren, with every piece of spirit grass having been pulled out, leaving chaotic traces of countless visitors. His spiritual eye swept inch by inch across the cliff walls, finding nothing until he entered the cave dwelling. His gaze scanned the dusty ground, and only then did a prompt appear before Zheng. "Incomplete divine statue, third order/incomplete, a fragment of a powerful deity grinded to ash, lacking any residue of aura, nearly impossible to repair, but for you, it is not a difficult task, reparable. An incomplete divine statue?" Upon seeing the prompt on the panel, Zheng's gaze instantly sharpened as he scanned his surroundings. Zhao Tingxian's cave dwelling was arranged quite simply, with only a jade couch and nothing else. The dwelling had been uninhabited for years, and its array had ceased to function, leaving a thin layer of dust. Recently, many people had entered and left the dwelling, but most were cultivators of the Tingxian level, who left no traces and did not disturb any signs. This was also to avoid damaging any potential clues that could relate to Zhao Tingxian, as this place was different from the outside world and likely retained some traces of him. After looking around and confirming that nothing was missed, Zheng grasped a portion of the ashes and walked out of the dwelling. He did not know the full appearance of the divine statue, nor could he confirm whether fixing it would cause any anomalies. With the example of the ancestral Dao golden body ahead, it obviously wasn't a wise choice to repair it here directly. Zhao, who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, was somewhat surprised to see Zheng descend. "Holy Master, you came out so soon?" She had been prepared to wait for 2 days. Not far away, many cultivators were looking around nearby, paying attention to Zheng's movements. In the eyes of most Tai Su disciples, Zheng was here specifically to stir up trouble this time. Zheng glanced around at the Tai Su gate people and casually asked, "Apart from the dwelling, did Zhao Tingxian have any other regular haunts?" "There is a special spirit land for true transmission cultivation where he has a specific secret chamber." After thinking it over, Zhao added by transmitting a message, "After Zhao Tingxian, Tai Su Holy Land has never had another saint heir. That secret chamber hasn't been used by anyone, although the people who came before have all looked at it. Lead the way." During this journey, Zheng had already made some unexpected discoveries, and what others haven't found doesn't mean he couldn't find them. The traces left by Zhao Tingxian were definitely more than just an incomplete divine statue. Zheng followed Zhao, and they soon arrived in front of a massive lake spanning over 100 miles, filled with liquefied spiritual liquid. Bountiful streams of spiritual flow were extracted from the lake by an array, soaring up to the 9 heavens, vast and extensive, spanning the entire Tai Su Holy Land. Zheng glanced at the panel. The daily refresh count for repairs had risen to 37, even twice as high as when he had not unsealed the Cangyan secret realm. This place was the source of the aerial spirit river, enriched with an astonishing concentration of water attribute essence qi. Born with a fire spirit body, cultivating here must be torment for Zhao Tingxian, but judging from his activities within Tai Su Holy Land, he spent most of his time cultivating here. Many secret chambers were built around the lake, engraved with spirit-gathering arrays, making this place a rare blessed land for disciples cultivating the great void scripture. The secret chamber exclusively for the Saint Heir was located on a small island in the center of the lake. As Zheng ventured deeper into the lake, the number on his repair panel continually increased. By the time he stepped onto the island, it finally stopped at 58 times. The chamber's door was wide open, and inside it was completely empty. Zheng activated his spiritual eye and scanned around but found nothing. He didn't rush to leave, but stood in the chamber, slowly closed his eyes, and started to circulate the refining myriad epics true Calamity treasure record, keenly sensing the fluctuations of Yuan Qi around him. Even though Zhao Tingxian cultivated the great void scripture, cultivating here would not aid his cultivation. In fact, it might even have adverse effects. Cultivating both water and fire elements is not easily mastered, it requires numerous trials and errors. And this place was not convenient for trying, certainly not convenient for nurturing injuries of a fire spirit body. Soon, Zheng sensed an anomaly, a faint trace of fire attribute essence qi seeping from the ground, barely perceptible. Without hesitation, he activated the earth escape technique. Like a fish entering water, he dived into the ground. As he descended, the temperature gradually increased, and soon, Zheng had descended tens of thousands of fathoms and arrived at a region of molten magma, with earth-fiend true flame fire seeds drifting around, emitting extreme temperatures. This scenario was common around Songyun and not remotely unusual. Zheng continued his descent as the surrounding temperature climbed higher, forcing even his formidable physique to start using mana for protection. After descending tens of thousands of fathoms once more, his eyes suddenly caught a few pieces of information. Water Spirit Jade, 3rd Order/incomplete. A precious jade filled with water attribute spiritual power, born at the center of a spiritual spring, sculpted through a millennium of rites, capable of absorbing ambient water attribute spirit qi, significantly fastening the cultivation speed of beings of the water element up to 3rd Order, reparable. Zheng's eyes lit up. Such spiritual objects were not supposed to be here, suggesting they had been brought by someone. Moments later, the path before Zheng opened up, and he landed inside a somewhat damaged corridor. Moving along the corridor for dozens of steps, his path brightened, revealing a cave dwelling clearly fashioned by human hands. Embellished with luminous pearls, wooden racks, an alchemy cauldron, a gathering fire formation, a spiritual couch, everything necessary for cultivation was available. Scattered fragments of spirit jade lay on the floor, their luster completely lost. Compared to the previously visited dwelling and the secret chamber, this place truly resembled a cave dwelling. Several scrolls were placed on the wooden racks, which Zheng browsed for a moment. Among them, several scrolls related to alchemy, discussing the theories of mutual generation and inhibition of medicinal properties, as well as methods and techniques for moderating the effects between cold and heat properties in medicines. Beyond these, the rest were some insights into cultivation and hurried notes. From these records, one could see that Zhao Tingxian must have been caught in a giant web of confusion at that time, struggling with his cultivation technique not matching his own body constitution, and trying hard to find that balance, but he always came up empty-handed. A dust-covered pattern attracted Zheng's attention. God sculpting method, Zeroth order shape a divine statue according to a specific method, and establish a bridge of communication with a powerful deity. Zheng looked carefully for a moment, pensive. To find the mechanism of balance, Zhao Tingxian was clearly driven to the brink of madness, even seeking help from the illusory deities. Zheng put away the god sculpting method and turned to open the alchemy cauldron. Inside the alchemy cauldron, there were some scabs mixed with the remnants of broken stems of spiritual medicines. According to the information from the panel, these scabs came from someone with an innate fire spirit body. It wasn't hard to guess from this that Zhao Tingxian tried to refine a person by alchemy. What the final outcome was Zheng now had no way of knowing. After scouring the place, Zheng set off on his return journey, and shortly after, he was back in the secret chamber. The underground cavern could not have been found if not for the early intelligence, and Zheng was merely trying his luck when he went there. Fortunately, it wasn't a fruitless venture. Zhao was waiting on the shore, and seeing Zheng emerge empty-handed, he was slightly disappointed. Before him, many Tingxian cultivators and even true immortals had personally visited and all had left without success. It was completely normal for Zheng not to find any clues. Perhaps it was because she had some inexplicable expectations for Zheng that she felt somewhat let down at this moment. After a short while, Zhao escorted Zheng out of the Taisu Holy Land. Watching the Star Shatter shuttle vanish into the sky in the blink of an eye, Zhao silently pondered the first words Zheng had said to her. Cultivation is hard, try to live a long life. The many cultivators of the Taisu, who had followed him all the way, only breathed a sigh of relief after Zheng had left the Taisu Holy Land. Without him taking the opportunity to create trouble, they certainly had much less to worry about. Not long after Zheng departed, Zhao quietly arrived outside of the Spirit Peak, following the same path Zheng had just taken, walking slowly. Eventually, he stood inside the secret chamber, his eyes full of puzzlement. He only came and went within 2 hours, leaving without gaining anything. What exactly did he come here for? He followed Zheng's path and still discovered no traces or clues, but Zheng's sudden strange behavior made him think there must be more to it. After all, the little cultivator who could have been easily crushed was now the Tingxian Holy Master. After a long while, Zhao sighed softly and left reluctantly. Nowadays, each holy land comes and goes in the Taisu as if they were entering a land without owners, and he was almost accustomed to it. Even so, he still had to be thankful to the Immortal Alliance for not investigating thoroughly, otherwise the Taisu Holy Land would already be no more. For this, Zhao actually harbored some regret in his heart. More than 1,000 years ago, he had known Zhao Tingxian naturally possessed a fire spirit body which clashed with the properties of the Great Void Scripture and had a bleak future. But in order not to give Tingxian an opportunity to rise again, he still took him into the Holy Land. Initially, Zhao Tingxian was mediocre when he joined the sect, but after ascending to the Divine Infant Order, he soared to great heights suddenly, becoming an immortal and entering the Immortal Alliance in a short period of time. His cultivation speed accelerated increasingly, even to the point where he qualified to take charge of the Zhongyun Heavenly Way. No one could have anticipated the great turmoil that followed, and with Zhao Tingxian gone, Tingxian Holy Land ended up with an even more fearsome Zheng. Such an outcome was unforeseeable by anyone. Zheng hurried back to Tingxian and found a secret chamber to begin his retreat. He first took out the ashes he found within Zhao Tingxian's cavern and started repairs. As the panel operated, the ashes began to accumulate, gathering sand into a tower. A 7-foot-tall statue gradually took shape before Zheng's eyes. Looking at the face of the divine statue, Zheng's eyes narrowed in an instant. Indeed, a mere few inches from him, the face of a clay model identical to his own was clearly visible, vividly lifelike, giving Zheng the illusion for a moment that he was looking in a mirror. Divine Statue, Third Order. Zhao Tingxian personally crafted this divine statue according to the God sculpting method, which can establish a connection with a powerful existence. Zhao Tingxian had discovered the method to sculpt the ancestral Dao golden body and, through this method, even managed to establish contact with the ancestral Dao. Such calculations suggest that perhaps the ancestral Dao had made these arrangements in advance, ensuring his survival until now. However, Zhao Tingxian personally ground the ancestral Dao's golden body to dust, an act that is undoubtedly highly disrespectful. Yet, the ancestral Dao did not hold it against him. Thinking of this, Zheng's heart suddenly tensed. 1,000 years ago, Zhao Tingxian was merely a divine infant cultivator, but he had now become an immortal venerable. This speed of advancement was a little too exaggerated, and it might be inseparable from Zhao Tingxian's incense flame golden bodies in the Chaos Sea. Zhao Tingxian also cultivated the incense fire divine path, reaching the status of heavenly venerate. It was unclear whether his insights came from the god sculpting method or guidance from the ancestral Dao. Looking at the divine statue that bore his own likeness, Zheng couldn't help but somewhat understand Zhao Tingxian's thoughts. It was truly bizarre to stare at one's own face all day. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng attempted to establish contact with the ancestral Dao through this golden body. However, after trying for several hours to no avail, Zheng gave up in frustration, receiving no response as if the ancestral Dao didn't exist in this world. This was starkly different from the response he received when he burnt books and reported to the ancestral Dao during his previous marriage. He could confirm that the ancestral Dao had indeed given him a sign then. Regaining his senses, Zheng looked at the god sculpting method in his hand and vaguely conceived an idea. If Zhao Tingxian could cultivate the incense fire divine path, he could do the same. With such a clear precedent, he would find it difficult to be content without trying it. Glancing at the ancestral Dao golden body not far away, Zheng pointed with his finger, stirring the Yuan Qi within his body and exercised his earth-related divine skills. In the blink of an eye, a clay effigy took shape before Zheng, quickly being carved into his own likeness. Clay sculpture, Zeroth order a plain clay statue you personally crafted, with no peculiar features. Seeing the information provided on the panel, Zheng didn't feel disappointed. If this path were that easy, everyone in the world would be practicing divinity by now. Zheng put away the ancestral Dao's golden body and left the secret chamber. The god sculpting method could certainly serve as a reference. As for the matter of worshippers, that could be deliberated on later. He had little exposure to the incense fire deity, and the only living divine being he had encountered was Zhao Tingxian. There was scant information to reference, and he had to cautiously find his way like feeling for stones to cross the river, taking one step at a time. Right after coming out of seclusion, Zheng received two messages, one from Zheng and another from the Immortal Alliance. Since our parting in Desolate Wind Nation, your reputation has soared, and now you are a holy master of a region, with your cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, securing first place on the Hidden Dragon list, which shames the ancestral spirit. With such talent, rare throughout the ages in Songyun, the ancestral spirit fears that there might not be another such opportunity as now. Therefore, I would like to invite you for a friendly contest to determine the winner, not life and death, and hope you will not decline to impart knowledge. The letter from Zheng was brief, essentially a challenge to a friendly duel. After thinking it over, Zheng didn't refuse but sent a reply and set the time and place. 1 month later, in front of the Tingxian Holy Land. The reason for waiting a month was to notify several holy lands. Divine infant cultivators are not allowed to engage in combat at will, and even private contests need to be reported. Rules must not be broken. The other message, from the Immortal Alliance, unveiled information that gradually made Zheng's expression turn solemn. At the moment, the Immortal Alliance was still in the midst of a great war, and the battlefields throughout the cosmos had yet to subside. In the main battlefield, the powers from all heavens had also begun to join forces with the myriad realms, making the warfare increasingly fierce. This war had also impacted the Martial Hall, which was under surprise attack by the powers from all heavens and found itself unable to extricate. Due to the urgent battlefront and severe shortage of combatants, the Immortal Alliance had issued a decree to draw cultivators from various great realms to rush to the main battlefield and participate in this cosmic war. Divine infant cultivators were the minimum requirement. Because only by reaching the divine infant stage they possess enough capabilities to survive in the cosmos. The withdrawal scope of the Immortal Alliance this time involved many great thousand worlds, gathering a force that was undoubtedly terrifying. However, compared to myriad heavens and realms, the battlefronts opened this time were extensively wide, spreading across endless star domains. Even if the cultivators from Songyun were to truly go to the battlefield, it would probably take the Immortal Alliance considerable time to organize. Zheng had no intention of sacrificing his life to fight for the Immortal Alliance. Plainly put, it was all about competing for heavenly fate and waging wars for the immortal path, which held no benefits for him personally. The Qi cultivators cut down tribulations and seized fate solely for themselves. He was plotting his own way out. With the star-capturing heaven method, no matter where he went, he could continue his cultivation, across the myriad heavens and realms, or even the Chaos Sea. The problem was he had already caught the attention of the Immortal Alliance, making it difficult to break free. From the incense fire spirit body that Zhao Tingxian brought from the Chaos Sea, it was feared that he had long been prepared to break away from the Immortal Alliance. After all, the path of incense fire spirituality was also considered an unorthodox lineage within the Immortal Alliance, belonging to different heavenly factions. Even though Zhao Tingxian had become an immortal venerable, he was still being pursued. Zheng's rise was too swift, making it difficult for the Immortal Alliance to ignore him. How to extricate himself required long-term planning. After all, he was no longer alone, but also the Tingxian Holy Master. Currently, there was no power of the Immortal Alliance left in the Zhongyun realm. As long as the major Holy Lands agreed collectively, divine infant cultivators could take action. The duel between Zheng and Shang Zuling quickly spread from the major Holy Lands, and naturally, no one would obstruct it. The fight between the descendant of the Immortal King and a monstrously talented freak, this battle would determine the most talented in Zhongyun for the next 100 years. The loser would have their heavenly fate taken away, while the winner would ascend to the heavens from then on. Currently, the changes in the heavenly Dao of Zhongyun meant that the influence of changes in heavenly fate would be even greater. This was nearly equivalent to holding the great tournament of 10,000 sects ahead of its time. The contest between two divine infant realm cultivators for the top position was an unprecedented fierce rivalry in the hidden dragon list for thousands of years. This battle instantly drew the attention of the vast majority of cultivators in the Zhongyun realm, except for those in the southern region of Zhongyun. Cultivators from the other three regions started moving towards Tingxian City. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Within this short period, Tingxian City was overwhelmed with people. A massive influx of cultivators brought in a huge amount of spirit stone tax revenue. The Tingxian Holy Land made a fortune, and many forces that had set up enterprises within Tingxian City also made a killing. In front of the sect gate of the Tingxian Holy Land, a temporary martial arts arena was quickly constructed by Gung Yang, who personally refined it, embedding the universe within. To outsiders, it seemed like a 1,000 zhang radius arena, but within the array, it encompassed 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The immortal tribulation realm had already touched the mysteries of space, capable of opening up a small world. Such techniques weren't rare. The silver moon hadn't set, and the sun hadn't risen yet. The sky was becoming light with the morning glow while the stars were still brilliant. Zheng took off his Tingxian Holy Master robe and changed into a black vestment with red patterns, his hair bundled in a golden crown, flowing like a waterfall down his back. His eyelids slightly closed, he sat cross-legged on the arena, his aura calm as a sea-stabilizing needle, waiting for Shang Zuling to arrive. Regarding this battle, he already had a conclusion in mind. The reason he agreed to this duel was solely because his opponent was Shang Zuling. He needed the heavenly fate entangled with Shang Zuling, and it was also to repay Shang Zuling a favor. Without Shang Zuling, Gung Yang and several great mysterious elders would have died in the previous battles outside the domain. Fu Quanliang led many Tingxian disciples, along with elders, gathered in front of the sect gate, gazing at the arena. Song Lingxue, Li Mingzhou, and other martial cultivators also secured a spot, able to stand in front of the Holy Land to watch the battle. At this moment, whether it were the Tingxian disciples or others like Song Lingxue, they were somewhat nervous. Shang Zuling had been famous for a long time, dominating the top position of the Hidden Dragon list since the beginning of this session's great comparison. The words "descendant of the Immortal King" were exceedingly heavy. Moreover, Shang Zuling's cultivation was still higher than Zheng's, having reached the middle stage of Divine Infant. The area around the arena was packed with people, and various colored flying boats and chariots hovered in the sky, banners filling it as far as the eye could see. Aside from the cultivators of the major holy lands, other sects and noble houses were unfamiliar with the Hidden Dragon list, thus their initial reaction was that Shang Zuling stood a greater chance to win. The viewing spots of the major holy lands were closest to the arena, and all the holy masters had arrived. Currently, around the area alone, there were no less than 10 immortal tribulation powerhouses gathered, and their thoughts differed greatly from those around them. When Zheng entered the entry path, he had relied on the 5-element sword formation to execute a cultivator at soul-condensing realm perfection. Since he accepted the battle, he certainly had the confidence to win. Moreover, the ranking of the hidden dragon list was often based on true strength. Sometimes, there might be some misjudgments, allowing certain brilliant talents to rapidly improve their rankings. Zheng was the best example. In just over 2 years, he had jumped from over 7,000 to the top of the hidden dragon list. The key issue was that after the ranking changes, it was rare for the talented to be defeated by those who followed, unless the later talents experienced a sudden surge in cultivation. Just like Zheng, now at the top of the hidden dragon list. When he stepped onto the top over Zheng's cultivation had already reached the middle stage of Divine Infant. Unless Zheng advanced further into the late Divine Soul realm, this battle would not have much suspense. Boom! Amidst the surrounding discussions, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky as a chariot roared in, adorned with a battle flag bearing the character Zheng. This banner, bestowed by the Immortal Alliance, symbolizes the legitimate bloodline of the Immortal King. Atop the chariot stood only a tall woman dressed in orange-yellow vestment robe, no others. All around was silence, yet in the shadows, divine senses fluctuated wildly, carrying whispers. She actually came alone? For such a significant event, the primordial spirit Holy Land didn't send anyone. How could they be so careless? No one expected that Zheng would come here alone, neither anyone from the Zheng family nor the primordial spirit Holy Land was present. Without saying a word, Zheng leaped down from the chariot and landed directly in the ring. Standing there, she looked unlike any ordinary woman, her back as straight as a pine, her figure tall and imposing, curves striking, her skin like warm jade, emanating a warm yellow glow, her countenance distinct and handsome. "Thank you, fellow Daoist, for agreeing to fight with me ahead of time." The first words Zheng spoke were words of gratitude. At this moment, her cultivation was a minor realm higher than Zheng's. From Zheng's perspective, he could entirely ignore her challenge and wait until the great tournament of 10,000 sects officially began, by which time his cultivation might be sufficient to overwhelm her. This battle, if delayed to that moment, would be most advantageous for Zheng. "Fellow Daoist, no need for thanks." Zheng stood up, shaking his head slightly. "Ever since I entered the Divine Infant realm, when this battle occurs makes no difference." He possessed the 5 elements immortal root, his Divine Infant embodying the 2 sides of yin and yang, far more fearsome than ordinary cultivators, not to mention the 9 Orifices golden core in his middle dantian. Taken out just one, he had enough confidence to win this battle of heavenly fate. Zheng's gaze sharpened, she spoke no more. An earthy yellow halo radiated from around her without any fanciness. She raised her palm and pressed it towards Zheng. In the ring, the ground shook violently, the earth-yellow palm imprint swelled in the wind. In a blink, it turned into a 100-mile divine peak, thunderously crashing down, thundering and roaring in the void. Zheng drew out a very ordinary middle-quality magic treasure long sword, his body like a swimming dragon, turned into a fine thread of divine light, shot forth overcoming time, shattered the divine peak, and darted straight towards Zheng. This battle, like the rules of the great tournament of 10,000 sects, did not allow the use of magic treasures exceeding one's own cultivation, nor the consumption of elixirs for temporary enhancement of strength. In the void, clusters of sword blossoms floated, invisible spiritual energy condensed into a long river phantom, waves of surging sounds transmitted. "It's the Taiyuan Dragon Sword Dance." From the direction of Taisu Holy Land, an uncontrollable light gasp emerged. Few had ever seen Zheng personally perform this divine skill. The Taishu Saint Lord's eyes slightly narrowed, a trace of complexity inevitably showed through. Having practiced the Taiyuan Dragon Sword Dance for many years, he naturally could discern the depth of Zheng's mastery over this divine skill. Currently, within the Taisu Gate, not a single person could compare to Zheng. Not to mention the disciples, including those whose cultivation has reached divine transformation and even the elders of the Tingxian secret realm. Just in this divine skill alone, there are hardly any who could match him. This was enough to prove the monstrous level of Chu Zheng's talent. Amid the 1,000-mile mountains and rivers, watching the sword light that in a blink reached her forehead, Zhang Zoling's expression remained calm. Her skin suddenly radiated an earth-yellow luster, and she slightly turned her body. The sharp sword qi grazed the side of her neck, opening the skin without a trace of blood. The wound healed in an instant. This was an immortal technique from the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture. The part of the mental method initially given to Chu Zheng by Zhang Zoling did not include this secret immortal technique. Zhang Zoling took a step forward, her figure exploded in size, transforming into 1,000 zhang tall earth spirit giant god, continuously striking, palm imprints moving through afterimages, chasing the sword light moving in the air, ceaselessly crashing down. The ground upheaved rolling waves of earth, dust filled the sky, rising tens of thousands of feet, obscuring the sun. Amidst the dust, sword lights flashed occasionally, carrying the momentum of torrential downpour, hitting on Zhang Zoling's Dharma body, leaving sword marks tens of zhang deep that healed instantly to their original state. "You're not using your full strength." Zhang Zoling's expression turned slightly cold. She quickly sensed something was amiss. With Chu Zheng's strength, it should not be just to the extent just demonstrated, nowhere near capable of posing a threat to her. Hearing her words, Chu Zheng could not help but remain silent. If he were to bring out the town immortal mace and strike with a law-breaking attack, he could shatter Zhang Zoling's Dharma body divine skill, deciding life and death. But doing so, many things would change. Before many demi-immortals in the immortal tribulation realm, employing the methods of the qi refining lineage was too risky. He did not even use the 9 Orifices golden core from beginning to end. Zhang Zoling suddenly stopped, her 1,000 zhang Dharma body standing quietly on the arena, waiting for Chu Zheng's reply. Chu Zheng halted his steps, took a deep breath, and within his dantian, the 5 elements immortal root stirred slightly. The energy of yin and yang surged drastically, directly entering the divine infant. Boom, a clear sky for thousands of miles, in an instant became shrouded with dense clouds, rumbling with thunder. Who was undergoing the immortal tribulation? This scene immediately made many cultivators around uncomfortable, and they thought of the tribulation above first, with some already starting to retreat. The immortal tribulation is no child's play. Ordinary cultivators who get involved are hardly likely to survive. Only a group of cultivators in the immortal tribulation realm did not move an inch. Their eyes at this moment could not hide their surprise. They recognized that these were not tribulation clouds, but some unknown divine abilities. The power of thunder, aside from a few rare spiritual bodies, is seldom mastered by cultivators. To carve thunder patterns with Fu Lu is merely a shortcut, and does not count as mastering the power of thunder. Chu Zheng stood in the void, surrounded by blinding thunder light, like a divine being controlling thunder. The laws of the heavenly Tao today, compared to before, had changed drastically. He could now easily borrow the vast power of heaven and earth, incomparable to before. In the midst of the arena, Zhang Zoling's eyes flickered, faintly containing a trace of excitement. From within the thunderclouds, she sensed a dangerous aura. A piercing white light flashed by, instantly filling Zhang Zoling's field of vision. Her scattered divine sense was scorched by the power of thunder and forced to retreat. Bang! A thunderbolt as thick as a half zhang zealously smashed down. The 1,000 zhang earth and spirit Dharma body instantly burst apart, turning into charred dust that scattered everywhere, revealing the true body of Zhang Zoling within. This bolt of lightning cleaned out 10 cultivators in the early divine infant realm, yet Zhang Zoling only suffered a few light wounds. Her physical body was terrifyingly strong. Before Zhang Zoling could recover her senses, Chu Zheng, clad in thunder light, pressed on again, his eyes calm as water. Inside him the 5 elements immortal root lightly stirred, mana surged wildly, condensing a 5-colored sword light behind him. The minor 5 elements sword formation instantly took shape, pulling Zhang Zoling into the formation. Times had changed. With his current cultivation, even without relying on a flying sword, the sword array was effortless. Thousands of sword lights converged around her. Zhang Zoling instantly turned into a whetstone for swords. In a flicker, her vestment robe shattered, leaving countless sword marks on her body. A moment later, as the sword array dispersed, Zhang Zuling stood where she was, her mana depleted, her essence blood nearly drained. She was pushed to her limits. Dust filled the surroundings, her eyes surprisingly bright, her voice hoarse. This doesn't seem like an immortal path method. Indeed it isn't. My immortal path divine abilities are at most only at the level just now, never reaching mastery. Chu Jing did not conceal it. Ji Yuyan could tell at the beginning that the minor 5 elements sword formation was a Daoist school method. Zhang Zuling, experiencing it firsthand, naturally sensed more details. Impressive. Zhang Zuling whispered, took out a new vestment robe to wear, then slowly sat down, took a spirit pill, and the terrifying sword marks on her body gradually began to heal. The outcome of this battle was clear. Although she had anticipated defeat beforehand, Zhang Zuling did not expect she would lose so miserably, almost without the ability to fight back. Just as Chu Jing was about to speak, suddenly his expression changed. He sensed an invisible shift in heavenly fate. The Hidden Dragon List was originally a perverse artifact that nurtured one person with an entire realm. Previously, Zhang Zuling almost enveloped the vast majority of Tsangyun Immortal Path's heavenly fate. At this moment, this part of heavenly fate completely transferred to Chu Jing. With the addition of heavenly fate, Chu Jing immediately perceived a great change. Within him, the golden core swallowed yuan qi at a rate that again soared by several times, and moreover, the affinity of the surrounding nature's spiritual energy continued to rise. The core purpose of the great tournament of 10,000 sects in the Tsangyun realm is to provide the immortal alliance with true immortal seeds. Therefore, the heavenly fate of the prodigies who make it onto the Hidden Dragon List changes in a more direct and intense manner. Before this, Zhang Zuling had always topped the Hidden Dragon List. The heavenly fate she had accumulated was quite astonishing. The benefits Chu Jing had now received far exceeded his initial expectations. Heavenly fate is much less tangible for immortal path cultivators than it is for qi cultivators. What immortal path cultivators gain is an elevation in their future potential, not the clearly visible boost in cultivation this type offers. However, to the heavenly Dao, there is no difference between the two. Both involve seizing heavenly life for oneself, consuming the very essence of heaven and earth. The platform was isolated by an array to ensure Chu Jing's safety. Deng Yang had gone to great lengths to set up the formation patterns. Even cultivators at the Immortal Tribulation realm could not intervene and could only watch helplessly. As the dust settled above the platform, seeing Zhang Zuling sitting cross-legged on the ground, her complexion pale, while Chu Jing stood beside her completely unharmed, the outcome was self-evident. A wave of astonished murmurs rose around them, with divine sense energies fluctuating. Due to the special status of the two on the platform, the spectators did not even dare to voice their amazement. But the outcome was undoubtedly beyond most people's expectations. In the eyes of most cultivators, even if Chu Jing were to win, it was expected to be a Pyrrhic victory, yet the battle turned out to be completely one-sided. What many cultivators found even harder to accept was that with Zhang Zuling's defeat, Chu Jing, a newcomer barely past his 20s, had risen above all cultivators of the last 100 years. The expressions of the various holy masters and Immortal Tribulation realm cultivators varied, but all of them looked grave. More than the outcome of the tournament, what concerned them was Chu Jing's control over thunder. It meant that after reaching the Tingxian stage, the heavenly tribulation of the Immortal Tribulation realm would pose little threat to him. The most time-consuming aspect for someone in the Immortal Tribulation realm is preparing for the Heavenly Tribulation, which involves accumulating immortal power, stockpiling immortal pills and immortal treasures, and ensuring everything is in place before attempting the tribulation. Tribulations like the 5 Elements Great Tribulation or the Yin-Yang Great Tribulation are typically only encountered after reaching the true immortal realm. Without concern for the power of the Heavenly Tribulation, Chu Jing's cultivation speed in the Immortal Tribulation realm will be incredibly fast. Should his control over lightning be sufficient, it wouldn't be impossible for Chu Jing to reach the status of Celestial Lord within 10 years of stepping into the Immortal Tribulation. With time, those who will be outpaced in cultivation will not only be the contemporary prodigies listed with Chu Jing but also their older generation. Having temporarily suppressed her sword wound, Zhang Zuling slowly rose to her feet and said softly, "I have been much troubled on this journey, please forgive me, fellow Daoist." This battle had also resolved a concern of hers. Without the bloodline of an immortal king, her combat prowess was far from being unbeatable in her realm. Chu Zheng's techniques had given her some inspiration. Perhaps she shouldn't limit herself to fixed immortal path secret techniques and might consider exploring new paths. Fellow Daoist overstates the matter, you also did not use all your strength, this battle cannot be considered in terms of victory or defeat. Chu Zheng shook his head. As a descendant of an immortal king, the power latent in Zhang Zuling's blood far exceeded the imagination of ordinary cultivators. In the recent battle, Zhang Zuling only used the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture and did not employ any other bloodline secret techniques. He did not know why Zhang Zuling did not use her bloodline powers, nor did he want to delve deeper. Their relationship had not reached a point of deep trust, and it was enough to leave it at that. Zhang Zuling remained silent, bowed her head in salute, rose, leaped onto her war chariot, turned into a golden streak of light, and swiftly departed. "I will accompany her for part of her journey, you take care of yourself," Gung Yang transmitted a message, and followed Zhang Zuling's war chariot. The Tingxian Holy Land was safeguarded by an immortal treasure and would not fall into chaos. As Zhang Zuling had come alone and was now seriously injured, any accidents en route would be difficult to explain. By agreeing to set the place of their duel at the Tingxian mountain sect, Zhang Zuling had already made quite a concession to Chu Zheng. This was something Gung Yang appreciated, and considering it was merely an escort, it was a simple favor. Was it over, just like that? With Zhang Zuling's departure, the cultivators who had gathered around became dazed. The battle for the top rank on the Hidden Dragon list ending in such an anticlimactic way left many feeling as if they were in a dream. As the many cultivators regained their composure and looked at Chu Zheng on the platform, their thoughts varied greatly. Especially the holy masters of the three great holy lands were deep in thought, now considering how to interact with Tingxian and Chu Zheng moving forward. Since Chu Zheng's rise was unstoppable, they would have to change their approach. The longevity of the holy lands depends on much more than the few immortal treasures that lay dormant year after year. Even Tingxian has immortal treasures and was still pressed to the brink of extinction. Assessing the situation is a constant consideration for the holy lands. But for Taisu Holy Land, their options were now considerably limited. Imitating Tingxian in closing the sect seemed to be the best choice, waiting for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years, by which time Chu Zheng's existence on this earth was uncertain. By then, Taisu Holy Land would still be a holy land. Apart from the three great holy lands, the other great immortal sects were starting to entertain other ideas. With Chu Zheng's talents, even if his offspring are not as exceptional as he is, they would still be outstanding figures in their generation. If they could secure a bloodline continuity through a marital alliance with Chu Zheng, it could be very promising for the future. Once Chu Zheng becomes a true immortal, it will be equivalent to the founding of another true immortal noble family, where producing a few high-quality immortal bones in one generation would not be difficult. This is an almost guaranteed profitable endeavor. Chu Zheng paid no attention to the varying thoughts of the cultivators. He turned and returned to the Tingxian Holy Land. He would need some time to fully digest the changes in the heavenly fate. Ever since the Zongyun secret realm was unsealed, he had faintly felt that the world before him had changed dramatically. The origin of this change was beyond his current level of cultivation to discern in detail. The only thing he could directly perceive was that the heavenly Tao overhead was now more tolerant toward all kinds of beings. Surviving the immortal tribulation was a matter of life and death, with only a sliver of a chance for survival. Yet, among so many cultivators who underwent the tribulation together, only a handful fell to the heavenly tribulation. Although cultivators like Gung Yang, who had remained at the peak of Tingxian for many years and had solid foundations, the success rate of their tribulation should not have been so astonishingly high. "Is there any trouble?" Upon returning to the palace, Song Lingxue could no longer hold back and spoke, her voice laced with worry. Just now, she had watched the scene with some alarm. When she first met him, Zhang Zuling gave the impression of an unscalable divine peak, insurmountable, and though the outcome was now clear, she was still somewhat unsettled. It was just a spar, not a life or death battle, why worry? Zheng was unconcerned. He had been confident of victory before the battle commenced. He had divined for himself before the fight, and it was a sign of rising luck. No trouble was expected in the near future. As Song Lingxue circled around Zheng, she reached up to unfasten his hair crown and retie his slightly disheveled hair. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. A few days ago, Ling Qing sent a message saying the journey was too long to make it back in time to wish you victory. At that time, you were in seclusion, and I didn't want to disturb you. Zheng, unbothered by the news, simply grunted in response and casually mentioned, there may be a conflict in the Immortal Alliance, similar to the spatial passages that appeared before. If it cannot be avoided, I might have to enter the battlefield. Before he finished speaking, Song Lingxue's brow, which had just relaxed, immediately furrowed again, her anxiety palpable. Isn't that extremely dangerous? She didn't know much about battles outside their realm, but she was aware that beings capable of clashing in the stars, those who could crush a star with a snap of their fingers, existed in large numbers. Even with Zheng's high talent, it would be very difficult to reach that level in such a short period, and the slightest mishap could be lethal. There might be some trouble, but it's not necessarily dangerous, especially with old Gung above us. Zheng shook his head in denial. He was merely taking precautions in advance, so that if anything unforeseen happened, Song Lingxue would not be too worried on such short notice. For a moment, Song Lingxue's palm within her sleeve tightened, and her eyelids lowered. She said no more. Zheng already had enough troubles, her additional worries would just be an unnecessary burden on him, pressing heavily in her heart. At this moment, Zheng was already immersed in planning his next steps. The most crucial aspect was the selection of his innate divine ability. At the Golden Core realm, engraving an innate divine ability on the Golden Core is essential, as it influences the subsequent path one takes. The number of divine abilities that can be inscribed is related to the number of spirit apertures opened on the Golden Core. Zheng's 9 Orifices Golden Core allowed him to inscribe 9 great divine abilities, which was considered the pinnacle among Qi cultivators. As for the first innate divine ability, Zheng was still weighing his options, finding it difficult to decide. The innate divine ability, engraved on the lifebound Golden Core, is utterly different from the casually used divine skills. It is more powerful and versatile. The same divine skill can manifest entirely different mutations on different individuals. This kind of mutation is unpredictable but has a deep connection with one's own temperament as well as their innate talent and perceptivity. Additionally, the quality of the inscribed divine skill often affects one's combat strength. Major divine skills like the Thunder method were not considered by Zheng. His attention was on divine secret skills that ranged from returning to void and merging with the path, up to heavenly immortal. Although his current level of cultivation was not sufficient to wield such high-quality divine skills, it did not mean he couldn't inscribe them on his Golden Core in advance. The Eternal Calamity treasure record contained an abundance of unpredictable divine abilities and secret techniques. Zheng once again began a seclusion, attempting to choose an appropriate divine skill from many, which required a considerable effort. The Immortal Alliance's edict came much faster than Zheng had anticipated. Less than half a month after the battle with Shang Zuling, Gung Yang woke Zheng from his seclusion and relayed the contents of the Immortal Alliance's edict. The edict from the Immortal Alliance was sent directly to the 5 great holy lands, instructing them to lead and coordinate the armies to the starry battlefield to resist a force of cultivators from the myriad realms invading the Immortal Alliance's territory. The strength of these myriad realm cultivators was unclear, but there was at least one individual equivalent to a true Immortal Realm leader. Originally, these people were within the sphere of influence of the Martial Hall, but the battle between those of the Immortal King level had breached the starry sky barrier. These cultivators entered the Immortal Alliance's territory through the breach in the starry sky barrier and are currently plundering the resources of various worlds. The Immortal Alliance had given the cultivators of the Songyun realm 6 months to prepare, after which a true immortal would be sent to lead them. Besides the requirement that those entering the army had to be cultivators above the divine infant realm, the edict did not specify the consequences of not complying, only mentioning that Songyun realm, as well as several great realms nearby, were on the path of these myriad realm cultivators. In short, this battle would inevitably be fought, whether outside the realm or within the Zheng realm. This sentence alone pushed the cultivators of Zheng realm to the edge of a cliff. In ancient times, the coalition of the immortal martial paths expelled all other Taoist orthodoxies from the Zheng realm by branding them as demonic invaders. This time, it may well be the revenge of the many Taoist orthodoxies of the myriad realms for the experiences of ancient times. The newcomers bore ill intentions. For the major holy lands and true immortal noble families, the prospect of withdrawing from battle, abandoning their eternal foundations, and leaving the realm was clearly impossible. This battle had to be fought, whether willingly or not. The invaders must be entirely vanquished, and then the breach in the starry sky barrier must be repaired. External matters were being arranged by Zheng. Zheng need not ponder too much on them. He went back into seclusion, further accelerating his selection of divine skills. At the very least, before heading to the battlefield, he had to carve out his innate divine ability. Stay connected through Empire. Under Zheng's arrangements, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. As the night grew deeper, suddenly a vast white brilliance soared into the sky, dazzlingly bright, like lightning cleaving through the night, instantly drawing countless inquisitive gazes. Zheng, in his seclusion, sensed the fluctuations of heavenly fate and felt a premonition. He rose immediately and in an instant arrived at the side of the mountain. In a side room within the courtyard, a young man about 17 or 18 years of age was sitting cross-legged on a bed, enveloped in a layer of shimmering white light. Zheng's eyes flickered minutely, as his spiritual eye quickly relayed information. Yan, first-order Confucian Daoist monk, widely read, protected by vast righteous qi, easily repelling all evil, with divinely varied strokes of the brush. Since coming to Tingxian, Yan had been quiet, staying with Zhao and a group of martial cultivators. His talent for the martial path was truly mediocre, and he had already grown somewhat despondent about cultivation, relying on various classic texts to pass the time. Zheng dispersed the spiritual light in his eyes with a realization: it must be the changes in heavenly fate that had given Yan a chance to step onto the Confucian path. A moment later, Yan, who had been sitting on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the vast righteous qi surging in his chest and seeing Zheng at the doorway, he was a bit slow to regain his senses. This is. Reading is also a path to cultivation, just different from the immortal path. Hearing Zheng's words, Yan's expression changed slightly. Having heard a lot about the experiences of Zhao and the others, it was hard not to overthink. Do not panic. Since I promised to show you a way to survive, I will certainly do so. Zheng waved his hand, having already weighed some options in his mind. When heading out to the foreign realms, he may have to take Yan with him. If Yan couldn't stay in Zheng, then another path must be found. The previous Outer Realm War had shown Zheng the techniques of the Confucian Daoist monks through the shadow retention wall that Zheng brought back. Yan had no Taoist orthodoxy or guide, yet he was able to cultivate the vast righteous qi within himself without a teacher, which indicated he possessed a certain talent. Are you willing to leave the Zheng realm? After pondering, Zheng asked Yan for his own thoughts. This was a journey Yan had to undertake on his own, and it was naturally up to him to decide. Yan lacked the immortal bone, had only average martial talent, and within the Zheng realm, the path of Confucianism was impracticable. Given the current situation, heading to the myriad realms was the best option for Yan. At least there he would have access to the Confucian school's teachings, listen to the wisdom of sages, and could make further progress, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. Enjoy new stories from Empire. However, if Yan was not inclined towards this path and preferred to live out his life as a mortal, Zheng would fully understand. The path of cultivation is not easy to walk, sometimes requiring endurance beyond what most can bear. Upon hearing Zheng's question, Yan quickly came to a response. He now had a general understanding of the contest for Taoist orthodoxy. If he continued to stay in Zheng, his only option was to revert to being immortal. I wish to leave the realm. Bai Yan barely hesitated before he stood up, nodded in agreement, and responded. When he had initially followed Zheng out of Illusory Spirit City, it was merely for a chance of survival and to search for his father's whereabouts. However, over the years, he had come to realize that given his father's cultivation level, the absence of any news for many years likely meant more bad news than good. In this vast world, the death of a few Spirit Spring Realm cultivators barely makes a ripple. As long as you don't regret the path you choose in the future. Zheng nodded, saying no more, and pulled out a thin booklet, handing it over to Bai Yan. Cold Sky Poetry Collection. As Bai Yan looked at the booklet before him and took it with some confusion, he asked, "What is this?" "A Confucian scripture, it should be of some use to you now," Zheng casually explained, glancing at the Cold Sky Poetry Collection. Cold Sky Poetry Collection, second order an introductory scripture to the Confucian path, which, upon being read 100 times by those with exceptional talent, can nurse the vast righteous qi and ward off various evils. This Cold Sky Poetry Collection was found by Zheng among some nameless notes in the Song family treasury and with it, many other scriptures from different orthodoxies. When he first restored it, he had considered passing it to Bai Yan, but given that his own path ahead was not yet clear and fearing that it might lead Bai Yan astray, he decided to keep it for the time being. Nobody could have anticipated that after the great changes in the world, Bai Yan would be able to step onto the path of cultivation on his own. "Thank you, Holy Master." With a bow, Bai Yan expressed his gratitude. "For the Holy Master's great kindness, I am deeply grateful. If there is ever a chance to repay this benevolence in this life, I shall spare no effort. There is plenty of time in the future." Having said that, Zheng turned to leave, but Bai Yan's voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Holy Master, please wait." With a hint of hesitation and a pleading tone, Bai Yan said, "Before I leave, I would like to take one last look at Illusory Spirit City, may I?" After all, it was the place where he grew up. He may never have the chance to return to the Zhongyun realm again in this life, and it was natural to want to see it one last time before leaving. "It's a small effort. Before you go, I will personally take you there," Zheng casually agreed and slowly walked away. Bai Yan's willingness to go to the Myriad Realms was good news for Zheng. At least if he ever visited the Myriad Realms camp in the future, having an acquaintance would make it easier to find out the situation. Conveniently, the Immortal Alliance had sent orders here, allowing contact with cultivators from the Myriad Realms. By then, placing Bai Yan into a small world to take him out of the Zhongyun realm should provide an opportunity to help him leave the territory of the Immortal Alliance. After returning to his seclusion chamber, Zheng looked at the 3 divine skills before him, undecided. The countless divine skills in the Eternal Calamity treasure record were as vast as the sea, leaving him almost dizzy. One's innate divine ability could only incorporate up to 9 skills, and they couldn't be changed afterwards as they would accompany him throughout his life. Naturally, he had to choose cautiously. After a long period of selection, he finally retained the Heavenly Escaping 5 Elements technique, Law of Heaven and Earth, and 3 heads and 6 arms as the 3 major divine skills. All 3 of these divine skills were powerful abilities that only a heavenly immortal could master. The Heavenly Escaping 5 Elements technique, once perfected, could reverse the creation of yin and yang and upend heaven and earth. 3 heads and 6 arms, upon completion, was like one being splitting into 3, allowing the mind to multitask with 6 uses, and simultaneously control 6 divine weapons and immortal treasures, multiplying combat power more than tenfold instantaneously. Law of Heaven and Earth was also considered defying the heavens, as it could temporarily strengthen the body and yuan qi, providing an even greater boost to combat power than 3 heads and 6 arms. Within the Eternal Calamity treasure record, there were many divine skills even stronger than these 3, but those were only fully comprehensible to a mysterious immortal, which were difficult for the current Zheng to access. After slight contemplation, Zheng stopped dwelling on the choice and selected the Heavenly Escaping 5 Elements technique. This divine skill was highly compatible with his 5 Elements immortal root, and the 5 Elements Escaping technique, including some subsidiary techniques and divine skills involving the 5 Elements qi, was versatile and held great potential. Reversing the creation of yin and yang should be somewhat beneficial for his yin-yang divine infant. With a thought from Zheng, one of the golden core 9 orifices began to emit light, gradually etching the divine skill's mark. Limited by his cultivation, the speed at which Zheng inscribed the divine skill was extremely slow. At this rate, it would take several months at least. If he spent all this time here, it would be a shame to waste it. Zheng stopped his work and stepped out of the seclusion chamber. The sky had reached noon, and the sun was high. Despite the blazing sunlight, it didn't deter Zheng's vision, as the stars remained clearly visible before his eyes. He once again performed the star-capturing heaven method, starting to search for the trajectory of the starlight. The situation on the outer battlefield was still unknown. Being able to eliminate some of the tribulation chi beforehand might save much trouble. Soon, Zheng found a beam of starlight brimming with vigorous vitality. Without much hesitation, he created a soul division, soared up, and headed straight for the stars. This time, Zheng kept most of his attention on his original body, continuing to imprint divine skills, and left only a sliver of consciousness in the soul division, transforming it into a subconscious-like entity to guide it. After entering the divine infant realm, his divine soul had grown much stronger than before, making these tasks quite manageable. A moment later, upon confirming the soul division had successfully arrived without dispersing on the way, Zheng returned to the secret chamber to continue imprinting the 5 elements marks. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Less than 4 months later, the marks of the heavenly escaping 5 elements technique had been branded upon Zheng's golden core. Around the spirit apertures, an extra ring of 5-colored spiritual patterns appeared, corresponding with the 5 elements. The moment the divine skill's imprinting completed, Zheng's heart shook instantly. He comprehended many profound mysteries, and his understanding of the 5 elements escaping technique surged significantly. Particularly with the fire attribute and water attribute, these two, he was most familiar with. The Fire God transformation from the Tingxian Divine Fire Scripture and the Taiyuan Dragon Sword Dance were originally 2 types of transformation techniques. The most significant change was in the Thunder method Zheng had previously practiced, which showed signs of merging with the 5 elements secret technique. Now, even without employing the traditional 5 elements into yin and yang, Zheng could wield the Thunder method using any one of the immortal roots of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. The thunder made from yin-yang dual chi had a strong suppressive force on the spirit soul and yin god, while the 5 elements divine thunder, wrapped in the 5 elements chi, was even more versatile, sometimes causing greater damage to living beings. This was just the beginning. With the growth of his cultivation, Zheng's understanding of the 5 elements would deepen further, until he could reverse the generative and destructive cycle of the 5 elements. After pondering deeply for half a month, Zheng suddenly felt a tremor in his divine soul, sensing something, and the slight tribulation chi by his side almost dissipated in an instant. The interface then underwent severe changes. Name, Zheng, Cultivation, Chi Refining, Initial Stage of the Golden Core Realm, Immortal Path, Initial Stage of the Divine Infant Realm, Root Bone, Yin-Yang Immortal Bone, Superior Quality, 5 Elements Spiritual Body, Cultivation Technique, Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, 10th Order, Tingxian Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Divine Skills, Heavenly Escaping 5 Elements Technique, 8th Order, Taiyuan Dragon Sword Dance, 8th Order, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, 6th Order, Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon Technique, 6th Order, Space Condensing Art, 6th Order, Talent, Spiritual Eye, 4th Order, Repair Master, 5th Order, 4000/4000, remaining repairs for the day, 30, currently reparable. The soul division that had been used to undergo tribulations lost contact, was completely eradicated, aiding Zheng in resolving one tribulation while simultaneously maximizing the experience of a 5th Order Repair Master. Before Zheng could recover, a vast surge of memories suddenly returned, bringing with it over 40 years of recollections, abruptly crashing into his mind. After digesting these memories for several days, Zheng gradually sorted them out, his mind slightly shaken. This time, his soul division had entered the body of a recently deceased 2-year-old child whose innate chi had not yet dissipated completely and had been eroded by death chi. After using the cadaver for a soul revival, the physique became somewhat bizarre, coexisting with both yin and yang. The repair panel did not recognize any issue with his physique, it only repaired his injuries and did not solve the problems related to his constitution. The world he had arrived at should be considered one of the large realms within the Chaos Sea, with abundant spiritual energy, where the path of cultivation flourished. However, it was not just the human race that existed, hundreds of races stood tall, including foreign races, often giving rise to wars. Because the innate qi within his body had not yet dispersed, Zheng followed the conventional 100-day spiritual transformation, and his cultivation increased extremely rapidly. Discover more stories at Empire with the aid of the Repair Master panel. In this life, at the age of 4, he had already reached perfection in spirit transformation and had cultivated Jade Bone. By the age of 7, he had already stepped into the Dao Embryo secret realm. This time, reincarnated to withstand tribulations, Zheng devoted most of his attention to inscribing divine skills on his main body. His soul division lacked guidance, inevitably leading to poor judgment, and his thoughts were not very clear. Moreover, since Zheng's incarnation was for the purpose of enduring tribulations, he naturally did not think about concealing his talents. Wherever he went, he gathered cultivation resources in a very high-profile manner. A mere 7-year-old child emerged from nowhere and pushed horizontally across thousands of miles of the demon domain, climbing mountains to swallow wolves and tigers, diving into seas to capture flood dragons and slay demons, and slaughtering millennia-old foreign races as though scooping items from a bag. This naturally attracted the attention of various forces. The news spread extremely fast, like wild grass in a frenzy, and it was said that the human race had produced a rare demon, who had mastered powerful divine skills before the age of 10. In just a few years, Zheng had accumulated a body full of blood fiend qi using the slaughter blood descending dragon technique, and by the age of 10, he had already reached completion in the Dao Embryo. In order to accumulate his own foundation, he did not rush to condense the golden core but collected cultivation resources even more aggressively. Soon, he was pursued. Beings who had stepped into the 5th and even 6th orders personally took the field and relentlessly chased him. Among them, there even included some human race cultivators, who were also searching for his whereabouts. As such, Zheng could not discern their intentions and simply avoided contact with them, sparing himself some trouble. Surrounded and intercepted by multiple forces, Zheng was forced to condense his golden core earlier than planned, and this time his golden core developed 7 apertures. After condensing the golden core, the first divine skill Zheng cultivated was false form. Cultivating this great divine skill, he could understand the method of transformation, where mountains, rivers, vegetation, and all manner of spirits and oddities could be altered. With this ability, Zheng was free as the birds in the sky and effortlessly escaped upwards into the heavens even under the joint encirclement of great demons and numerous cultivators. At the age of 20, Zheng shattered his golden core, returned to the Dao Embryo secret realm to accumulate foundation, and took 2 years to recondense the golden core. This time, the golden core's spirit apertures numbered 8. Subsequently, after spending more than a decade, Zheng cultivated until his golden core reached completion. He inscribed 8 great divine skills in the spirit apertures, just one step away from refining spirit. Due to years of hiding and concealing himself, Zheng had accumulated a certain degree of tribulation qi, which was bound to erupt one day. Before Zheng began to attempt refining spirit, his whereabouts were mysteriously leaked. He was caught up to by 3 great demons whose cultivation was comparable to cultivators of the Tingxian secret realm, who tightly pursued him without giving him a chance to catch his breath. 3 venerable demon race members from the Tingxian secret realm were naturally difficult for Zheng, who had only achieved golden core completion, to withstand, and he ultimately died a violent death in the wilderness. His golden core was swallowed by the demon king, leaving no complete corpse. After digesting all this information, Zheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi, his eyes faintly bright. This reincarnation brought him many benefits, notably the precious experience of repairing the broken core and inscribing divine skills on the spirit apertures. Besides, this incarnation almost always found him in the midst of battle, and the experience gained from dealing with many members of the foreign race might prove useful in Zheng's future. This incarnation not only dispersed a large amount of his tribulation chi, but Zheng also gained a deeper understanding of the Chaos Sea. The scenario of 100 races coexisting wasn't likely unique to one realm, perhaps the entire situation in the Chaos Sea was similar. Before Zheng could further reflect on the memories of this incarnation, a message from Tingxian came from outside the secret chamber. The time arranged by the Immortal Alliance was approaching, reminding Zheng to leave his retreat and prepare early. After adjusting for a few days, Zheng removed some unnecessary trivial memories to avoid disturbing his mind, and then finally left his retreat. First, he found Baiyan. Before heading to the foreign domain, Zheng wanted to send Baiyan back to Illusory Spirit City for one last look at his homeland. Since he had promised before, he would not break his word. Moreover, this time, Zheng did not plan to quietly send Baiyan back. As the Tingxian Holy Master now, he no longer needed to be extremely cautious anywhere in Songyun. Besides, it was just an ordinary sect, with only one cultivator at the Divine Infant second transformation and one damaged Tingxian spiritual treasure inside. During the time Zheng was in seclusion, Tingxian had successfully consolidated the power under Tingxian Holy Land. With only a month left until the deadline set by the Immortal Alliance, time was short. As Zheng's influence continued to expand, Tingxian Holy Land now had numerous affiliated forces. In terms of influence, it was truly a holy land. Before his departure, Zheng visited Tingxian City and took a batch of ancient relics from the Southern Territory Song clan, also aiding them in opening a heritage secret realm. The Southern Territory Song clan had long been helping Zheng to secretly search for ancient relic fragments, which they had accumulated over some time. After receiving this batch of fragments, Zheng carefully examined them and found that most were fragments of magical treasures. Top-quality magical treasures were rarely seen and not a single Tingxian spiritual treasure was present. Fragments that could be easily found were generally not of high value. The possibility that high-grade spiritual treasures had been collected was significant. Although resmelting the materials was extremely challenging, people still attempted it. After all, for a part of the cultivators, time was not valuable. Zheng did not invite the Taishuan's elders to accompany him but sent a letter of invitation first, then set off alone with Baiyan on a war chariot towards Illusory Spirit City. With the Lihua spear and the flowing cloud umbrella, two Tingxian spiritual treasures, ordinary Tingxian pseudo-immortals could not threaten him. There was no need to bother the elders. At this moment, it was a busy time. It was unnecessary to waste their time on such trivial matters. Zheng did not deliberately hasten his speed, and after several days of travel, he finally arrived at the Phantom Spirit Mountain range. Due to successive major changes, the dispute between Phantom Spirit Sect and Night Light Pavilion had to be left unresolved. Even after Ling Qi's death, Taisu Holy Land could not spare new personnel to mediate. At the entrance to Illusory Spirit City, more than 10 people were already waiting. Today's Illusory Spirit City, different from Zheng's memory, was eerily quiet, almost devoid of any sound, like a dead city. Zheng could feel many fluctuations of life yuan qi. There were still a large number of mortal cultivators in the city, but they stayed inside buildings and did not show themselves. Clearly, they had been warned in advance to halt all activities temporarily. Opening his spiritual eye, Zheng quickly discerned the identities of the few people by the city gate. The Supreme Elder of Phantom Spirit Sect, the Sect Master, and several inner sect elders. In the previous battle beyond the realm, Phantom Spirit Sect had also participated, but was too insignificant, mixed within the armies of numerous sects. As Zheng had never seen these people before, they did not catch his attention at the time. Moments later, Zheng's gaze settled on a young man. At a glance, the man was just over 20, wearing a sky-blue vestment robe, tall and straight with a full noble aura, and an ethereal demeanor. Qin Feng. This was the first Immortal Path cultivator Zheng had ever seen in his life. Back then, it was he who had taken Song Lingqing back to his residence, marking the beginning of all conflicts. After several years, Qin Feng had reached the Divine Infant stage, aiming for this step with his middle-quality immortal bone, a difficult journey. Looking at Chu Zheng on the chariot, Qin Feng's expression was somewhat blank. He had never imagined that after just a few years, they would meet under these circumstances. When they first met, Chu Zheng had left an impression, and he had even felt pity for him back then. Who would have thought that such a huge transformation would take place in Chu Zheng, who in a few short years, had become the master of a holy land? Even his cultivation had now surpassed, stepping into the divine infant stage and even defeating a descendant of the immortal king in the middle stage of divine infant. Reaching the soul condensation into nascent stage had taken him 300 years, costing him nearly 100 times the time spent by Chu Zheng. The disparity is hard for others to fathom. Among the group, the one with a somewhat impressive expression was Han Yuliang. A cultivator's memory was exceptionally good. His impression of Chu Zheng was also deep. In the accident that occurred in that mine, only that odd jobber disciple had miraculously survived. At the time, when warrants for Chu Zheng were widespread, he just happened to be forcibly undergoing his nascent soul transformation, severely injured and in seclusion, and didn't get a clear understanding. After exiting seclusion, what followed immediately was the war beyond the realm, leaving no extra time for him to understand these matters. Meeting again so suddenly now, he was even finding it hard to react. The young man standing at the forefront stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Phantom Spirit Sect, Feng Qiyuan, greets the Tingxian Holy Master." His cultivation had reached the divine infant second transformation, far surpassing Chu Zheng, but at this moment, he dared not show any disrespect. Although Chu Zheng's cultivation was not as high as his, surpassing him was only a matter of time. Moreover, soon another dispute would arise beyond the realm, and while there were prohibitions within Songyun realm, Tingxian couldn't openly attack Phantom Spirit Sect. But beyond the realm, there were fewer restrictions, and it would be effortless for Tingxian Holy Land to silently eradicate them. Looking at illusory spirit city in front of him, Chu Zheng was somewhat conflicted. In the past, he was extremely repelled by the many schemes of Phantom Spirit Sect, but now looking back, he found his opinion somewhat changed. For the sake of a mere high-quality immortal bone, they had instigated a major conflict and meticulously orchestrated a grand play, even risking the power of the entire sect. Such actions were mostly forced out by Tai Su Holy Land. Was Tai Su Holy Land truly so lacking in disciples? Of course not. While high-quality immortal bone was indeed a treasure for many sects, within a holy land, it was difficult to even enter the top 100 among peers. Even so, once a high-quality immortal bone appeared in the world, Tai Su Holy Land would still take action, employing various means to forcefully include the immortal seedling into their ranks. Looking at it from today's perspective, Chu Zheng had already gained some insight into the reasons behind this. The importance Tai Su Holy Land placed on high-quality immortal bones might also be because of the example set by Zhao Tingxian. No one could ensure that among those with high-quality immortal bones, there wouldn't emerge a second Zhao Tingxian. To want to firmly grasp them in one's own hands was an utterly normal thing to do. Standpoints differ, and naturally, so do perspectives on matters. Before he left the Song residence, his thoughts were too simple, confined to the land of a few countries. Phantom Spirit Sect was the sky above his head. Then, the Holy Land tore away the veil obscuring his sight, and the sky above him rose another layer, reaching beyond the stars. One's vision determines the upper limit of their worldview. He was, after all, just an ordinary man, incapable of fully discerning the whole truth. As his horizons continuously broadened, many of his thoughts were constantly changing. There are some things one will never understand without experiencing them firsthand. The Phantom Spirit Sect no longer fell within Chu Zheng's field of vision, and he had no intention of dwelling on the past circumstances of the Song residents. As for this group of divine infant realm elders who participated in this war, who knows how many will survive? In Chu Zheng's eyes, many things are now much more important than the Phantom Spirit Sect. May I ask why the Tingxian Holy Master graced us with his presence today? Feng Qiyuan bowed slightly, his words carrying a hint of caution. I have some private matters. I won't enter Phantom Spirit Sect, just stay for a moment and leave. Chu Zheng didn't say much, giving Feng Qiyuan a reassuring pill and turned his head to look at Bai Nian. Looking at illusory spirit city before him, Bai Yan felt somewhat dazed for a moment. Having departed in a rush last time, he had never stood at this angle and taken a good look at this land of his past. The city that had seemed boundless now appeared to have its limits. Zheng, with Bai Yan in tow, entered the city and soon returned to that small courtyard. The lock on the courtyard gate showed some signs of rust. Standing at the door for a long time, Bai Yan did not unlock the door but instead turned around to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Holy Master, this is enough." Zheng didn't say much, turning around and heading out of the city. As he passed the northern part of the city, Zheng looked back at the medicine shop he had opened. Dust covered the front steps, devoid of footprints, clearly untouched for a long time. Not only was it like this in front of the medicine shop, but a thin layer of dust also layered the front of the brothel. Soon, Zheng and his companion reached the city gate, with Feng Qiyuan accompanying them in silence. In front of the city gate, Zheng glanced at Feng Qiyuan and suddenly transmitted a message, cutting to the chase. "Regarding the matter of the Song family's high-quality immortal bone before, I want to hear the full details. Ling Qi died at my hand. If there's any concealment, you cannot bear the consequences." There were some previous matters that Zheng still wanted to know the actual situation of. Feng Qiyuan remained silent for a while but chose not to hide anything. From the day Song Lingqing and Xiao Yuanqing joined the sect, he told everything, no matter how significant or trivial. Upon hearing that Song Lingqing was missing and Xiao Yuanqing was dead, Zheng had already deduced the entire truth. "Where's Wei Chongqing now?" Remembering the seemingly simple-looking youth, Zheng casually asked. With the dual identity of a high-quality immortal bone and a reserve for the Holy Land true transmission, the youth's exceptionality was assured. Hearing the name Wei Chongqing, Feng Qiyuan was slightly startled, not expecting Zheng to be so well informed as though he knew everything. After hesitating for a moment, he told the truth. "I have taken him as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Zheng fell silent for a while, then left with Bai Yan to begin their return journey. The relationship between Phantom Spirit Sect and Tai Su Holy Land seemed very delicate, but now, these were of little relevance to him. Only after the chariot had completely vanished from the sky did Feng Qiyuan finally breathe a sigh of relief, his gaze somewhat complex. Zheng's visit, he had originally thought it was to cause trouble, but it turned out to be peaceful, inevitably easing some tension. After coming back to his senses, Feng Qiyuan couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. The Phantom Spirit Sect was ultimately too weak. In every aspect, it was hard to compare with the Holy Land. This was a substantive difference. The most despairing aspect was that this disparity was almost impossible to bridge. Unless, within the Phantom Spirit Sect, there emerged a prodigy like Zheng, who could rewrite the Zhongyun power structure with his own strength. Zheng, accompanied by Bai Yan, hastened back to the Tingxian Holy Land without stopping, and the journey was safe without any mishaps. Just less than 2 days after returning to Tingxian, the precise orders from the Immortal Alliance had already reached Zheng's hands, much earlier than expected. The content of the orders was simple, consisting only of a time and place, including a set of spatial coordinates located within the starry space not far outside the Zhongyun realm. 3 days later, they would have to cross the universe themselves to reach this rendezvous point. The true immortals of the Immortal Alliance were going to set up a realm gate that spanned the starry space to lead them to the battlefield. For this departure, Zheng had originally wanted to take Song Lingxue with him, to seek a new path for survival, but considering the overwhelming risk, he had to abandon the idea. The myriad realms did not tolerate the second-fold immortal martial Dao, and Song Lingxue would not fare well even there. Without a better option, the martial hall was the best choice. At least, it had more complete methods for cultivation and a world where normal practice of cultivation was possible. The disputes over the Taoist orthodoxy were too bloody and brutal. Zheng's current strength was utterly insufficient to secure a sanctuary for Song Lingxue in the myriad realms. He needed time, and quite a significant amount of it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As dawn broke, more than 100 flying boats rose into the sky from the Tingxian Holy Land, with starry banners and lightning halberds that obscured the heavens. The same scene took place throughout the Zhongyun four regions. Zheng followed closely by Gung Yiyang's side, upon his specific instruction. With the situation beyond the realms being chaotic, no one could predict the next change. Being closer gave him more assurance of getting Zheng safely through. In fact, if it weren't for the orders from the Immortal Alliance, Gung Yiyang would have even liked to keep Zheng in the Zhongyun realm, away from the conflict. However, Zheng's cultivation had improved too rapidly, involving him in wars of this level so swiftly. For this, Gung Yiyang could only sigh at the capriciousness of fate. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and never experienced an extra-realm war, yet in the short years of acquaintance with Zheng, he had already participated in two. The coordinates provided by the Immortal Alliance were not far from the Zhongyun realm, and with many Immortal Tribulation realm cultivators shifting space, the armada arrived in less than 2 days. A gigantic illusory light gate stood beneath the starry sky, drawing the surrounding starlight, seemingly rooted in the cosmos itself, unshakable. In front of the light gate, a middle-aged woman in courtly attire stood poised, her figure full and stature graceful with an air of elegance and nobility. She exuded an aura of immortal authority, her expression was solemn, with a hint of added iciness. Several holy masters emerged from their flying boats, about to ask questions, when the middle-aged woman already hurried them. The other great realms have already set off for the battlefield. Zhongyun is the last one, please proceed quickly. Seeing this, the holy masters could only rush to salute and return to their respective flying boats, successively entering the light gate. Crossing the threshold led to a long path that was hazy and indistinct. Zheng slowly closed his eyes, not looking at the unusual sights in the spatial passage. He calmed his breath and concentrated his mind, ready to face the potential battle that might await. Within the path, the sense of time seemed to have dulled markedly. After an indeterminate length of time, the path finally came to an end. When Zheng opened his eyes again, the surrounding space was an extremely unfamiliar starry sky, with a similarly gigantic illusory light gate behind him. Once all the flying boats had emerged, the light gate gradually dissipated. Zheng stood, looking around. When he saw the starry space not far away, his expression momentarily stilled. A colossal gate forged from hundreds of stars sprawled below the dome of the starry sky. Thick formation patterns covered the entire gigantic gate, stirring powerful waves of spiritual energy amid the dead silence of the universe. Heaven Pass, 8th Order forged from 746 large stars, hastily constructed and bearing the law essences of 14 true immortals. It is but a half-finished product and remains under construction. Within the vast river of stars, hundreds of stars were forcibly gathered together by an invisible force, mixed with immortal gold and divine iron, forging an insurmountable immortal path stretching millions of miles. This was undoubtedly the work of true immortals, who had drawn a massive number of stars to this place, threading spirit veins through them and enabling cultivators of the immortal path to wage war for extended periods in the starry sky. The immortal pass was not fixed in one place, arrays enveloped it from above and below, to the left and right. Following the patterns woven by the arrays, it roamed and completely sealed off an entire star path. This was different from what Zheng had envisioned. He had thought that this interception would be a spacetime battlefield like those he had encountered before, never expecting such a sight. The middle-aged woman who had led the way earlier stepped directly into the immortal pass. After a short while, a group of cultivators clad in battle armor, riding flying shuttles, crossed the starry space and ushered the Zhongyun cultivators into the immortal pass. Arrays were everywhere within the immortal pass. Standing atop a flying boat, Zheng casually glanced around and found that most served to strengthen and reinforce it, while a small portion sorted through the chi veins, continually smelting spirit stones into a torrent of spiritual energy to nourish the entire immortal pass. Zheng pulled up his panel to take a look. The daily refresh count of repairs had risen to 50 times. The spiritual energy here was comparable to some of the spirit lands in the Zhongyun realm, a man-made paradise. And this was just the outer area. The central region would undoubtedly have even richer spiritual energy. Within the immortal pass, there were no cultivators patrolling, but Zheng occasionally felt divine sense sweep past him. There was more than one true immortal inside this immortal pass. There was no need for other cultivators to patrol. Soon, the cultivators from the various factions of the Zheng realm were led to a vast platform. Disembarking from the flying boats, they saw the cultivators all garbed in battle armor, with magic treasures and spiritual weapons hanging at their sides, their expressions solemn. A cultivator in the late stage of the Immortal Tribulation realm, clad in silver armor and approaching his 30s with an average stature, walked slowly before the crowd. His eyes were deep and calm, the immortal armor he wore streamed with clearly visible immortal light, exerting an impressively overwhelming presence. Even among those of the Immortal Tribulation realm, the immortal charm he exuded was significantly heavier than that of many Zheng cultivators. Zheng, 7th Order Deputy General of the Immortal Alliance Breaking Kill Army Heavenly Character Camp, at the late stage of the Immortal Tribulation realm, mixed-blooded immortal descendant. Zheng reigned in the spiritual light in his eyes, deep in thought. The term immortal descendant was one he had seen with both Zhao Tingxian and the heavenly judge who had pursued him, though both of them were pure-blooded immortal descendants. This might be related to the Immortal Alliance's secrets. Zheng stood quietly among the crowd while Gung Yiyang stepped forward, joining the holy masters of several other holy lands to approach Zheng. This place was not Zheng, and status had no significance here. What mattered was cultivation strength. In Zheng, Zheng was the Tingxian holy master, but here, he was just an ordinary divine infant cultivator. Zheng realm. Upon hearing the origin of the group of Zheng cultivators, Zheng murmured softly, his brow furrowed slightly. Then, reaching out, he unfolded a virtual light screen showing the structure of the Heaven Pass. He casually pointed out an area, summoning an 8th Order Immortal General. Immortal Tribulation and Tingxian realm cultivators stay put, the rest follow him to this location. The Immortal Pass still needs fortification. We require hands to inscribe formation patterns and smelt raw ores. Once there, just follow orders. In a battlefield of such cosmic scale, the impact of cultivators of the Divine Infant realm, including those of the Divine Transformation realm, was quite limited. Here, their role was merely to ensure logistics while the main force of combat consisted of Tingxian up to Immortal Tribulation realm cultivators. The Holy Masters did not say much, they nodded their agreement and quickly began to organize and arrange. Gung Yiyang returned to Zheng's side, his light dimmed, and reminded him through telepathy. This man's reaction was a bit odd, his attitude changed noticeably upon hearing the words Zheng. I won't be at your side, so you must be careful in everything. This place is different from Zheng, I won't be able to cover for you. Act according to your abilities in all matters. At this Heaven Pass, the number of cultivators from the Great Realms was extremely numerous, with an astonishing number of Immortal Tribulation realm cultivators present, most of whom would be a sect patriarch in their original locations. In such a scenario, Gung Yiyang was genuinely concerned that Zheng might stir trouble that couldn't be resolved. Zheng silently nodded, he was well aware of this in his heart, always maintaining caution towards the Immortal Alliance. There must be unique aspects of the Zheng realm unknown to him, otherwise, it was impossible that, except for Zhao Tingxian, none of the true immortal seeds who had left the realm ever returned. Shortly after, the cultivators of the Zheng realm were divided into two groups. Zheng blended in with the numerous divine infant cultivators, boarded a flying shuttle, and followed behind the Tingxian immortal general towards the depths of the Immortal Pass. During this process, Zheng spotted Shang Zuling, her injuries were fully healed, and she was back at her peak condition. Shang Zuling also noticed Zheng, nodded at him slightly as a greeting, and made no move to come forward and talk. After passing through two spatial portals, the concentration of spiritual energy around them suddenly became much thinner. This was an area close to the starry sky, where endless starlight filled the eyes upon looking up. Many cultivators were in the vicinity, minutely following the formation map gifted by a true immortal to lay out the formation patterns, with cultivation ranging from Divine Infant to the 9 transformations of the Divine Infant. Such cultivation levels would suffice to be a supreme in Zheng. Here, they were common everywhere. In a farther zone, nearly 1,000 furnaces were set up. Zheng took one look and couldn't help but be moved. The furnace housed the fire seed of the great sun true flame, and around each crucible, more than a dozen cultivators sat, continuously channeling mana to stimulate the fire seed, turning a multitude of raw ores into clusters of spiritual liquid, which was then drawn out to pour and construct the formation patterns. The great sun true flame, already a sixth-order fire seed, was innumerable at a glance, and within a few furnaces, even seventh-order demi-immortal fire seeds were present, their value beyond measure. The complexions of the cultivators near the crucibles were all pale, their breaths undulating uneasily, pushed to the extreme of exhaustion without a moment's respite. Cultivators clad in Immortal Alliance armor and possessing Tingxian-level cultivation roamed all around, evidently supervising the work. A few cultivators from the Immortal Alliance approached Zheng and the others, taking out a jade wall and scanning it behind the heads of each cultivator. When the jade wall passed behind certain cultivators, it would emit a layer of faint luminescence. Every time the jade wall reacted, the Immortal Alliance cultivators would single out those individuals and take them to the side. Zheng soon noticed the pattern, with the cultivators chosen all possessing talent above high-quality immortal bone. Before long, the jade wall scanned the back of Zheng's head, emitting an exceptionally dazzling rainbow of immortal light. The cultivator holding the jade wall wore a startled expression for a moment and then, unable to hide a hint of regret in their eyes, led Zheng out of the crowd. Shortly after, Shang Zuling was also selected and brought not far from Zheng's side. The selection was quickly completed, and the remaining cultivators were all led to the crucible's side to assist in melting the ore. Zheng and the others, however, were assigned to another area to lay out the formation patterns according to the formation map bestowed by True Immortal. Throughout the process, Zheng had not spoken a word, quietly laying out the formation patterns while observing the entire area's operations. After watching for a few days, he gradually understood. Laying out the array was far less exhausting than melting the ores, and there was even a chance to rest for a while before the raw ores were completely melted. The area where ores were being melted offered no respite whatsoever. Cultivators even needed to constantly swallow elixirs to restore mana quickly for the sustenance of the fire seed. As a result, this would undoubtedly accumulate a significant amount of elixir toxicity within the body, which for an ordinary cultivator, not only shakes the foundation of their cultivation but could also damage their life origin. Not everyone has something like a healing panel. Those with high-quality immortal bones still have potential to advance further, and if wrung dry in this place, it would be a loss for the Immortal Alliance indeed. The rest of the cultivators were essentially expendable, the disparity between them left unspoken. Zheng had seen cultivators who couldn't hold on any longer, fainting away, reduced to skin and bones, and then carried away by the Immortal Alliance cultivators without anyone knowing where they were taken. Even if these cultivators were to fully recover, such indelible inner harm was utterly irreversible. About this, Zheng could only watch silently, without any means to intervene, as he couldn't risk exposing his panel to save these cultivators. In such circumstances, it was already difficult for him just to protect himself. Even so, he was considering how to escape should he not be able to withstand this heaven pass. If the heaven pass were to collapse, when necessary, he could hide his divine infant within his golden core and directly abandon his physical body, which might allow him to leave the battlefield without drawing attention. Then, through the panel, he hoped he could completely repair his physical body. The problem was, aside from himself, how he would find a way out for people like Gung Yang. Before he knew it, more than a year had passed. On the somewhat desolate steel plains, Zheng bent down, meticulously carving out the trajectories of the formation patterns, then filling them with clusters of spiritual liquid that radiated intense heat. This operation was somewhat similar to laying optical fibers in Zheng's concept, where once the spiritual liquid cooled, it would leave behind a tiny channel within that could accommodate the flow of spiritual power. At that time, by infusing spiritual energy into the array, they would instantly activate the entire grand formation, even the entire heaven pass itself. The heaven pass was, in itself, an extremely terrifying immortal treasure. Once activated, Zheng couldn't fathom how much power it could unleash. Life within the heaven pass was incredibly monotonous. Aside from laying out arrays daily and finding time to cultivate, Zheng had nothing else to do. Having left Songyun and lacking the enhancement of heavenly fate, Zheng's cultivation speed was somewhat affected. Plus, with his golden core being of high quality, he naturally required more resources for cultivation. Fortunately, he still had a stockpile of elixirs. Over the past year, his cultivation had also improved slightly, edging towards golden core middle stage. During this period, Zheng had considered using the star-capturing heaven method to transform and cultivate in the alien realm. But after much deliberation, he eventually abandoned the idea. Doing such an action under the noses of many true immortals was simply too perilous. If the traces of star-capturing heaven were discovered, he would immediately be thrust into mortal danger. At that time, he could potentially be treated as a spy from the myriad realms and be casually crushed by a true immortal without even a chance to struggle or resist. As his thoughts wandered, the supply of spiritual liquid behind Zheng suddenly ceased. He turned around to look, only to see it interrupted. As time went on, this kind of situation occurred more and more frequently. Even machines could not operate endlessly without respite. This was a completely foreseeable situation. To ensure progress, many high-quality immortal bones were transferred by the Immortal Alliance to participate in the smelting of ore. It was a necessary measure. Zheng sat down on the ground, staring blankly at the starry sky overhead. A year had passed, and he hadn't seen so much as a shadow of a cultivator from the myriad realms. If it could continue like this, and once the battle subsided, returning safely to Songyun wouldn't be a bad thing. Boom! A heaven-splitting boom suddenly snapped Zheng out of his reverie. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble, growing increasingly violent. Whoosh! A fierce gale blew from the starry sky, and in an instant, all the stars in the sky transformed into human figures. In the area enveloped by Zheng's divine sense, which spanned less than 10,000 miles, he couldn't see the full picture of the battlefield. All he saw before him was a giant god enwrapped in the clouds of incense smoke. This giant god stood half a head taller than the entire heaven pass, with 8 arms, a green face, and fierce fangs. One pair of hands supported the sun and the moon, while the remaining 6 arms wielded halberds and spears, all carrying weapons of slaughter. Warriors from the myriad realms. Zheng's heart suddenly clenched. Before he could collect his thoughts, a bright glint from a halberd tore through the galaxy and descended with a crash, striking the heaven pass shrouded in starlight. Located on the outermost perimeter of the heaven pass, the halberd strike appeared to Zheng almost as if a towering jade wall was collapsing and bearing down on him from above. The terrifying pressure was enough to throw him into instant confusion and despair, momentarily disrupting his thought process. A light screen emerged, blocking this world-cleaving strike. The planes, forged from divine iron, rose like waves of iron due to the tremendous shock. The horrific force swept up many cultivators into the high sky, collapsing the furnaces and causing fire seeds to scatter in all directions, instantly turning the area into a sea of fire. Some cultivators who couldn't evade in time were engulfed by the firestorm, burnt to ash in the blink of an eye, leaving no remains. Hiss! From the peak of Heaven Pass, immortal light surged, and an immortal sword flew out. With a gentle swing of the sword's blade, the overwhelming sword chi fell like a cascade of stars, instantly cutting off 4 arms of that colossal god. Zheng, having just stabilized himself in midair, the next moment, the starry sky was filled with a myriad of divine lights and colors, like meteors striking the shielding array of the Heaven Pass. Even with the array in between, ripples spread through the void. The pressure of the invisible air wall caused Zheng's bones to creak. When stability returned to the surroundings, beneath the starry sky, celestial lights of the sun and moon appeared. The phantom images of towering ancient trees emerged, followed by mountains, rivers, plants, and immortal blossoms, all materializing one by one. Practitioners of divine communication techniques were creating an illusory great realm at this very moment, enveloping the entire Heaven Pass. Clearly, this group of cultivators from the myriad realms didn't intend to break through the pass and leave, but rather aimed to eliminate all the immortal path cultivators within this Heaven Pass in one fell swoop. 8-armed god, 8th order and upper rank true god of the incense fire divine path, one of many incarnations, whose true form is exceedingly distant. Within its divine body resides a divine kingdom, embracing billions of fervent followers. The distance between the stars was too vast. Zheng's spiritual eye could hardly discern the information of these beings. The closest was that colossal incense fire deity. In haste, he could only make out this piece of information. An eighth-order true god equates to a true immortal. As for the term upper rank, it likely pertains to the categorization of the strength of incense fire deities. Before Zheng could recover from his astonishment, behind the head of the eight-armed god, there abruptly emerged a divine kingdom, within which indistinct figures could be seen kneeling in prayer, worshipping this gigantic deity. A dense blue smoke billowed out, congealing into a cloud of incense smoke that enveloped the severed arm, and the four sliced arms quickly regenerated. Clearly, the myriad figures within the divine kingdom were fervent followers of the eight-armed god, the source of the incense fire deity's power. Although this was merely an incarnation of the eight-armed god, the very presence of so many followers revealed its determination. The path of incense fire divinity maintains that with undiminished followers, the incense fire deity will exist eternally, an undoubtedly unique path to immortality. But the heavenly Tao is fair, where there is gain, there must be loss. The path of incense fire deity is not only weaker in combat compared to ordinary cultivators, but it also comes with many limitations. Experience tales at Empire in the strictest sense, incense fire deities can no longer be considered alive. Their flesh and blood had long ceased to be, completely losing the reproductive abilities that living beings naturally possess. Moreover, they were excessively dependent on their followers. Should the number of their followers suddenly suffer catastrophic losses, their own power would plummet from the clouds into the abyss, making it exceedingly difficult to rise again merely by their own might. In other words, incense fire deities do not have the opportunity to start over, and they must expend significant effort to protect their followers. In only a few moments, the surrounding starry sky vanished from sight, a great sun hung above them, and a clear blue sea under a green sky was visible, cutting off the starlight from the heavens. Zheng had never seen such a technique before, and was greatly shaken, unable to discern whether the scene before him was an illusion or if there truly was an entity that, in a blink of an eye, had formed its own cosmos. Several figures walked out from the immortal pass, their every movement infused with surging waves of immortal power, all of them true immortals, wielding immortal treasures, heading straight towards the eight-armed god to besiege him. The leading true immortal, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, wore a white and blue immortal robe, stepped in azure dragon boots, and wielded the very immortal sword that had severed the eight-armed god's arms earlier. The sword's edge trembled, its voracious radiance overshadowing the great sun in the sky. A beam of sword light descended, a solitary strike split the heavens, tearing a huge rift through the world before them, the starry sky reappearing as the sword's might pressed against the crown of the eight-armed god's head, aiming to cleave him in two. Facing several true immortals together, the eight-armed god did not engage but instead quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, several figures emerged behind the eight-armed god, all distinct in form, their aura fluctuations on par with those of true immortals. Both parties engaged without any exchange. Combat was immediate, as the vast fluctuations of laws overwhelmed the heavens. There was no holding back, every move was made to kill. Boom! The world plunged into chaos, the yin-yang dual qi intertwining, emitting a terrifyingly brilliant celestial light that formed a vast ocean of chaos, obscuring any view within. Zheng, who had been observing the battlefield closely, suddenly felt a piercing pain in his eyes and blood gushed forth like a fountain, injured by the breath of law, and he was instantly blinded. As the repair panel functioned, a refreshing flow seemed to pour into his eyes, soothing the intense pain, and his vision swiftly returned to normal. At that moment, Zheng's face showed an unmistakably horrified expression. The moment his sight was taken, he saw a flash of blood, a true immortal was instantaneously dismembered, even their protective immortal treasure shattered. As the true immortal perished, visions of worlds collapsing flitted by, blurred and indecipherable. On the other side of the myriad realms, too, some spat blood from grave injuries, as the eight-armed god was once again bisected at the waist by the immortal sword. Around the wound, silent sword Qi encircled, relentlessly erasing his incense fire willpower, preventing his recovery. Bang! The array barrier that enshrouded Heaven Pass shattered, a massive breach opened by the aftershocks of the clash between the true immortals. Amidst the falling debris, remnants of bones mixed with immortal blood tumbled into Heaven Pass, giving off an incredibly rich and exotic fragrance. An eighth order being's essence, even if just a drop of essence blood, is invaluable to cultivators who have not yet attained immortality. In the sky above, the fractured array gradually healed, and to prevent further disturbances to Heaven Pass, a true immortal immediately performed a secret technique, transferring the battlefield into another layer of space. Even with a true immortal fallen at the outset of the battle, not a single one took a step back. This was a struggle for heavenly fate, there was no retreat, only a fight to the death. Bang! A severed arm along with a piece of remnant jade landed not far from Zheng, blood spilling out, snuffing out the great sun true flame that couldn't touch even a sliver of it. True immortal relic, 8th order / incomplete. The severed arm of a true immortal, with remnants of immortal descendants' blood, its true spirit extinguished, irreparable, carrying traces of law energy. With your current abilities, you are unable to handle it. Purifying Sky Ring, 8th order / incomplete. A middle quality immortal treasure, crafted chiefly from heavenly abyss jade marrow, having endured 5 tribulations, shattered in battle. With your current abilities, you are unable to restore it. Looking at the half-limb that had fallen nearby, Zheng's breath tightened slightly, and without much hesitation, he quietly merged into the void, approaching the fallen limb. The chaos was everywhere, and no one noticed Zheng's actions. In no time, he approached the severed arm and a fragment of the purifying sky ring and discreetly collected them into his small world. Beings in the true immortal realm possessed power that Zheng could not yet comprehend, the laws. Although he could not touch these things now and turn them into nutrients, once his rank as a repair master increased again, they would surely come in handy. For now, he could not repair anything associated with the word immortal, there must be some unknown distinctions. Many flying boats streamed out from the Heaven Pass towards the approaching army of the myriad realms, all of which were populated by cultivators from the immortal tribulation realm and the Tingxian secret realm. Half a moment later, fierce clashes unfolded in the cosmos. Powerful beings above the immortal tribulation realm were blocked outside the pass by many cultivators, but after the battle, it was inevitable that the arrays at the immortal pass would be breached in places. A large number of cultivators from the myriad realms flooded through the breaches into the immortal pass. The goal of these cultivators from the myriad realms was to destroy the spirit melting array within the immortal pass and cut off the subsequent power of the immortal path cultivators. Without the support of the spirit land, victory for the myriad heavens and realms in this battle was certain. Even true immortals relied on the environmental forces of heaven and earth, and without the amplification of the heavenly Dao laws, their immortal techniques and divine skills would be greatly diminished in power. A group of mythical beasts broke through the breach and landed not far from Zheng, resembling huge mastiffs with iron feathers and steel manes. As they ran, the iron feathers rustled and stirred up gusts of wind in the void. Iron Feather Mastiff, 4th order possessing the celestial mastiff bloodline, their innate divine ability lies in manipulating iron feathers with impressive might. Born from the Great Desire celestial spirit, they are under the jurisdiction of the Great Desire Heaven King, with a certain chance of bloodline ancestral return. A few giant mastiffs, extremely close to Zheng, started sniffing lightly before their beastly eyes glowed red and they pounced straight towards Zheng's location. Sensing the looming threat, Zheng's expression tensed slightly. These few had seen through his invisibility technique and sensed his qi. Zheng's figure became visible, his expression displaying little turbulence, as the 5 elements immortal root inside him stirred. He reached out a large hand and grabbed the iron feather mastiffs in his grip. With 5 celestial foundations within him and the yin-yang spirit, his combat strength far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Thud. The iron feathers and steel manes couldn't withstand Zheng's colossal strength, turning into a pool of blood and mud. The moment he struck, Zheng noticed that something was amiss. The surrounding was filled with ample nature's spiritual energy available for harnessing. After sensing for a moment, Zheng couldn't help but be startled. Not only had this land restored an environment rich in spiritual energy, but there were also true immortals turning themselves into heavenly Dao, overseeing the entire battlefield. This heaven pass had almost become a complete world unto itself, possessing all kinds of laws. All the beings from the myriad realms who entered the heaven pass were under suppression, and the battle situation was almost entirely one-sided. This was clearly a tactic of the Immortal Alliance against the myriad heavens and realms, applied with extreme proficiency. From this, one could see that the Immortal Alliance allowing true immortals to govern the powers of the heavenly Dao was likely in preparation for such strategies. However, creating such a war environment advantageous to the immortal path within the starry sky required the burning of a massive amount of resources. All cultivators were fighting by borrowing nature's spiritual energy, and with the spirit melting array turning spirit stones into nature's spiritual energy, the amount burned every moment was astronomical. Zheng put aside his thoughts, released the flowing cloud umbrella and Lihua spear without being distracted by their control, and let them move freely, gathering the remnants as efficiently as possible. Compared to the power of these two Tingxian spiritual treasures, his cultivation was insignificant. Personally controlling them would only be a restriction. With a true immortal overseeing the battlefield, it wasn't good news for Zheng. Because under the watchful eyes of a true immortal, employing the methods of a chi cultivator involved taking too great of a risk. Seeing Zheng appear and act, Zhang, who was not far off, approached with a somewhat grave expression. Daoist Chu, be careful. Those who have come are not only from the myriad realms. Some are from foreign races of the all heavens. Hearing this, Zheng's gaze flickered slightly. Zhang clearly had some understanding of the myriad heavens and realms, even able to distinguish between the myriad realms and the all heavens. As it seemed, the information provided by the spiritual eye earlier indicating the great desire heaven was indeed one of the all heavens. Holy Master. Before Zheng could ponder further, a sudden telepathic message rang out. He turned his head to see it was the family head of the Southern Territory Song clan, Song Yusong. At this moment, he was surrounded by 3 foreign races, facing imminent dangers, gasping for breath, exhausted, and had sustained multiple injuries. Zheng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Song Yusong's cultivation had already reached the Divine Infant, naturally including him in the list of recruits for this Immortal Alliance's summons. After a message was transmitted, Song Yusong's complexion changed slightly, and he no longer spoke, turning around to flee into the distance. Just now, he had merely sent a message for help and had not drawn the foreign races directly towards Zheng. He was prepared for the possibility that Zheng would not take action. After all, on such a chaotic battlefield, being able to preserve one's life was already difficult. Zheng owed a great debt to the Southern Territory Song clan, and Song Yusong did not wish for him to fall into danger. That message just now was like a lifeline for someone drowning, a completely subconscious reaction. Your next journey awaits at Empire. In his urgency, he had forgotten one thing, putting aside the identity of the Tingxian Holy Master. Zheng was also just a cultivator in the early stage of the Divine Infant realm, and probably couldn't help him either. Seeing this, Zheng's brow furrowed slightly as flames suddenly burst into existence at his side. The 2 immortal roots of wood and fire moved gently. He executed the fire god transformation, striving to gather the scattered great sun true flame fire seeds for his own use. Following the principle of the mutually generative 5 elements, with the support of the wood attribute immortal root, the fire god transformation that Zheng executed was extremely powerful, coupled with the fire seeds scattered about, which were unclaimed, and soon, dozens of fire seeds were gathered in one place by him. The Great Sun True Flame, being a 6th-order fire seed capable of melting Tingxian spiritual treasures, was extremely formidable, and with dozens of fire seeds at his side now, the fighting power Zheng could deploy had reached an extremely astonishing level. In an instant, several streaks of firelight swept past Song Yusong's side, turning many foreign races into ashes. Zheng had no intention to exchange pleasantries with him. He directly acted, stuffing Song Yusong into his small world. Song Yusong had only stepped into the Divine Infant by a fluke due to environmental changes in the Tsungyun heavens and earth, and he had been previously assigned to an area for refining divine iron. By now he was nearly spent, with no need to stay in the outside world and cause more chaos. Daoist Zheng, how did you distinguish the boundaries between all heavens and the myriad realms? Bathed in divine fire, Zheng took the opportunity to send a message and ask a question. The myriad realms are essentially under the Taoist orthodoxy of our human race, while all heavens is where a multitude of demons gather. Except for the Buddhist cultivators, all are of the foreign race, Daoist Zheng responded succinctly. If these foreign races were from the demon race, they would have already taken on a third of human form. Nothing could be easier to distinguish. Can you use the method you used on the battlefield beyond the realms again, Daoist Zheng? Zheng recalled Daoist Zheng's performance on the battlefield beyond the realms. Having a guaranteed trump card would be ideal. The ancestor did not give me a second chance to call for help. Zheng shook his head slightly, observing the many fire seeds around Zheng. He spoke with a slightly more elevated tone. This time could be a rare opportunity for you, Daoist. You must seize it. What opportunity? This is a struggle for heavenly fate. If you survive in this battle and achieve enough battle accomplishments, you will naturally be rewarded by the heavenly fate of the immortal path. Reward. Zheng was stunned for a moment, then his heart violently shook as he caught the implication. The immortal path heavenly fate had sentience. He had originally thought that the entire great universe might be sentient, just like a world where many Taoist orthodoxies compete for a share of the world's heavenly fate. It seems that might not be the case. A dull and massive rumbling came from the sky as the canopy overhead slowly opened, revealing the starry sky once again. A warship, several times larger than an ordinary star, slowly emerged from the end of the starry sky, its massive cannon ports flickering with a deadly divine light. From the terrifying fluctuations emanating from it, it was clear it had been charging for a while. That canopy before was just a ruse to conceal this warship. The next moment, a dazzling and brilliant divine light burst forth from the cannon ports, tearing through billions of miles of the galaxy, crushing countless asteroids along its path. Under the horrific impact, the entire immortal path trembled, being pushed into the depths of the galaxy, and the great star that had been fused there nearly showed signs of collapsing and disintegrating. Under the terrifying impact, the entire immortal path was squeezed out of this star domain as the array continuously dissolved and collapsed. The true immortal commanding heaven path was desperately trying to salvage the situation, repairing the array. However, the speed of repair was far slower than the disintegration of Heaven Pass. On the edge of Heaven Pass, large chunks of star fragments were forcefully ejected. Zheng's location was precisely in this area. The planes, forged from divine iron, were already full of cracks, and the array that was still being laid out had started to disintegrate. Boom! A terrifying sword light surged up between the star domains, severed the Milky Way, and blocked this apocalyptic divine light. Gradually, Heaven Pass stabilized and hovered in the middle of the starry sky, with copious amounts of fresh blood and bones splashing around. All one could see were divine infants and primordial spirits who had lost their physical bodies fleeing in every direction. In the region directly facing the apocalyptic divine light, most of the cultivators, including the beings from the myriad heavens and realms, had their bodies shattered by the strike from afar. Thank you, Daoist friend. Zheng expressed his thanks, blood spilling from his eyes. His internal organs were injured. If it weren't for Zheng's protection, helping him mitigate most of the impact just now, he would have been severely injured if not dead. Though he still had some minor injuries, they did not affect his combat strength. Zheng looked around. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. Raising his hand, he unleashed a blaze of light, scooped up Zheng, and prepared to leave. It's only a burden for you to take me with you, my friend. I have my own means of protection. There are still many of my clan members here, and I need to find them. Zheng rejected Zheng's kindness. Now that Zheng could control the divine fire, his combat power was comparable to a cultivator in the divine transformation realm. Her presence would not be of any help, and she had her own tasks to undertake. Daoist Zheng, take care. Zheng didn't waste time here. Without much hesitation, he let go of Zheng. Instead of moving towards the inner parts of Heaven Pass, he twisted his body and rushed towards the periphery where Heaven Pass had shattered into pieces. The outcome of this battle was still uncertain, and he needed to prepare for the worst scenario. Going into the inner parts of Heaven Pass might end up being a trap, where he would sit and wait for death. As Zheng had said earlier, it was much more convenient for him to act alone than for two people together. Even if the outcome was that the Immortal Alliance retreated, Zheng could use his identity as a Qi cultivator or the shape-shifting divine power to disguise himself as a creature of the myriad realms, blending in to preserve his own life. However, he couldn't possibly flee alone. Before that, he needed to find the other great mysterious elders and Gung Yang's location. In the blink of an eye, Zheng had charged to the periphery of Heaven Pass, surrounded by a sea of fire with divine fire rampantly streaking everywhere. Large chunks of star fragments floated in the starry space, from which surged powerful bursts of energy, with fierce battles still ongoing. Cultivators from the Tingxian secret realm were engaging in combat with beings from the myriad heavens and realms. After the huge change just now, there were losses on both sides. Zheng scanned the area and overall, the Immortal Alliance still held the advantage. A considerable portion of fire seeds had been mastered by cultivators skilled in fire-controlling divine power. Zheng saw several elders of the divine transformation realm from the Tingxian. Gathering these elders together should allow him to breathe temporarily. Things naturally wouldn't go as smoothly as Zheng imagined. Soon, beings from the myriad realms noticed Zheng's presence. Two cultivators approached him, one of whom was a man nearly 40 years old, bare-chested with bulging muscles and vigorous blood qi like an ocean. The other was a woman in her 20s, graceful and light-footed, with her enchanting body draped only in a thin veil, visibly enveloped in a layer of distincting qi. Zheng activated his spiritual eye, his gaze sweeping over the two. Both were fifth-order beings, and their energy seemed subtly connected, clearly a part of an extremely profound dual cultivation method, having grasped a fraction of the essence of the yin-yang great path. Both prospered or suffered together, and their constitutions were extremely compatible, a rarity in the world. The ability to control the spiritual fire indicates this person might have some extraordinary aspects to his physique. Let's capture him alive, and you can dual cultivate with him, absorbing his bloodline's essence. It should greatly benefit your constitution, the man remarked after sizing Zheng up and clicking his tongue in wonder. Just say you covet his yang energy, the woman rolled her eyes and chided, the benefits I gain will eventually be yours anyway. With a loud laugh, ripples emanated through the void as the man strode towards Zheng, his body swelling in size, with blood qi bursting forth from his orifices, forming a huge phantom that shrouded him from behind. Zheng's mind subtly shifted, halting his movement, with no intention of entangling himself with the two. His spirit connected to the Lihua spear. A crimson-red spear emerged from the void, its divine light bursting forth, thrusting forth a 10,000-meter spear aura, fully displaying the might of the Tingxian spiritual treasure. The spear aura was too domineering and swift, the man had no time to dodge, his expression drastically changed and with a long howl, his blood qi curled back, coating his body with a layer of blood-colored battle armor. Crack, the blood-colored battle armor instantly shattered, the man's chest exploded, and his organs were instantly turned to ash by the divine fire. The woman nearby, pupils dilating suddenly, her lips parted slightly, releasing a breath of moonlight. The moonlight, like a band of silk sweeping across the starry sky, amid thunder, decapitated the man and drew his head back to her side. This strike was without any hesitation, decisive and sharp, but it was precisely because of this that the man's life was preserved under this single strike. Retreat quickly. The man ordered in a soft shout, his face pale. A moment ago, he was just a step away from the Ghost Gate Pass, and nearly lost his life. Before he could speak further, the woman had already turned around, taking the head with her as she fled into the starry sky. Before leaving, she reluctantly looked back at Zheng. She was indeed very interested in Zheng's body, as she could feel an abundance of yang yuan, which greatly benefited her cultivation. Zheng did not pursue, but looked up and searched around. He quickly sensed a familiar aura originating from Yang. The battlefield outside Heaven Pass had, along with the relocation of Heaven Pass, moved to this location, where one could now see many figures of Immortal Tribulation Perfection and Tingxian cultivators. Underneath the starry sky, a dragon-shaped immortal flame blazed intensely. At this moment, Yang too had unleashed the fire god transformation, appearing like a deity born amid divine fire, overlooking the starry heavens without a hint of blood qi. His fire god transformation was far more refined than Zheng's, and he was also not far from the realm of transforming into immortal fire. His opponent was a middle-aged man, dressed in a simple long robe, with an unremarkable appearance, holding half a broken ruler in his hands. The jagged edge was stained with blood, evidently having made a kill. Zheng did not rashly speak to disturb Yang, but started drifting among the star fragments, rallying the great mysterious elders in one place to avoid getting separately defeated. During this process, Zheng faintly began to observe the battle situation in the sky. In the distant starry space, terrifying explosions erupted from time to time, turning the entire star domain into a chaotic mess, with stars turning into blue smoke and the sun and moon turning to ashes. A battlefield of true immortals was not something that cultivators below the true immortal realm could intervene in, not even those at the Immortal Tribulation Perfection. The disparity in combat power had escalated to an extremely terrifying level, shockingly awe-inspiring. After scanning a few times, Zheng's expression subtly changed. The battlefield in the distant star domain was still moving towards Heaven Pass. These beings, standing at the pinnacle of the myriad heavens and realms, had not given up on their plans to sink Heaven Pass. This was the critical point influencing this battle. Given the right environment, the speed at which a true immortal recovered from injuries was astonishingly fast, and replenishment was soon possible. Zheng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, his gaze wandering around, his thoughts spinning wildly in his mind as he began to consider his next move. The true immortals of the Immortal Alliance would not allow beings from the myriad realms to get close. Now that the battlefield of the true immortals was gradually advancing, it was sufficient to prove that the Immortal Alliance was at a disadvantage. This was still within the territory of the Immortal Alliance, and so far, no support from above the level of true immortals had arrived, which was enough to explain some issues. It was necessary to consider a way out earlier. In just that instant, the distant battlefield had already drawn near to Heaven Pass. The distance suddenly closed, the shattered star fragments, enveloped in the aura of laws, like a meteor shower, struck the array's light curtain, setting off ripples. Boom! Suddenly, Heaven Pass trembled violently, a figure smashed heavily against the array's light curtain, immortal light dazzling. Astonishingly, it was a true immortal. A cyan gold arrow pierced through the brow, piercing the head and pinning the primordial spirit to the array. The ensuing star fragments, like a series of heavy hammers, pounded on the true immortal's mutilated body, grinding it bit by bit into a pulp. Immortal blood trickled down, seemingly dripping into the hearts of many cultivators of the Immortal Alliance, stirring up waves of chill. An indescribable aura of solemn killing permeated the entire Heaven Pass, oppressively nearly suffocating. Humming, in the aftermath of the clash between true immortal level beings, the light curtain continuously trembled violently, clearly with beings from the myriad realms forcibly breaking through. Ignoring his blinded eyes, Zheng struggled to observe the situation on the battlefield, with both the myriad realms and the Immortal Alliance having lost several people. The incarnation of the earlier eight-armed god was now nowhere to be seen, most likely having been slain. Aside from this incense fire deity, the myriad realms were also missing two figures, and that extremely terrifying warship had also disappeared, unknown whether it was hiding in the shadows, reaccumulating power, or had been destroyed by a certain true immortal. The Immortal Alliance side, including the true immortal who had just been killed, had lost a total of 4 people. Now, in the battlefield, only 2 true immortals remained, whereas the myriad realms still had no less than 5 beings not weaker than true immortals. Inside Heaven Pass, there were slight fluctuations in the laws. The true immortal guarding within Heaven Pass was already somewhat shaken, wanting to detach from Heaven Pass and join the battle. The barrier is broken, lives are lost. True Immortal holding the immortal sword, turned abruptly with a stern shout, stopping the disturbances within Heaven Pass. Zheng wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes, used the divine fire to cover himself, quickly transported a group of great mysterious elders into the small world, and retreated towards a corner of Heaven Pass. At this moment, due to the impacts of numerous falling stars, the array in the sky had developed minor spatial cracks that could be traversed. His cultivation was low, unlikely to draw much attention. In the chaos, he could protect himself. Moreover, he could take advantage of the disorder to blend into the myriad realms, move with them, and on returning to Tingxian, act according to the situation. Before Zheng could reach the gap in the array, another anomaly suddenly arose in the starry sky. An extremely terrifying blood light suddenly lit up from afar, sweeping across from the distant starry sky. Zheng froze for a moment before realizing, horror flashing in his eyes. This blood light, filling the star domain, stemmed from a single person, manifesting the blood chi of a mighty being. Soaring blood chi swept billions of miles across the starry dome, a figure with a handsome face and a tall, slightly slim stature, his long hair fastened by a wooden pin, donned in a simple cyan martial robe, stepped out from the blood light. With one step, he entered the battlefield, casually smashed his palm down, crushing across the starry sky, and directly pulverized a myriad realms powerful being into bloody mud, bones and all. As the distance closed, Zheng's spiritual eye finally relayed information. Tingxian, 8th Order Martial Cultivator, naturally shielded by martial fortune, cultivation at the peak of martial saint realm, close to advancing to great saint of martial path. Martial saint. Zheng's heart trembled slightly, this being his first encounter with a martial cultivator at the pinnacle, whose combat power was truly astonishing, eliminating 8th Order beings as easily as picking flowers or reaching into a bag. Run! Upon seeing him, the remaining 4 powerful beings from the myriad realms, faces drastically altered, hesitated not a moment before turning to flee. Tingxian's expression remained placid as he murmured, resonating beneath the starry sky, "After all the effort to break through the starry sky barrier and rushing all the way here, it would be a pity to leave now. Please stay, as I wish to discuss and learn from you all." No sooner had his words faded than he already outpaced them, his blood chi surging gently, cleansing the starry sky, instantly clearing all the present breaths under the starry sky, steadying the chaotic law fluctuations, and frozen the meteor fire rain scattered everywhere in midair. He slowly extended his hand and with a fierce pull, the blood chi enshrouding the entire star domain suddenly trembled, and the vast wave of blood reversed billions of miles instantly, dragging the 4 fleeing figures back to his presence. Recently, I have created a new fist technique called demon splitting. I hope my fellow Daoists can offer some insights. Before his words ended, Tingxian had already raised his arms, fists loosely clenched. Amidst thunder, 2 fist shadows tore through the starry sky, falling onto the heads of 2 of the figures. Sensing their imminent doom flashing wildly, the 2 figures targeted by the fist shadows let out a fierce scream, roaring through the starry river, using all their skills, sacrificing several wondrous treasures in a desperate counterattack. Boom! The collision that followed was earth-shattering, as if the universe itself was roaring. The stars shattered, the unstoppable fist shadows consecutively smashed through several wondrous treasures, without a moment's halt, reducing the 2 figures into a splatter of blood mud. In the blink of an eye, another 2 beings capable of rivaling true immortals had fallen, such ferocity that all beings above Heaven Pass were left speechless. Tingxian's gaze moved to the remaining 2 figures. Before he could take any further action, a heavenly ladder descended, spanning the starry sea, extending beneath their feet, whisking them away instantly, vanishing without a trace. Fellow Daoist, take care, until next time. Tingxian's demeanor showed neither joy nor anger, watching the departing heavenly ladder, a hint of blood flashing in his eyes, he bowed in salute. He stood quietly before Heaven Pass, resembling an ancient god, overlooking the starry river, his vast blood chi gradually withdrawing back into his body. Throughout, Tingxian's emotions had shown no ripples, his manners were gentle, unsettlingly stable. But with just these few words, he had resolved the dire calamity at Heaven Pass, casually slaying 3 beings capable of rivaling high-grade true immortals. one after another, true immortal level beings perished, and throughout the entire star domain, a terrifying silence of death lingered. Broken mountains and rivers, lakes, and seas often fell from the space debris, originating from unknown small worlds. From the moment Tingxian appeared to when he sequentially slew 3 true immortal level beings, it only took a dozen breaths. Nobody could react in time. Above Heaven Pass, there was dead silence, followed by an eruption of a shocking tidal wave of commotion. Cultivators from the myriad realms trapped within the range of the array began frantically fleeing toward the outside of Heaven Pass. In such cosmic battlefields, once the commander is slain, if they continue to fight to the death, it's tantamount to sending themselves uselessly to their demise. Falling into the hands of the Immortal Alliance, they would have no chance of survival. Only one path awaited them: death. Under desperate circumstances, their counterattacks were often remarkably powerful, and some cultivators from the Immortal Alliance, caught off guard, suffered not insignificant casualties. Soon, the true immortals returned to action and personally took matters into their hands. Within moments, all the practitioners of the heretic path within Heaven Pass were eradicated, leaving no survivors. The disturbance was quickly suppressed. Zheng returned from the starry space, searching everywhere for Zheng. Before long, he found him. Only after confirming that Zheng was safe and sound did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. That battleship's cannon fire was terrifying, enough to shatter the liver and gallbladder. Even a true immortal hit by a single shot would perish on the spot. Countless cultivators lost their physical bodies, leaving only their injured divine infants gasping for survival. Soon, the Immortal Alliance began organizing cultivators to clean up the battlefield, repair the broken arrays, while also gathering those adept at alchemy and manufacturing to begin forging spirit bodies. The spirit body is the physical shell on which cultivators who have lost their bodies depend, with an extremely special construction. Made with divine iron for bones and herbs and spiritual medicine for flesh and blood, another type of resurrection can be achieved. However, the future physical bodies of these cultivators will hardly undergo transformation, and the prospects of overcoming the immortal tribulation are greatly diminished. The limit has been set. The best outcome for these cultivators is to earn military merits for the Immortal Alliance on the battlefield once again, to bless their descendants, equivalent to the end of their path to immortality. As for seizing a body to be reborn, it's exceedingly difficult for Immortal Path cultivators. The divine infant realm, even up to divine transformation, the primordial spirit of the Tingxian secret realm, is too powerfully energetic. The physical bodies of ordinary people simply cannot bear it, and a completely deceased body, having lost all life energy, cannot be used as a vessel. Even if they spend a great deal of effort finding a suitable body, the fluctuation of the soul that has been nurtured by the body does not match the true spirit developed within, which will cause rejection. Even if they are fortunate enough to enter the immortal tribulation realm, they will have no chance to attain the gate of true immortality. To seize a body for rebirth among the concepts of Immortal Path cultivators is considered a last resort for survival, and it's not even as convenient as a spirit body. At least it's considered clean, not tainted by the soul of another person. Zheng proactively applied to join the team cleaning the battlefield and then discreetly released both the Great Mysterious Elder and Song Yusong from his small world. Various types of wreckage and fragments in the battlefield were wondrous treasures to him. These remains were at least above top-quality magical treasures and would one day shine again in his hands. While Zheng was bent on scouring the battlefield, Tingxian had already stepped forward, setting foot on Heaven Pass. Although the Immortal Alliance emerged victorious this time, the losses atop Heaven Pass were no small figure. Not only the number of dead cultivators but even these collapsed arrays and scattered star fragments would take a long time to repair. Heaven Pass spanned millions of miles, with arrays stacked upon each other, not something that was built overnight. Clearly, it was a finished product from the Immortal Alliance, directly relocated here then further expanded upon. After confirming there were no surviving alien realm beings atop Heaven Pass, the remaining 2 true immortals came up to meet them directly. Observing this scene, Zheng moved a bit closer without changing his expression. A flicker of spiritual light in his pupils scanned the 2 surviving true immortals. Tingxian, 8th Order Cultivation at 9 Tribulations True Immortal, Spirit Communicating Sword Body, possesses an innate sword spirit, Immortal Alliance Inspector, pure-blooded Immortal Descendant, has overcome the 9 Great Tribulations, contains a world within, one step away from the Immortal Venerable Realm. Yan Fuxing, 8th Order Cultivation at 8 Tribulations True Immortal, Immortal Alliance Inspector, mixed-blooded Immortal Descendant, has overcome the 8-fold Great Tribulations, contains a world within, severely wounded with evil chi leaking from within. The cultivation levels of these 2 true immortals were even higher than Zheng had anticipated, nearly reaching the end within the true immortal domain. The realm of Immortal Venerable was within reach. Both being inspectors of the Immortal Alliance, some differences appeared in the information of these 2 individuals. One was a pure-blooded Immortal Descendant, the other a mixed-blooded Immortal Descendant. Thinking of this, Zheng's gaze grew sharper as he noticed something wrong. He could no longer discern the rank of their immortal bones from these true immortals. Or rather, at the true immortal realm, their whole bodies were immortal bones. Cultivation no longer relied on that one piece of bone behind the head but was more related to deeper bloodlines. True immortal bloodlines can influence and affect one's own family, which might also have some connection to the blood of these immortal descendants. I am Tingxian, may I ask for your esteemed name? Tingxian sheathed his immortal sword and bowed to Pei Hingxing with a grave expression. Many thanks to the Martial Hall for the assistance this time. You have saved countless immortal path cultivators, your merit is immeasurable, and I shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely in the future. If Pei Hingxing had not arrived at this battle, the Immortal Alliance would surely have been defeated. The forces deployed by the myriad heavens and realms this time were much more ample than that of the Immortal Alliance. Once retreat began, the various worlds around, regardless of their state, would all be plundered empty. Moreover, the martial path differs from the immortal path, as it is the way of vigorous blood and chi. When engaging with others, what is consumed is not mana but one's own blood and chi. Those who have fought too much in their lives often meet early deaths. The Martial Hall's willingness to step in to help the Immortal Alliance quell the chaos has already put the Immortal Alliance in considerable debt. Daoist Kuang is being too polite. My surname is Pei, bestowed with the name Hingxing by my master. Since the Martial Hall and the Immortal Alliance are allies, we should move forward or retreat together and resist foreign enemies. Pei Hingxing shook his head, cupped his fists in a salute and spoke slowly. The breach in the starry sky barrier has been repaired. There should no longer be beings from the myriad heavens and realms crossing over. Our Martial Hall already has 2 Vice Hall Masters who have gone to investigate the causes of this war in all heavens and the myriad realms. We expect results to be reported back soon. The combined heavenly fate of all heavens and realms is no more than 30%, far less than the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall's share. Heavenly fate is the manifestation of strength. As long as we find the time, with the huge gap of 10% heavenly fate, there will be no surprises in this battle. The victory of the Immortal Martial Two Paths is only a matter of time. The current disadvantage in the war is merely because the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall joined the battle hastily, combined with some instability in the vast universe and demonic movements. Therefore, immortal kings, immortal venerables, and great saints of the martial path who guard various heaven passes cannot extricate themselves, resulting in a bit of scrambling for the time being. Find more to read at Empire. Despite their clearly insufficient strength, all heavens and realms still initiated the war, presumably because of some earth-shattering change that occurred. Hearing the news that the starry sky barrier was sealed once again, both Tingxian and Yan Fuxing visibly relaxed. That's good. Tingxian's expression eased considerably. Looking at it this way, this war is not necessarily a bad thing for our immortal martial two paths. As long as the breach is sealed, it means cutting off the supply lines of the myriad heavens and realms. There will no longer be an endless stream of extraterritorial demons invading. In this manner, forcing our way into the worlds of all heavens is only a matter of time. Pushing the battlefield into the scope of all heavens and realms is good news for cultivators on both the immortal and martial sides, as at least there is room to advance or retreat. What Daoist Kuang has said is very true. The myriad heavens and realms are elusive and hard to find. The proactive start of the war by the myriad heavens and realms is a perfect opportunity to compete for a share of heavenly fate. Pei Hingxing's demeanor was as calm as an ancient well, and he nodded and said, "If we can gain another 10% of heavenly fate, our martial hall and the Immortal Alliance may have the chance to emulate the sages of ancient times, initiate the Dao battle, and therewith decide the fate of the cosmos in one battle." When Pei Hingxing spoke, he did not conceal his words, and many cultivators around him heard them. For a moment, the atmosphere atop the heaven pass eased significantly. The struggle for heavenly fate is not so simple. Tingxian shook his head, his gaze slightly intense. Even though all heavens and realms only possess 30% of heavenly fate, that Dao ancestor from the Taoist school alone occupies 25%. If this person's stance aligns with either all heavens or the myriad realms, how could our two paths, immortal and martial, stand a chance? Hearing the name of the Dao ancestor, Pei Hingxing's expression became much more solemn, and he did not speak further. All along, neither the martial hall nor the Immortal Alliance dared to take significant action against all heavens and realms precisely because they feared the presence of the Dao ancestor. The heavenly fate carried by one individual was enough to suppress an entire path, and since the primordial era, there has only been one such person. If the Dao ancestor sides with all heavens and realms, then their share of heavenly fate would reach 55%. Starting the Dao battle, whether for the Immortal Alliance or the Martial Hall, would most likely result in nothing but a dead end. Even if the two paths joined forces and used taboo methods to launch a campaign into the Chaos Sea to secure the last 0.5% of heavenly fate, they would still only have 45%. Once the battle begins, the best outcome would be the same as in ancient times, a war until the fabric of time and space shattered, causing great chaos and yin and yang, and the birth of a new chaos universe, burying this chapter of ancient history into the realm of the unknowable, severing ties with the past. It is because of the example set in the primordial era that the Immortal Martial Alliance, for millions of years, has never dared to make any large moves. Instead, they have been secretly tracking the whereabouts of the Dao ancestor. In preparation for facing the Dao ancestor, they have spent millions of years, and no one is more aware of the perils of the Qi cultivator's path than the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall. In the past, every time the Dao ancestor faced a tribulation, it was fraught with danger. Methods such as incarnating to avoid tribulation, which are lowly tactics, are now of no use to a Qi cultivator of the Dao ancestor's realm. After all, the Dao ancestor is but a lone figure, no matter how strong, just one person. The immortal and martial paths combined still hold a certain hope of being able to kill him. Moreover, the heavenly Dao would help them as well. One person monopolizing 25% of heavenly fate has already threatened the entire great universe. If the Dao ancestor's cultivation continues to grow, the heavens will change hands. The starry sky overhead today, what it most wishes to sever, is the Dao ancestor. Above Heaven Pass, Zheng silently observed Pei Hingxing, his mind teeming with thoughts. To slay a creature of the same rank with such ease was truly a terrifying display of power. Among all the people he had seen, this was the strongest practitioner of the martial path. Both at 8th order perfection, when Tingxian and Yan Fuxing joined hands to battle the creatures from the myriad heavens and realms, they seemed somewhat stretched and strained. However, Pei Hingxing had used only 2 punches and 1 palm strike to kill 3 beings that could rival true immortals. Since Zheng's initial steps on the path of cultivation had always been in the immortal path, his views on the martial path had lacked a concrete impression. Now, the appearance of Pei Hingxing had undoubtedly filled this gap for him. The combat strength of those who cultivate the martial path is likely much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a stark difference. From the recent conversation between Pei Hingxing and Tingxian, Zheng could discern something else: the Martial Hall and the Immortal Alliance could never have an absolute balance between them. If one day the heavens collapses and the myriad realms perish, a war between the immortal martial arts is inevitable. By then, the victor who holds 70% of the heavenly fate, even if the ancestral Dao alone possesses 25%, would likely have no choice but to await their doom. After pondering for a moment, Zheng did not dwell on this further, but turned around to continue tidying up Heaven Pass, gathering any fragments that he could find. He just needed to know that the current situation on the battlefield was gradually getting better for both the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall, and that was enough. At least for him, it was good news. He wouldn't need to risk infiltrating the myriad realm camps. It wasn't just that the Immortal Alliance was not a good place to stay, the myriad realms were also no better, with chaotic situations and too many unknowns. It was normal for things to happen beyond one's control. At this thought, Chu Zheng's gaze fell upon the distant starry sky, where remnants of immortal blood mingled with various shattered artifacts floated under the stars. These fragments of wondrous treasures from true immortal level beings were indeed priceless treasures to him. After spending several days, Heaven Pass was largely restored to its former state. Most of the star fragments that had flown off were drawn back and remelted into the structure of the pass. A small part of the fragments had vanished without a trace, caught up in the aftermath of the true Immortals' battle and swept to an unknown location, no longer in the nearby star domain. The broken formation patterns within Heaven Pass would need some time to repair, as it wasn't a task that could be completed in a day. After dealing with the matters above Heaven Pass, the Immortal Alliance then started organizing cultivators to clean up this star domain. The remains of the fallen true immortals from the Immortal Alliance had been collected earlier, leaving only traces of the myriad realms creatures between the shattered domains. Beings of true immortal rank mostly contain their own worlds within them. Although most had collapsed and were buried in the chaotic currents of the void, there were still some remnants left behind, which could make up for some of Heaven Pass's losses. The arrays that were originally set up in the starry sky also required some cultivators to reorganize the array's connections. Chu Zheng naturally joined the team cleaning up the battlefield, searching for any valuable incomplete items with intense focus, not overlooking any corner. Any fragment that came into his hands would in the future be a treasure not inferior to an immortal treasure. It was always good to accumulate some assets in advance. Soon, several fragments had been gathered in Chu Zheng's hands. However, contrary to his expectations, the Immortal Alliance seemed to value these fragments greatly, even going so far as to specially assign cultivators at the Immortal Tribulation realm to watch over them, to prevent personal hoarding. It wasn't just the fragments of wondrous treasures, those things that fell from the world fragments would also be personally inspected by the Immortal Alliance's cultivators, then meticulously registered, ensuring nothing was missed. After some investigation, Chu Zheng finally understood the situation. The Immortal Alliance was so cautious about the remains of these heretic path beings because these fragments carried a strong heretic aura, and they might contain heretic inheritances. If one were not careful and brought them back to their own worlds, it could possibly lead to unnecessary trouble. It might not only reveal the coordinates of those worlds, but there could also be beings from the myriad realms who might directly open spatial passages, bypass the starry sky barrier, and cross into other realms. The pathway of incense fire deities is the best example. As long as any books about deity legends entered the secular world, many mortals would soon attempt to form golden bodies for them and worship with incense. Once the golden body awakened spiritually, for the incense fire deities, they could directly manifest and descend. The trouble that this could cause goes without saying. Beyond the incense fire divine path, there were countless enigmatic Daoist orthodoxies in the myriad heavens and realms, which were impossible to guard against. One could only cut them off at the source. Therefore, cleaning up the battlefield from beyond the realm was an extremely complicated and important aftermath. The reason the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall was unwilling to open up battlefields within its own territory was precisely because of the many uncertain factors within these remnants. The Immortal Alliance had a very strict process for handling these remnants and wondrous treasure fragments. After a true immortal as well as Immortal Tribulation realm cultivators personally inspected them and found no issues, they would send them into the immortal flame to be melted into ash, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Hence, although Chu Zheng had obtained a few fragments, it would still take some effort to keep them. Chu Zheng didn't leave the team cleaning up the battlefield and continued the cleanup efforts alongside them. After half a month, Chu Zheng suddenly felt something was off. His immortal bone experienced a slight change, and the speed at which it absorbed mana had increased. This feeling was all too familiar to him, previously in the Zheng realm, when he slew Immortal Path cultivators, he would experience such a change. It was the imperceptible increase of heavenly fate, which could enhance one's cultivation speed. In an instant, Zheng recalled the reward that Zheng had mentioned to him earlier. The increase in heavenly fate should be the reward granted by the fortune of the Immortal Path. Zheng was far from the only one experiencing this. The cultivation speed of the cultivators who survived the battlefield had mostly increased to varying degrees. After some thought, Zheng, looking at the floating remnants in the starry sky, came to a realization. The share of heavenly fate is fixed. Such growth was not conjured from nothing, it derived from the beings of the myriad realms, perhaps even including those Immortal Path cultivators who perished in this battle. By this logic, if a peerless figure above the level of an immortal king in the Immortal Path were to slay all other Immortal Path cultivators, it might be possible to recreate a power close to that of an ancestral Dao figure. Heavenly fate. At this thought, Zheng couldn't help a chill running down his spine. The words left behind by that true immortal soul in the Song family's secret realm now seemed all the more eerie. It appeared that no matter the Daoist orthodoxy of the cultivator, when clambering to the pinnacle, the blade in their hands at the end would not only be aimed at other orthodoxies. The cleanup of the battlefield was soon completed. This war had an insignificant impact on the grand scheme of things. Tingxian had already departed. He still had to rush to other battlefields to be prepared for any contingencies. There was more than just him from the martial hall who came. Many true immortals from the Immortal Alliance were also doing the same thing as he was now, near the starry sky barrier, aiding the martial hall. These were forces called upon from nearby, in order to quickly settle the turmoil within their respective domains. Soon, the entire battlefield had been cleaned up, and Zheng followed the main force, handing over all the collected fragments of wreckage. To him, the extent to which these items were broken had no impact. Even if turned into ash and debris, they could still serve as a foundation for repair, though it meant that the cost of subsequent repairs might be greater. Before long, Tingxian personally inspected these remnants and fragments, and after confirming there were no issues, he entrusted them to a group of Immortal Tribulation Realm cultivators for processing. This group of cultivators, all of whom cultivated fire attribute divine skills and could barely control the immortal flame, included Yang, who practiced the Tingxian divine fire scripture. Naturally among these people, Zheng sent a message to explain a few things to Yang, who then arranged for him to be placed beside the furnace half a day later to collect some of the remnants after melting. Though the remnants would further degrade after the immortal flame's smelting, thus slowing the speed of repair, for Zheng, it was enough as long as he had a piece of the fragment. The smelting speed of the immortal flame was extremely fast. In just a few days, most of the wreckage had turned into ash. The majority dispersed as dust and smoke, with only a small part remaining as charred debris. In the end, Zheng kept only 3 pieces of the 8th Order wondrous treasure. Green Cloud Golden Bell, 8th Order Qingming Sect Defending Treasure, inscribed with the Green Cloud Scripture, a high-grade cultivational method from the School of Miscellany that draws strengths from various sources to complement each other, quite powerful, shattered during the Great War, beyond your current ability to repair. Discover hidden content at Empire. Cave Heaven Fragment, 8th Order. A small world that had already possessed the foundational heavenly Dao laws, collapsed due to the perishment of the being who created the Cave Heaven, has a certain chance of full recovery, retaining a portion of the mystic force that can be extracted, however, with your current ability, still insufficient. Emperor Jade Wall, 8th Order. Refined from innate spirit jade found amidst chaos, contains comprehensive medical scripts like the 4 Qi Regulation Scripture and Yin Yang Wan Xiang Luan, shattered during the Great War, beyond your current ability to repair. Apart from these 3 wondrous treasures, most of the remains had turned into light smoke, leaving not even a trace behind. For this, Zheng naturally felt extremely pained, but with these gains, it was already enough. Sometimes one needs to know when to stop, as being insatiable often leads to burning oneself. After the dust settled, the Immortal Alliance soon issued another decree. The Immortal Alliance gave 2 choices. One was to return to the original Great Realm, acting as if nothing had happened. The other was to follow the Immortal Alliance to the main battlefield. This decree was not mandatory, and was entirely voluntary. Though this battle had ended, the main battlefield was still in fierce combat, with masses of cultivators falling at every moment. Heaven Pass would not stay here for long, as such a war fortress could play a significant role on the main battlefield. Many cultivators were participating in the struggle for Taoist orthodoxy for the first time, killing beings of the myriad heavens and realms for the first time, and had received the rewards of heavenly fate, tasting the sweetness. To surpass the limitations of immortal bone and amplify their own cultivation speed was something unheard of for those cultivators who had not yet reached the immortal tribulation realm. For some cultivators with only middle-quality immortal bone, this was an opportunity to defy the heavens and change their fate. Fearing death is a common human sentiment, but driven by strong enough desires, a person can easily overcome the fear of death. Therefore, there was a cloud of respondents, with most cultivators willing to follow the Immortal Alliance to the main battlefield. Gung Yang also chose the second path. He wanted to go to the main battlefield to fight for his future. The Immortal Tribulation realm was not the end of his path. All the elders in Tingxian had made the same choice as Gung Yang, tired of guarding the mountain for 10,000 years and days without light ahead. Moreover, Tingxian now had Zheng. Gung Yang found Zheng and presented two immortal treasures right before his eyes. Heavenly Pattern Immortal Fire Hall, 8th Order Lower Quality Immortal Treasure, a legacy of the Tingxian Holy Land, created by an immortal artifact master. It can greatly increase the cultivation speed of fire element cultivators. Details: Tingxian Battle Halberd, 8th Order / Incomplete High Quality Immortal Treasure, a personal warrior weapon of a Tingxian True Immortal. It has been through countless bloody battles, drunk the blood of celestial lords, and once suffered heavy damages, but its foundation remains powerful, and with the revival of its internal true spirit, it can behead a 7 tribulations true immortal. Details: Seeing this, Zheng was slightly startled, and after pondering for a few moments, he accepted the Heavenly Pattern Immortal Fire Hall, and then pushed the Tingxian Battle Halberd back. You need this treasure more than I do. The Heavenly Pattern Immortal Fire Hall is very important to Tingxian, and it was only right for him to bring it back to Tingxian. For those disciples whose cultivation is still shallow, wondrous treasures that can amplify their cultivation speed are extremely precious. This is the foundation of Tingxian. And Gung Yang was about to go to the main battlefield of the Immortal Alliance and the myriad heavens and realms, which was bound to be fraught with danger, and possessing the Tingxian Battle Halberd for protection would undoubtedly be an additional life-saving measure. Gung Yang's expression was slightly startled, a light laugh escaped, and without any refusal, he took the Tingxian Battle Halberd. Holy Master, take great care. With a single phrase, Zheng fell silent for a while, then solemnly said, I won't stay in Sanyun for long, and from this moment of parting today, there may not be a chance for another meeting, so I hope you return soon. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is for Qi cultivators to hide their identity, with the 9 orifices. Golden core within their bodies, even if they sealed the Dantian, a true immortal personally investigating in detail would not be deceived. Once possessing the power to protect himself in the starry sky, he would not continue to stay in Sanyun, nor would he have any deep entanglement with the Immortal Alliance, the myriad heavens and realms, or even the Chaos Sea could be his next destination. Gung Yang took a deep look at Zheng, with an implied meaning. Walking on 2 paths at once can sometimes lead you to be attacked from both sides. You might want to consider carefully which path to take. There is much that is secretive about Zheng, but Gung Yang had no intention of probing. He now had a clear understanding of Zheng's temperament, that appealing to his emotions was much more effective than coercion. Pressuring too much could lead to many undesirable outcomes. Furthermore, he was genuinely reluctant to let go of such a bright gem, which should shine its brilliance under the starry sky rather than be buried in a single realm. Therefore, he sincerely hoped that Zheng would choose the path of the immortal path. On the path of the immortal path, Zheng could definitely write an unparalleled myth, whereas practicing the heretic path within the Immortal Alliance territory was like walking on a tightrope, constantly at risk of losing one's life. An even deeper reason was that Gung Yang did not want Zheng to lean toward the side of the myriad heavens and realms. Hearing these words, Zheng's heart trembled slightly, well aware that Gung Yang had always known about his identity as a heretic cultivator. but had never directly spoken of it until it was brought up today. After a long silence, Zheng responded with a low laugh, "Perhaps I could enjoy the best of both worlds." Hearing this, Gung Yang's eyes showed a flicker of disappointment, but it quickly faded away. The path that others could not walk might be one that Zheng could traverse. He was, after all, no ordinary prodigy and could not be judged by common standards. Even if that path might be full of thorns. He did not speak again but waved his hand and turned to leave. Song Yusong was well aware of his own limitations and chose to stay by Zheng's side, preparing to return to Zhengyun realm with him. Among those who had decided to go to the battlefield, Zheng saw Shang Zuling. Shang Zuling had made a choice completely opposite to Zheng's. She chose to follow the Immortal Alliance to the main battlefield. Battling with Daoist Chu, I gained a lot. Without refining through struggle and secluded from the world, it's hard to grasp the great way. Shang Zuling's eyes seemed to hold a fiery light, brilliant as the Zhou Tian stars. Daoist Chu must have felt the changes within himself too. Earning enough military merits in the battle for the Taoist Orthodoxy will naturally speed up your cultivation. Since the battle in the outer domain channel of Zhengyun realm, she could feel that the power which had always existed within her had dissipated. Her ancestors had given up their special treatment of her, as if they had abandoned her. Shang Zuling, however, did not mind this, and even the shadow that had always hung over her heart dissipated somewhat. At least from now on, she could walk her own path without relying on the grace of her ancestors. Since the battle in the outer domain, that ancestor had also lost their halo in her eyes. In fact, she had seen through some secrets unknown to others long ago. That incarnation's arrival on the battlefield was not actually to save her, it seemed more like a reminder to Zhao Tingxian. Zhao Tingxian being able to escape from the Immortal Alliance successfully had a great connection with Shang Tsungyun startling the snake by hitting the grass. Even her participation in that war in the outer domain was within that ancestor's expectations. If Daoist Chu were to go to the battlefield, you might enter the sight of some higher up in the Immortal Alliance. Sooner, saving a lot of hard work. Shang Zuling seemed to have a bit of regret over Zheng's choice. Being too eye-catching isn't always a good thing. Zheng shook his head, knowing that after learning about the great universe, his thoughts had changed rapidly, and he had become much more low-key. The prerequisite to establishing an eternal name is to step into the eternal immortal realm. Before that, he needed to hide his sharpness. This great battle was entirely different from what Zheng had imagined. The main battlefield was too dangerous, and he had to put Bai Nian's matter aside for now. Finding a way to save Bai Nian depended on his ability to stay alive. Shang Zuling did not engage in a deep conversation with Zheng, her heart full of anticipation for the main battlefield. Soon, the two groups of people who had made different choices had completely parted ways. Most cultivators who decided to go to the battlefield were eager and excited to test their mettle. On the front lines, another, even more terrifying war had not yet been won. In the midst of death, striving for a slim chance of survival is the ordinary state of cultivators. Zheng followed another group, boarded the flying boat, and began the journey back. However, just as they passed through a light gate, two figures appeared in front of the flying boat, blocking the way. A man and a woman, both with strikingly beautiful features, seemingly not of this world, each enveloped in the clearly visible, gentle immortal light. "Do you come from Zhengyun?" The man stepped forward slowly, glanced at the many cultivators from Zhengyun realm, and said slowly, "Who is Zheng? Who is Zheng?" The name Zheng was all too familiar to the Zhengyun cultivators of the Zhengyun realm. Many Zhengyun cultivators' gazes subconsciously fell upon Zheng's figure. Qi Su, 7th Order Demon Emperor of the Demon Race, in the late stage of Immortal Tribulation realm, true form is the flame fire red flood dragon, inner gall condensed with 74,500 years of Taoist orthodoxy, blood contains fire poison. The inner gall can significantly increase the cultivation of fire attribute cultivators, with a certain chance of mutating into fire-resisting divine ability. Qi Xian, 7th Order Demon Emperor of the Demon Race, in the mid-stage of Immortal Tribulation realm, true form is the flame fire red flood dragon, inner gall condensed with 69,800 years of Taoist orthodoxy, blood contains fire poison. looking at the man and woman before him. Chu Zheng's eyes flickered with a glint of spiritual light, as if deep in thought. Two demon emperors from the immortal tribulation realm suddenly blocking the way, and specifically asking for him by name, was likely related to the previous encounter with the Fengyu demon emperor. Or rather, it had something to do with the demon race of the northern region of Songyun. "Are you Chu Zheng?" The demon emperor named Qi Su spoke again, sizing up Chu Zheng with an expression from which it was impossible to glean joy or anger. "Yes." Chu Zheng nodded, his expression calm. After receiving an affirmative response, Qi Su nodded slightly, and casually said, "Follow me. The Dongxing demon immortal wants to see you." There was an undeniable sense of imperiousness in his offhand tone, which brooked no dissent. As expected. A flicker of realization crossed Chu Zheng's eyes, along with a trace of shock. The timing of these two red flood dragons' appearance was too coincidental to be just by chance. No sooner had the conflict at the battle outside the realm concluded than that unnamed demon immortal received the news, signaling a frighteningly efficient network of information. During the battle at the Songyun Outer Realm Passage, the northern region demon race was informed half a year in advance, clearly due to someone tipping them off. This matter was inseparably linked to Zhao Tingxian, who held sway over the heavenly Dao at the time, or rather, it seemed possible that Zhao Tingxian's backing within the Immortal Alliance might originate from the demon race itself. "I won't go." Chu Zheng refused without the slightest hesitation, bluntly denying the request. Upon hearing this, Qi Su's gaze sharpened, and with a flash of red in his distinctly black and white pupils, his eyes turned into vertical slits, revealing an impatience on his brow. "Boy, do you understand what you're saying?" "I am fully aware of what I am saying." Chu Zheng's face remained calm as he stared back at the two demon emperors of the immortal tribulation realm, without a hint of evasion in his gaze. Meeting with a demon immortal of true immortal rank was certainly not an option, as spending time alone with such a being at close range would be far too dangerous. Moreover, he already had karma with this demon immortal, and the likelihood of returning safely from such an encounter was incredibly slim. Furthermore, Chu Zheng could sense that the tribulation chi beside him was entirely undisturbed, proving that even if he outright refused, he would face no imminent danger. After all, he was now at the top of the Songyun Hidden Dragon list, considered among the immortal seedlings within the sight of the Immortal Alliance. Without a legitimate reason, the Immortal Alliance would not likely kill him. The most critical point was that Chu Zheng was now 99% certain that the demon immortal's previous withdrawal of the northern region demon race from Songyun was done secretly, without the Immortal Alliance's knowledge, and that no humans could possibly be aware of it. Otherwise, the news at that time should not have been received only by the demon race. Ji Yuyan, as the Immortal Alliance envoy, absolutely should not have been left uninformed. Failing to report actions of the myriad heavens and realms in advance, thereby colluding with them, would be tantamount to conniving with the myriad realms. In the struggle for Taoist orthodoxy, collusion with the myriad realms was an accusation that, if proven, would leave even a demon immortal with no choice but death. Damned fool. Anger surged in Qi Su's eyes as he reached out to grab him. A huge phantom claw of a flood dragon pressed towards the flying boat, aimed directly at Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng's figure did not move an inch, and he did not counterattack, standing silently. An immortal general clad in silver armor, seated at the bow of the flying boat, suddenly stood up, pointed a finger, and shattered Qi Su's advancing claw. Qi Su's brow furrowed as he shouted, "Jiang Wanquan. What is the meaning of this? I am under orders to return these people to Songyun. You reach out to take someone before my eyes, do you take me for dead?" The silver-armored immortal general, detached, remained unmoved. He did not give any regard to the so-called Dongxing demon immortal, and spoke indifferently. "The people of Songyun realm cannot be touched without the order of Songyun immortal king. To move is to die." Hearing the name of the Songyun immortal king sent a flicker of wariness through the eyes of both demon emperors. Jiang Wanquan clearly had no interest in entangling with them, and with a low command, "Make way." After a moment of silence, the two demon emperors slowly stepped aside, no longer obstructing. Chu Zheng. Qi Su's gaze was fixed on the youth atop the flying boat, his eyes roiling with a crimson light. The Zheng realm was unlike other great realms. With the protection of the Zheng Immortal King, one could not enter or leave at whim. Once Zheng returned to the Zheng realm, unless he willingly left, they had no recourse. Any outsider cultivator who dared to act against Zheng's people would be walking a path to death, let alone demon race individuals, with their crimes increased by 1 degree. After all, the Immortal Alliance was predominantly led by human race cultivators, with the demon race merely as vassals. In an instant, the flying boat had gone far away. Tingxian turned her head towards her brother, evidently worried. Without the person, how shall we explain to the Dongxing demon immortal? Chisu slowly calmed the tumultuous aura within him, reassuringly said, "Don't rush. Near Zheng, we will station a demon king to keep watch. As soon as news of Zheng leaving the realm is reported, we will be notified." This was undoubtedly the most foolish method, but under the circumstances, they had no better strategy. On the flying boat, Zheng withdrew his gaze, turning to Jiang Wanquan and bowing. If Jiang Wanquan hadn't been there today, Chisu would not have let him off so easily. In that situation, he would have been in great danger. He even suspected that if there had been no one else around, Chisu might have directly made a move to kill him. Jiang Wanquan gave no response to Zheng's thanks, remaining silent and sitting down quietly with his eyelids closed. From Chisu's reaction, it was clear that he was not wary of Jiang Wanquan, but rather, the Zheng Immortal King, Shang Tsung. It wasn't difficult to infer from a few words that Shang Tsung did not neglect the Zheng realm, but had even set rules to protect the cultivators from the Zheng realm outside their domain. Throughout the entire time, Zheng never mentioned to Jiang Wanquan the news that might connect the Dongxing demon immortal with the myriad heavens and realms. Without a clear understanding of the relationship dynamics within the Immortal Alliance, or the specific severity of the matter, Zheng was not eager to play this card. The identity of who was behind this Dongxing demon immortal and whether there was an even more terrifying power supporting him remained unknown. The news that a channel for extraterritorial fiends had appeared in the Zheng realm could be suppressed initially, and it was not impossible that this message could be suppressed once again. The person who could help Zhao Tingxian extract himself from the Immortal Alliance was definitely no ordinary figure. The considerations involved were very complicated. If the news got out and prematurely attracted the attention of some terrifying entities, it would be a loss for Zheng. Zheng also chose not to speak any further, and the flying boat was once again enveloped in silence. The surrounding cultivators of the Zheng realm were all somewhat confused and couldn't quite understand the situation. But judging from Chisu's previous reaction, they had guessed some information, suspecting that Zheng must have offended a demon race true immortal somehow for such an encounter to occur. For a divine infant cultivator to offend a true immortal, had it been anyone else, they would likely have lost their life many times over. But not a single person dared to make a judgment about Zheng. Even when Zheng was at the spiritual spring, he had already been pursued with a bounty by the Holy Land, a fate that ordinary cultivators would consider a death warrant, facing death 100 times over. Yet, Zheng had survived, and within a few short years, he had ascended to become the Tingxian Holy Master, something not even the myths dared to fabricate. If Zheng had managed to survive from the hands of the Holy Land, then this unknown demon immortal might not necessarily be able to harm him. In the blink of an eye, the flying boat fell back into silence. After more than a month's journey, Zheng finally saw the outline of the Zheng realm again. A thought crossed his mind, and he turned back to glance behind him. He had always felt as if someone was watching him along the way. Upon a quick glance, Zheng spotted several figures trailing far behind the flying boat. Although he did not see Chisu nor Tingxian among them, Zheng could guess their identity. They were probably a few great demons. This matter was far from over. If there's nothing urgent in the next few days, it would be best not to leave the realm, to avoid bringing disaster upon oneself. Jiang Wanquan's voice echoed in Zheng's mind. After realizing this, he transmitted his thanks through psychic speech. This reminder was more than generous for a fleeting relationship, and Jiang Wanquan was acting with utmost kindness and righteousness. Jiang Wanquan did not stay long. After escorting the group into the Zheng realm, he quickly departed. Feeling the presence of the Zheng realms heavenly fate again, Zheng took a deep breath, and his tense nerves relaxed significantly. The news that the great demons of the demon race did not dare to enter the realm was already great news for him. Looking at the familiar land and sky before him, Zheng felt a slight relaxation in his heart and spirit. Time flies. This journey beyond the borders had taken almost 2 years, and even so, this conflict was already considered to have concluded at divine speed compared to all other extraterritorial wars that had occurred. Soon, Zheng returned to the Tingxian Holy Land. The night sky was high, with many stars shining in holy brilliance, carrying a familiar scorching aura. When he left, there were Gung Yang and many elders of Tingxian. Now, it was only Zheng returning with Song Yusong, which inevitably felt a bit cold and desolate. Seeing Zheng return alone, the hastily arriving Fu Chuanliang's expression shifted slightly, hesitating to speak but not daring to ask too much. The old holy master and the elders are fine, they've temporarily stayed in the extraterritorial battlefield, no need to worry, Zheng explained in one sentence, and then he made his way to where Li Mingzhou and a group of martial cultivators were located, before releasing Bai Nian from the small world. After explaining the cause and effect, Zheng let out a light sigh. This time in the battlefield beyond our realm, there were too many uncertainties, it was difficult to make contact with the people from the myriad heavens and realms. We can only wait and find another opportunity in the future, my apologies. Holy Master, you're taking it too seriously, Bai Nian shook his head. The Holy Master has never wronged me. I have always been mindful of the great kindness I have received, and even if I don't find a way out, it doesn't matter. He had been looking forward to going to the myriad heavens and realms, but it was not to the extent that he must go at all costs. If things were unchangeable and he had to give up his path of cultivation, he would be able to accept it as well. As his perspective widened, his ability to accept some of life's disappointments had far surpassed that of ordinary people. Life is full of disappointments, and the fact that he could live to see this day, to witness sights and books that he had never seen before, was already enough for him. There will be plenty of time in the future. Zheng looked up at the starry sky above with a calm tone in his voice. He had far from given up on the myriad heavens and realms, which would be his next main battlefield. After making sure Bai Nian was settled, Zheng walked to the peak. As expected, Song Lingxue was still sitting cross-legged in the martial training field. Close to 2 years had passed, and her cultivation had progressed significantly. She had reached the 9th layer of the Yuan Aura realm and was about to begin attempting the embracing pill stage. In the martial path, the embracing pill is equivalent to soul condensing in the immortal path, both represent a qualitative change, and one's combat power will surge dramatically. In terms of the speed of cultivation, Song Lingshua's progress in strengthening her abilities was incredibly rapid, far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. This was somewhat related to the fact that martial cultivation naturally progresses faster, but more importantly, it was due to Song Lingshua's own talent. On the martial path, she indeed possessed a talent far beyond what ordinary people could compare with. Exceptional talent, coupled with ceaseless diligence, rightfully earned her this level of strength. Sensing the disturbance, Song Lingxue slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Zheng not far away, her expression eased, as if relieved of a heavy burden. She slowly exhaled a long-held breath in her chest, feeling all her limbs invigorated. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she seemed to have caught the opportunity for embracing pill. She got up to greet him. Although she was curious about Zheng's experiences over the past 2 years, she did not rush to ask. The spiritual spring in the hall was warm, and there were long talks through the night. After a brief rest of several days, Song Lingxue sensed the opportunity for embracing pill and began her closed-door cultivation. Zheng also entered a secret chamber and continued his cultivation of the eternal Calamity treasure record, inscribing his innate divine ability within his spirit apertures. At the same time, he once again executed the star-capturing heaven method, starting to select and search for suitable great realms. If it weren't for the fact that, before leaving, he had scattered much of the tribulation chi through an incarnation, the journey to the battlefield beyond would not have been so smooth for Zheng. He managed to go through it without any shocks or serious injuries. With previous experience, this time Zheng could fully focus most of his attention on the incarnation while condensing his innate divine ability. This time, through his incarnation enduring tribulations, he aimed to raise his cultivation as much as possible, at least reaching the refined spirit stage, or even stepping into the returning to void realm. Only then would he be able to quickly raise the rank of Repair Master, further accelerating the growth of his true strength. Upgrading the Repair Master's rank through his true body was simply too time-consuming, and he could not afford to wait. The Yin-Yang Divine Infant stepped out from between his eyebrows, entered the starry sky, and began to sense the chi of various stars. Soon, Zheng made a discovery. In a vision wrapped in chaotic starlight, he saw a starry sky filled with forest of 10,000 gods. Thick incense smoke covered the stars, and everywhere there were tribes worshipping ancient deities. This was a great realm at the peak of prosperity for the incense fire divine path. Without much hesitation, Zheng immediately chose this world. It would not only elevate his cultivation, but also allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the incense fire divine path, which was a case of killing two birds with one stone for him. Upon the pitch-black curtain above, endless starlight twinkled, part of which shone brightly like pearls, glittering and gleaming, while some flickered like the weakened flame in the breeze, hazy and uncertain. A streak of light shot across the starry sky, gone in a fleeting moment. The vast universe, which to Zheng was once unfamiliar, no longer felt strange, yet every time he ventured into space, he was still drawn by the celestial bodies that contained limitless mystery. To once again traverse the stars and wander the alien realm was for Zheng a well-trodden path. In an instant, he saw the expanse of the starry sky shrouded by the power of the incense fire willpower. Compared to his first time, Zheng now had a bit of spare strength, allowing him to linger a while longer among the stars. When compared to the Tianyao Federation, this time in the cosmos, he could clearly feel the presence of heavenly fate, and this section of the star domain seemed to possess a comparatively more complete heavenly Dao. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng chose one of the larger stars. Breaching the star's barrier in an instant, he was greeted by a rich surge of spiritual energy that surpassed the Tsungyun realm from before the great transformation of heaven and earth. The world was filled with an extremely dense incense fire willpower. With a casual glance, Zheng saw numerous shrine temples beyond count. Every person worshipped deities, every home revered the holy. In the vacuum of space, various divine speech resonated, tales about myriad deities circulated endlessly in the streets and alleys. Powerful fluctuations of divine sense echoed between heaven and earth. Some divine sense detected Zheng's presence, giving it no more than a cursory sweep before moving on, unconcerned. Zheng began searching for a suitable vessel. This time, he wished to find an appropriate body, preferably that of a child. The body of a child, with its unscattered innate qi, would allow him to bypass many hardships in the refining essence into qi process. During his last tribulation, most of his consciousness resided in his main body, but even then, his cultivation grew at an exceedingly rapid rate, indicating the benefits of a child's body. Upon this star, even though deities loomed every 3 feet above one's head, warfare among the various tribes was still a common occurrence, with no shortage of freshly perished corpses, a shame that so few were suitable options for Zheng. Passing through mountains and seas, traversing ancient tribes, and coming upon a river, Zheng halted his steps. This land belonged to a small tribe with just over 10,000 people, who relied on the water for sustenance. The deity they worshipped within the tribe was a river god. At this moment, this tribe was conducting a ritual sacrifice. A statue of the river god, a stone's throw high, with a human body and a fish tail, sturdy built, carrying a trident, with a stern visage, stood by the river. On the altar before the divine statue, an array of offerings was laid out, including cattle, sheep, fruits, and vegetables, and a pair of sleeping boy and girl. The bodies of children contained innate qi, and being male and female, they represented yin and yang, which are of great benefit not only to yin gods and spirits but also to the living fairies and beasts. The high priest, clad in a long robe, was prostrate before the divine statue, chanting divine speech. After a while, the high priest slowly rose, with the congregation retreating behind him, his murky eyes revealing a hint of a sigh. Zheng listened for a while and learned some information. This portion of the star domain was governed by the divine court, which had authority over all deities. There were 36,500 divine positions, corresponding to the number of stars in the Zhou stars, with layers of incense fire willpower consecrated upward. The top-tier god emperor, who held sway over the divine court, bore the title Supreme Divine Emperor of Celestial Frost and Dark Heaven, basking in the worship of the entire star domain. The great emperor's title was above the heavenly venerate. The force of this divine emperor was feared to be beyond exploration, mightier than any giant above the immortal path's immortal king. Such rituals, in this small tribe, were held annually, but typically, the offerings did not include boys or girls. When both a boy and a girl were included, it marked a once-in-a-decade grand ceremony which, for such a small tribe, was a rare and momentous occasion. The children selected as offerings were prepared 2 years in advance. Healthy adults were chosen from within the tribe to pair up and conceive. The sex of the offspring was identified while still in the womb, and the children were then delivered on the most young day of the year and the most young moment, respectively. After birth, the chosen children were taken away and raised by the high priest immediately, to prevent parental attachment from affecting the conduct of the grand ceremony. The separation of flesh and blood was one of the deepest sorrows in the human world, and this also helped to lessen the parents' grief somewhat. Zheng was drawn by the pure yang qi inside the little boy, a child just over a year old, born on the utmost yang day, making it most suitable as his vessel. However, Zheng was not planning to intervene in the grand ceremony. This was the tribe's way of survival, and his interference would tangle him in the karma of thousands of people. If he did so, it might lead to even more deaths. Besides, he was but a vestige of a soul at the moment, longing to intervene but powerless to do so. At this time, Zheng only wanted to know the final outcome of the boy and girl and to see for himself the strength and realm of this deity who was receiving the offerings. Soon, the sky darkened, and the heavens were dotted with numerous stars. As night fell, the river gradually began to rise. Not far away, the high priest led the people of the tribe, still watching from the sidelines. Before long, the river swelled to the level of the altar. The divine statue seemed to come to life, a flicker of divine light in its eyes, and with a soft inhalation, it drew out strands of pure life origin from the 2 children. Flesh and blood were useless to a Yin god, only this life Yuan Qi was a substantial tonic. River Towning Spirit Lord, 3rd Order, a Spirit Lord realm incense fire deity with over 700,000 followers, formerly of the Merman tribe, whose spirit lingered after death, dwelling within a clay effigy, worshipped and awakened by people's offerings, bringing annual prosperity and abundant incense to the domain. Aside from this tribe before me, beneath the command of this deity, other tribes also exist. A 3rd order deity, ensuring the survival of over 700,000 believers, must expend a considerable amount of energy. The offerings tributed by these tribes, after offsetting the loss of divine power, leave little to spare. Otherwise, no believers would be willing to offer sacrifices willingly. Without believers, even an incense fire god cannot ensure its own survival. A deity that only demands without giving anything in return, won't have believers willing to worship it. Looking at the child on the altar whose chi was as thin as a thread, Zheng heaved a soft sigh. With the life origin sucked away, there was no hope of saving him. It was just unknown if repairing the panel could replenish that wisp of innate primordial chi. The grand sacrifice had just reached halfway when suddenly, a beam of sword light flared at the edge of the sky. Chilling light dazzled the eyes, and a sharp whistle came from the void. The sword light swept over the top of the divine statue, decapitating it in one stroke. The enormous head was tossed high, crashing into the river and causing a splash. Not far away, the high priest and a group of tribespeople were shockingly pale, and after snapping out of their daze, they were filled with terror, bowing repeatedly towards the decapitated divine statue. A figure stepped into the void, stopping above the river. Dressed in a white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, with extremely powerful energy fluctuations surging within him. Tong Tianai, 3rd Order Qi Cultivation Path Cultivator, practices the Replenishing Prime Sutra, Bone Age 93, also cultivates the Incense Fire Divine Path, currently writing and establishing his legacy. Upon seeing Tang Tianya's information, Chu Zheng's brows slightly furrowed. He hadn't expected to encounter so soon a cultivator who also practiced the incense fire divine path. Tang Tianya's expression was indifferent as he looked down at the kneeling tribespeople and spoke lightly. Worshipping such a minor demon god is inferior to worshipping the 9 heavens ever-bright celestial lord of our heavenly moon sect. My ever-bright ancestral master doesn't require the sacrifice of your sons and daughters, just a longevity plaque. 3 bows in the morning and evening, a single stick of incense at dawn and dusk, and he shall protect you all in safety. Before his words had even faded, the decapitated divine statue of River Towning Spirit Lord suddenly burst out with intense divine light, its head gradually regrowing, the clay-like color fading away, transforming into solid flesh. With the manifestation complete, without any nonsense, the River Towning Spirit Lord rose upon the waves, soaring into the 9 heavens wielding a steel pitchfork, its thrusts heavy and forceful, as if it intended to pierce through the void. Dare to be so presumptuous, mere Spirit Lord. Tang Tianyi sneered coldly, unmoved. He inhaled lightly, and the yuan qi of the surrounding heaven and earth surged towards his mouth. As his lips parted, a hint of sword light lingered in his throat. The next instant, he exhaled violently, sending a dazzling and brilliant sword light spewing out of his throat. Clang, the sound of metal striking metal rang out, sharp enough to cleave through stone. Boom! In the sky above, divine light shimmered as 2 figures clashed in battle. All around, the crowd was focused on the battlefield in the sky, unaware that the child and many offerings on the altar, no longer enveloped by divine power, had fallen into the river, bobbing in the rapid current and drifting downstream. Chu Zheng frowned slightly, not lingering any longer, and followed suit by plunging into the river, entering the boy's body. Upon entering this body, Chu Zheng immediately felt an indescribable chill, his yang qi completely dissipated, and life was extinguished. Without hesitation, Chu Zheng immediately used the panel to repair the body. However, this body was too weak to do anything but drift with the current, sinking and floating in the river, gradually drifting away. Chu Zheng could only continue to use the repair panel to maintain his fragile vitality. Unable to open his eyes and with water filling his mouth and nose, he drifted downstream with the current. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Zheng finally reached a shallow bank with the river's flow, his stomach already full of water. The child, barely a year old, was weak and powerless. Chu Zheng could only flounder with great effort to approach the shore, crawling into the muddy bank. Chu Zheng wasted no time, immediately searching for qi sensation, attempting to channel qi into his body. Moments later, a warm current surged into his body from the crown of his head, beginning to grow rapidly. In an instant, 2 days had passed. Chu Zheng remained prone on the bank, motionless, until the sense of weakness in his limbs subsided, and he gradually stood up. Having absorbed 2 days of sun and moon essence qi, his physique, previously that of a 1-year-old child, was now no weaker than that of an average adult. A constant feeling of hunger enveloped him. Were it not for the repair panel, he would have starved to death already. Not yet undergoing spirit transformation, one cannot consume qi to nourish oneself and cannot do without grains and cereals. After diving into the river again and catching some fish and shrimp to fill his belly, Chu Zheng began to explore the tribes around him. In front of him lay a vast great realm, with much still unknown to him, and the first thing he needed to clarify was the mystery of the incense fire divine path. Here, there were not only deities and believers but also many people who practiced the incense fire divine path. From Tang Tianya's previous actions, it was clear that the competition for believers in this place was fierce. Moreover, Tang Tianyi was practicing the incense fire divine path himself, yet instead of preaching for his own sake, he was expanding followers for the ancestral masters within his sect, which puzzled Chu Zheng. After trekking through the mountains for several days, relying on his gradually increasing qi strength, Chu Zheng began to hunt fierce beasts for nourishment, and as he devoured large amounts of flesh and blood, his muscles and bones gradually stretched. By the time he arrived in front of a tribe, more than a month had passed, and his stature had shot up to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, wrapped in a beast's skin. Looking at the big gates in front of him, Zheng felt somewhat bewildered for a moment. Rather than a tribe, what lay before him looked more like a city, with city walls nearly 30 feet high and a pitch-black gate covered in various patterns, with a divine statue standing on each side at the front of the gate. In front of the divine statues, there were incense burners with 3 sticks of pure incense as thick as fingers lit. The gates were wide open, with an endless stream of people, quite bustling. In front of the city gate, there was no guard in armor, and entry and exit were at will. Zheng followed the crowd into the city, desperately gathering information from the snippets of conversation coming from all directions. Walking through the long street, Zheng's thoughts gradually stabilized, as if coming to a realization. Above the star, many people practiced the incense fire divine path, but most of them practiced it alongside other paths. After these cultivators died, relying on the reputation they had established during their lives, people would create a golden body for them, allowing them to return to the world through the power of incense fire willpower. This was equivalent to resurrection, so many cultivators flocked to the incense fire divine path. While there were those who became deities using their physical bodies, as time passed, the flesh would ultimately decay, and the Yin God was the ultimate destination. Compared to a physical body as a shackle and constraint, the mode of action of the Yin God was undoubtedly more flexible and varied, with a golden body as a node, able to reach the expanse of rivers and mountains in an instant. As Zheng's understanding of the incense fire divine path deepened, his expression became somewhat hesitant. This was indeed a great path, capable of divine communication, and even able to exist in the world forever. But for a Qi cultivator, the more karma involved, the greater the likelihood of a violent death. For a moment, Zheng suddenly recalled the ancestral Dao, and his heart trembled slightly. No one knew the true name of the ancestral Dao. The golden bodies created were of many forms, without a fixed appearance. As long as the name ancestral Dao was bestowed upon this golden body, the ancestral Dao should be able to receive the power of incense fire willpower without taking on too much karma. This method was undoubtedly against the natural order. As his thoughts dispersed, Zheng, absent-mindedly, bumped into someone's waist. Zheng looked up, ready to apologize, when a wrinkled smiling face squeezed in front of him. No worries. Yuan Dazuan, First Order Bone, age 43, rudimentary knowledge of the martial path, practicing the incense fire divine path with few believers. Here was another cultivator who practiced the incense fire divine path. Zheng's gaze sharpened, and he subconsciously stepped back half a step. Do you believe in the divine? Yuan Dazuan sized up Zheng and suddenly asked. Zheng shook his head subconsciously, then abruptly nodded. Little fellow, I see that you were born extraordinary, not an ordinary person. In the future, you must be a dragon among men. Would you like to follow me and cultivate? Yuan Dazuan's expression gradually became stern. If you believe in me, I can fulfill all your wishes. Compared to those well-known deities with their established followers, those who had just begun to practice the incense fire divine path undeniably had it challenging. Just like deities, the simplest way to acquire followers was through fulfilling the wishes of believers to prove their strength. As a deity, without sufficient power, there would be no believers willing to offer their willingness. On the long street, cultivators were as plentiful as carps crossing a river, and with just a glance, one could see many shrine temples. In some households, more than one deity was worshipped. Apart from the true core of fanatic believers, the faith of most deities' followers was not pure. For example, the Lord of the Divine Court, that great emperor, with just a casual look, one could see many divine positions belonging to him. The basis for believers to trust in a deity lay in the deity being able to fulfill their wishes, which was a mutual choice. Zheng looked at the middle-aged man before him, who was over 40 years old, and couldn't help but remain silent for a moment. Seeing that Zheng did not speak, Yuan Dazuan became a bit impatient. Young fellow, I am not jesting with you. As long as you have a wish, I can help you achieve it. Really? Zheng's expression was a bit odd, regretting if he did not take this readily available hard labor. Seeing that Zheng finally reacted, Yuan Dazuan's expression eased slightly. He nodded and said, naturally. A toddler looking no more than 4 or 5 years old, how big an appetite could he have? Picking up a believer for free was a bargain unlike any other. Let me think. Zheng lowered his head to calculate, and then spoke slowly. I want millennium-aged ginseng, 100-year-old pine spirit ganoderma, moonlight condensation dew, earthing grass. In an instant, Zheng listed over a dozen old medicinal spiritual materials, most of which were of occulting property. This body was born during the ultimate yang hour and was filled with yang qi, needing some yin cold spiritual materials for balance. Considering Yuan Dazuan's power, Zheng's request was not beyond his ability. These items were all basic spiritual materials, rarely seen even at the entry stage, and could help him quickly solidify his foundation. After the 100 days spiritual transformation, his cultivation would be able to grow faster. Wait, just wait, I can't remember all that. Yuan Dazuan interrupted continuously, looking somewhat blank, as some of the items Zheng mentioned were unheard of to him. After thinking it over, he took out pen and paper and had Zheng repeat the list, then noted everything down one by one. This was the first wish of the believer, and if he couldn't fulfill this, there was no point in talking about the future. The child before him bore no trace of any deity's aura, he was as pure and clean as a crystal. Such children, who had yet to develop a belief in any deity, were too rare in this world, and with a bit of cultivation, could become fanatic believers. A fanatic believer was worth more than hundreds, thousands of ordinary believers. For someone like him, a cultivator without any foundation, every believer was precious, and he would vie for each one. In the future, when he died, there would also be someone to help him build shrine temples and form his divine statues. As long as he could gain the trust of this child, even if it meant a small price, it would be worth it. The things you asked for are not difficult for me. Yuan Dazuan cleared his throat, put away the list he had written, and his demeanor became serious again. Young fellow, what is your name? Zheng. Casually replying, Zheng looked up at Yuan Dazuan and touched his belly. I am hungry. Follow me, and you will never be hungry again. Yuan Dazuan's face broke into a smile as he led Zheng into a restaurant on the street. It was not yet midday, the restaurant had few patrons, the air filled with a faint fragrance of strong liquor and the smell of oil, which was tantalizing. Smelling this, the sense of hunger in Zheng's belly instantly intensified several times, making it almost impossible for him to move. Such an abnormal state made Zheng realize something was off, his gaze landing on a picture behind the counter. In the picture stood a bald, white-bearded, kindly-faced old man in a white robe. Beside him floated 12 differently shaped kitchen utensils. Food God picture, third order portrait of a heavenly venerate incense spirituality, long immersed in incense and possessing divinity, capable of influencing the culinary desires of beings of the third order or below, and enhancing the mana of spiritual culinary path cultivators. Food God. Zheng's heart stirred, a single portrait affecting the senses of a cultivator was indeed incredible. Such portraits, unknown how many more there were in this world, clearly showed the increased earnings for restaurants displaying the food god picture. The spiritual culinary path was also one of the numerous smaller paths, and this food god being listed in the heavenly venerate realm, it wouldn't be surprising if every restaurant displayed his picture. Even the destiny of the spiritual culinary path itself might be monopolized by him alone. Business was good in restaurants, and with many imitators, the incense to the food god would only become more vigorous. The more vigorous the incense, the more benefits the food god could receive, and thus he could offer more feedback to his believers. For an incense fire god, this no doubt formed a positive cycle. Yuan Dazuan chose a spot for them and called over a server. There were people in the hall discussing legends about the food god, and Zheng caught bits and pieces, gaining a little understanding about this deity. The food god had been a cultivator of the spiritual culinary path during his lifetime. Later, when the great emperor of the divine court had descended to be tested by the vicissitudes of the mortal world, he met him and prepared a world-shocking dish that delighted the great emperor. After the great emperor returned to his divine position, he titled him the food god, commissioned writings about him, and dramatically expanded constructions to erect temples and forge his divine statues, granting him billions of incense worship. From then on, the food god's fortunes soared, becoming one of the pillars of the divine court. The tales about the food god were numerous, with this being just one of many versions. What the true circumstances were, apart from the food god himself, no one knew. Eat as much as you like, follow me, and you won't lack for food. Yuan Dazuan emphasized once more the benefits of following him. He picked up the menu, and handed it straight to Zheng. Zheng did not bother with pleasantries with Yuan Dazuan, took the menu directly, briefly glanced at it, and casually ordered a dozen dishes. Nowadays, with his physical strength, there was no less than 5,000 pounds. Naturally his appetite was extraordinarily large. In this restaurant, there were quite a few dishes made from entry-stage magical beasts' flesh and blood, but Zheng evaluated Yuan Dazuan's strength and did not go overboard. Looking back, not having money to pay the bill and being detained to do chores in the restaurant would be a bit of a delay. Looking at the dozen names of dishes, Yuan Dazuan sized up Zheng for a while, his expression slightly skeptical, but in the end, he did not speak. Instead, he turned around, handed the menu to the waiter, and casually instructed to serve the dishes one by one. In the previous days, traveling through the mountains was equivalent to living off raw flesh and blood. Coupled with the influence of the food god picture, Zheng naturally had an enormous appetite at this moment. In just a short moment, a dozen dishes had all entered his stomach like a furnace, instantly refined the essence, which was integrated into his limbs and bones, with some impurities being expelled from the body along with a great sweat. "Are you full?" Yuan Dazuan, far from alarmed, was delighted, his eyes shining more intensively, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He quickly called over the waiter, and picked up the menu. "If it's not enough, order more." Being able to eat so much proved that Zheng was no ordinary man, with an exceptional talent. Such a follower was even harder to find. The stronger Zheng's future strength was, the more benefits it would bring to him. One great cultivator as a follower could be worth 100,000 strong men. That's about it. Zheng shook his head for a while, stood up, and walked towards the outside of the restaurant. Relying on these things for nourishment was ultimately too inefficient. Yuan Dazuan also stood up, rubbing his hands together, his eyes filled with excitement. Once they were outside the restaurant, he immediately waved his hand grandly. "Let's go, I'll find you a place to stay, and once I find you a cultivation method, you can attain immortality." As he said this, he suddenly came to a realization, looked towards Zheng, his expression hesitant. "What about your parents?" Since meeting, Zheng's comportment had been overly composed, hardly resembling someone uneducated. If Zheng had a remarkable identity background, his effort would be all in vain. "On this stars, I have no family," Zheng told the truth. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dazuan breathed a sigh of relief, slowly saying, "You will have one from now on." Zheng neither agreed nor disagreed, turned around, and glanced at the food god picture hanging in the main hall of the restaurant, as if in deep thought. How to avoid karma and obtain incense fire willpower was the only thing he needed to worry about at the moment. This path had a law that reached to the heavens, and it was also a way out. If he were to die young on this path, by means of the incense flame golden body, perhaps there was still a chance for a comeback. The dim evening light hung in the sky, filling it with colorful clouds. The remaining glow reflected into a slightly dilapidated courtyard, falling on a child's face, adding a touch of blood color to his already ruddy cheeks. Zheng was holding a half of an old ginseng, reclining on a hammock, staring at the bloody evening sky, lost in thought. Crack, he finished the remaining old ginseng in 3 or 2 bites, the sweet taste exploding on the tip of the tongue, juice overflowing. A surge of vegetation essence chi flowed down from his throat, washing over the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and eventually hidden within the limbs and bones. A skyscraper rises from the ground. This time, Zheng wanted to go further, intending to step into refined spirit, naturally needing to build a solid foundation. 100 Days spiritual transformation was the foundation. "Ancestor, slow down." Yuan Dazuan, squatting not far away, had his brow twitching and the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, watching Zheng finish the 1,000-year-old ginseng in just a few bites. He inevitably felt a bit heartbroken. From the day he picked up Zheng, more than a month had passed. During this time, he increasingly saw Zheng's extraordinariness. He had sought many cultivation methods for Zheng, none of which Zheng had practiced, yet his vitality grew stronger day by day, already showing some phenomena despite his young age. For this, Yuan Dazuan naturally had some suspicions. Perhaps Zheng carried some kind of cultivation method inherently, only, with his vision, he couldn't see the way. Yuan Dazuan had no doubts. According to this rate, in another year and a half, Zheng would catch up to him. At a certain moment, Yuan Dazuan had thought about giving up. Zheng was not someone he could control, yet he felt somewhat reluctant to let go. In this past month, the cost he had invested in Zheng was simply too great, almost exhausting most of his resources accumulated in the first half of his life. The huge cost already invested made it impossible for him to easily let go. If it ended with both financial and personal loss, he really couldn't bear it. Therefore, he could only try his best to fulfill Zheng's requests. Zheng came back to his senses, saw the worried look on Yuan Dazuan's face, did not say much, and turned to walk inside the house. With the repair panel available, there were too many ways for Zheng to earn spirit stones. Once he entered the spirit transformation, gained some self-defense ability, he would repay Yuan Dazuan tenfold for the expenses of these days. After entering the house, Zheng turned around to lock the door. Not far from the bed, stood a clay figure. The clay figure was 7 feet tall, clad in a simple robe, and the face was blank, without any features. This was a divine statue. Among the many cultivation methods Yuan Dazuan had brought to Zheng, included the elementary incense fire divine path. Each incense fire deity had started from establishing their reputation during their life, and after death, by means of their golden body, they gathered their dispersed spirit and soul, assembled the body of the Yin god, and returned to the world of the living. The first divine statue was also known as Divine Embryo, the place for harboring the divine spirit. The divine embryo realm was also the first realm of the incense fire divine path. Looking at the formless golden body in front of him, Zheng fell into deep thought. He was keen to emulate the method of the ancestral Dao, to collect incense fire willpower to see the effects, but he didn't know how to start for the time being. That ancestral Dao, whose real name and appearance were unknown to anyone, was extremely mysterious. However, the golden body of the ancestral Dao was erected throughout the myriad heavens and realms, even making Zheng suspect that the strongest incense fire deity in the great universe might also be this ancestral Dao. Zhao Tingxian, who followed the path of incense fire deity, was inevitably influenced by the ancestral Dao. Yin Yang Xianling demonic sanctioning great holy celestial. Zheng recalled Zhao Tingxian's honorific title, as if he had realized something. He could first invent a fictional name for a deity, intangible and formless, create a legend for it, and see where the collected incense fire willpower eventually went. This was merely a trial by Zheng. However, the main issue was how this deity, which does not actually exist, would find believers. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng looked up at Yuan Dazuan in the courtyard, as if he had grasped an idea. The one who was currently closest to him in this world was Yuan Dazuan. Having this living believer right in front of him, it would be a pity not to try something. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. As Yuan Dazuan's resources were completely depleted, Zheng finally completed the 100 days spiritual transformation and stepped into the spirit transformation realm, capable of using many divine skills. On the night he entered the spirit transformation, Zheng used the invisibility technique and silently left the courtyard, circling around the city. Although the city itself was still relatively peaceful, outside the city, there were quite a few battles occurring. With wars came broken blades and magic treasures, which were, to Zheng at the moment, the simplest and most direct sources available. Several hours later, Zheng found a small-scale battlefield, where most of the combatants were ordinary beings who had not entered the entry stage, and fragments of magical instruments were not common. After searching for a moment, Zheng only found 3 broken magical instruments. However, for Zheng's current situation, these fragments of magical instruments were still sufficient enough. The next morning, in the small courtyard, Yuan Dazuan looked at the magic instrument in Zheng's hand, which was flashing with spiritual light, and was taken aback for a long moment. Zheng coughed lightly, his expression solemn. "Do you want to worship the deity with me?" Above the firmament, the rising morning sun carried warmth, yet this warmth failed to penetrate the depths of Yuan Dazuan's heart. "As you wish, worshipping gods?" Yuan Dazuan repeated Zheng's words, feeling a slight chill in his heart and a trace of bewilderment in his expression. He could tell at a glance that the few magic artifacts in Zheng's hands were valuable, at least with his prior financial resources, he couldn't afford them. In one night, Zheng suddenly had these artifacts in his possession, which was difficult to explain by normal reasoning. Worshipping deities sometimes yielded rewards bestowed by them, but such events were rare. Only the most fervent believers could possibly receive such divine rewards. If it were said that Zheng was a disciple of some deity, everything he had done before would turn into a joke. Zheng casually tossed the magic artifacts towards Yuan Dazuan and turned to step inside his room, where he brought out the divine statue he had crafted. Looking at the faceless divine statue, Yuan Dazuan hesitated. "Which deity is this? Not even a visage has been left behind. Was there no painter to capture a divine portrait during life?" Practitioners of the incense fire divine path, most would have their likeness captured by a skilled painter before death, thus facilitating believers in forming their golden body, posthumously shrouding them in incense fire. Deities without a visage, as in this case, mostly remained in the divine embryo realm, struggling to amass a sizable divine kingdom. Without a face left behind, naturally, their persuasive power would be significantly reduced. Even if many mythological tales were fabricated about them, without sufficient strength to prove their prowess, it would still be difficult to attract believers. Believers follow a method to worship gods, expending their own vitality, qi, and spirit, thus the number of deities one can worship each day is limited. Believers aren't foolish, they can discern pros and cons, willing to choose deities that benefit them. A deity so obscure, I fear, will soon be submerged by time, their remains lost, with no incense to perpetuate. Daoist Venerable Zheng, a practitioner of the Taoist school, Zheng had already decided on a title for the divine statue. The method he used to craft this divine statue was acquired from the remnants of Zhao Tingxian's hidden abode, the god sculpting method, which he had slightly modified. He added a yin-yang diagram at the waist of the divine image as an identifier for Daoist Venerable Zheng. He intentionally left the features of the statue blank, reserving a blank space to test some possibilities. A Dao Lord? Yuan Dazuan looked doubtful, as Dao Lord didn't seem like a traditional title recognized by the Orthodox incense fire divine path. After a silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Were these magic artifacts given by that one?" "Yes." Zheng's eyes flickered with anticipation. "Perhaps, he might fulfill most of your wishes." If Yuan Dazuan was unwilling, Zheng had no intention of forcing him. During this period, he had received quite a bit of care. These artifacts were enough to compensate for Yuan Dazuan's contributions during that time. Parting on good terms was sufficient. Yuan Dazuan hesitated, looking at the magic artifacts in his hand and then at the divine statue before him, unsure of his next move. Relations of vassalage naturally exist among the deities, the divine court being the prime example, 36,000 deities, clearly ranked, each serving their own sovereign. Although the imperial divine emperor was the supreme lord of all deities, sects still divided the divine court internally. Powerful deities had hundreds and thousands of followers, and these followers were also incense fire spirits. Yuan Dazuan had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Even if he were to practice the incense fire divine path and achieve divinity after death, his achievements would be limited. Even if he were to enter the divine court, he would probably only find a remote rural area to establish a shrine, living meagerly on scant incense fire under the wing of some deity. Compared to his current circumstances, the only advantage would be the ability to live on indefinitely. After some hesitation, Yuan Dazuan took a deep breath, took out an incense burner, offered up some spirit fruit, then lit a stick of pure incense, murmuring a chant. After respectfully notifying heaven and earth, he bowed his head and inserted the pure incense into the burner. Hiss! The moment the incense entered the burner, the previously burning pure incense was instantly extinguished. Seeing this, Yuan Dazuan immediately frowned. When the incense fire dies, so does the deity. Unable to offer incense could mean that this Daoist Venerable Zheng either did not exist in the world at all or all his followers had perished. Besides these two possibilities, there was another: Daoist Venerable Zheng did not wish to accept him as a follower. Seeing this, Yuan Dazuan sighed lightly, knowing that the magic artifacts in his hand couldn't have come from nowhere. Since Zheng had benefited from this deity, it proved that the deity must exist. It seemed that this Dao Lord had certain standards for selecting followers. One couldn't simply worship if one desired to do so. Yuan Dazuan gave Zheng a somewhat helpless smile and turned to rest inside the house. As it was his first time worshipping a god, he had spared no effort when he performed the god-worshipping method earlier, depleting much of his vitality, qi, and spirit, and he needed time to recover. Zheng walked around the divine statue, his brow furrowed. He didn't feel any unusual movement, nor did he perceive any fluctuation of incense fire willpower. Clearly, this undoubtedly meant he had failed. Practicing the incense fire divine path, to collect willpower directly without involving cause and effect was a bit of wishful thinking. There are no such perfect solutions in the world. Zheng was deep in thought, casually picking up the spirit fruit from the offering table and stuffing it into his mouth, contemplating whether there had been any oversights beforehand. Crunch, the moment the spirit fruit touched his palate, the extinguished pure incense in the furnace suddenly lit up with a faint glow and began to burn, emitting a rising stream of blue smoke. Zheng's expression slightly stunned, his pupils dilating, a trace of shock suddenly surging out. In the Zhongyun realm, Tingxian Holy Land. Within the secret chamber, Zheng suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand to his chest, his expression undergoing a drastic change. He felt a throbbing, a faint connection, coming from a distantly twinkling star, establishing a link with him. Within his spiritual platform, the yin-yang divine infant trembled slightly, stretching out and imparting a gentle warmth. He had received a thread of incense fire willpower. But, how was this possible? Zheng's heart pounded like a drum, his expression filled with doubt and uncertainty. This thread of incense fire had been directly transmitted to his true self. Daoist Venerable Zheng was just a casually chosen title, completely unrelated to himself. The only connection was that his incarnation had consumed a bite of an offered spirit fruit. After pondering, Zheng's brows slightly furrowed. The issue should not lie with the spirit fruit, but with that divine statue. That divine statue. Zheng grew even more frightened. Could it be that the divine statue sculpted by the god sculpting method wasn't the ancestral Dao, but actually himself? However, those Qi cultivators had not received any incense fire willpower. How could this be explained? For a moment, Zheng's mind was clouded with doubts. Unknown matters often carried a hint of terror. In the slightly dilapidated courtyard, Zheng activated his spiritual eye, scanning the divine statue before him. Divine statue, Zeroth Order Daoist Venerable Zheng's unique golden body, empowered by incense fire spirituality, has developed mystery. With over 100 believers, one may attempt to cultivate a divine embryo. The statue still lacked facial features, a bare plane, and upon seeing this, Zheng's entire body went cold. Daoist Venerable Zheng. Had he created a deity, or had he himself become a god? Zheng suddenly raised his hand, pressing it against the statue before him. Bang, a muffled sound echoed, dirt splattering, scattering all around. Incomplete divine statue, Zeroth Order Daoist Venerable Zheng's unique golden body, shattered by your own hand, reparable. Zheng's true self had tried for a long time, attempting to sever this thread of incense fire connection, but it was all in vain. Even with the statue broken, nothing changed. Daoist Venerable Zheng had left traces in this world that could not be erased. After a moment, Zheng restored the statue, his emotions gradually stabilizing. Killing Yuan Dazuan might sever this thread of incense connection, but Zheng didn't plan to try it. For one thing, he didn't know the outcome; for another, he had been prepared for twists before attempting, and this particular twist, although somewhat out of control, did not necessitate such an exaggerated reaction like a startled bird. If he were really that timid, he would have given up chi refining techniques long ago. However, looking at this divine statue, it's possible that when Zhao Tingxian embarked on the incense fire divine path, he too might have experienced an accident like the one Zheng was facing now. Zheng dispersed the thoughts in his mind, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. Since he couldn't break away, he would continue on. If Zhao Tingxian could practice both concurrently, he naturally could as well. After a short rest, Yuan Dazuan emerged from the house, his eyes falling on the scant remnant of blue smoke in the incense burner, his expression revealing surprise and confusion. He had already given up, yet this change still occurred. His gaze quickly fell on Zheng. This turn of events was most likely not unrelated to him. Zheng did not explain to Yuan Dazuan's puzzlement but turned around to go back into the house. A day passed in a flash, and by nightfall, Zheng employed the invisibility technique and left the city again, beginning to search for valuable fragments of magic artifacts. Rapid advancement in cultivation was inseparable from the nourishment of elixirs and heavenly and earthly treasures. Earning a large amount of spirit stones was the top priority. Apart from that, it was to develop followers for Daoist Venerable Zheng. The wisp of incense fire willpower indeed nurtured the divine infant a bit, and this was an advantage that could not be overlooked. Since it was beneficial for cultivation and could not be cast aside, Zheng decided to start devoting a portion of his effort in this area. Attracting believers was no easy task, and this could be seen from Yuan Dazuan's experience. Therefore, Zheng needed to create a series of mythologies to lend credible support to this faceless Dao Venerable. Even if these were fabricated, as long as believers were willing to believe, it would be enough. This time, Zheng traveled further from the city. After entering the spirit transformation realm, he could use magic artifacts to travel, drastically changing the speed and efficiency of his search. After making a large loop around the vicinity, Zheng suddenly came across a familiar great river. Following the river, he soon reached the first tribe. Compared to before, there had been quite a few changes in the village. The divine statue of the river-towning spirit lord that was by the shore had disappeared without a trace, and each household in the tribe had set up a longevity plaque. 9 Heavens Ever-Bright Celestial Lord. From this plaque, it was evident who had won the battle that day. The incense fire deity of the celestial lord realm has an upper and lower rank, with the upper-ranked ones similar to cultivators from the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, and even a junior heavenly monarch is comparable to Tingxian. In terms of strength, this 9 Heavens Ever-Bright Celestial Lord was much more powerful than the river-towning spirit lord. In fact, it could be said that these two were not beings of the same level at all. However, even with the protection of a stronger deity, the people in this tribe had no joy on their faces. Zheng, using his invisibility technique, took a walk around the tribe and soon understood the reason. The 9 Heavens Ever-Bright Celestial Lord, though powerful, had too many followers and simply could not protect each one individually. If magical beasts attacked the tribe and caused injury or death to the believers, the Jiuyou Changming Celestial Lord would certainly intervene and even eradicate the source once and for all. But daily hardships such as frost, rain, snow, tidal changes, and even whether the weather was favorable, the 9 Heavens Ever-Bright Celestial Lord would not care much about, as they were natural occurrences that did not threaten lives. It was the lesser deities who, in order to gather the faith of believers, would put effort into such matters. And indeed, these were exactly what the tribe's people needed for their survival. Zheng did not disturb the tribe and left quietly, continuing his search toward distant lands. As the sky began to brighten, Zheng returned to the city. That night, his harvest was substantial, acquiring many fragments of magic artifacts. After repairing them, he handed them all to Yuan Dazuan. Being too young, if he appeared personally, others might take him lightly, which could also invite trouble. By having Yuan Dazuan find the right opportunity to exchange them for spirit stones and elixirs, it couldn't be more suitable. Zheng specially instructed Yuan Dazuan to be extremely careful and conceal his identity when making the exchange. These magic weapons were scavenged from a battlefield, and once repaired, there was a chance they could be recognized by their original owners. It was better to prioritize safety until his own cultivation was sufficient. Besides these matters, Zheng officially began writing the mythological records for Daoist Venerable Zheng, which would require some thought. Even if he didn't go as far as creating the universe or dividing yin and yang, Zheng still needed to raise the powers of Daoist Venerable Zheng as much as possible, otherwise, he wouldn't be competitive in a world teeming with deities. After some contemplation, Zheng set the origin of Daoist Venerable Zheng in the primordial era. In the primordial wilds, many things had been lost to history, leaving much room for Zheng's creativity, and in any case, nobody would actually verify these stories. The Tao Lord was born with the natural forces of heaven and earth, possessing the rise and fall of yin and yang without a teacher, naturally comprehending, consuming the energy of yin and yang, the essence of heaven and earth, entering the path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. After 3 years of tranquil cultivation, Zheng's cultivation had steadily entered the late stage of the Jade Bone realm. This pace was purposefully restrained by Zheng to ensure stable progress, but compared to common cultivators, it was still astoundingly fast. Regarding the biography of Daoist Venerable Zheng, its release only received a lukewarm reaction in the vicinity. However, after a group of believers came to worship and try it out, Zheng did not skimp on spirit stones and eventually gathered a group of followers. Though not possessing fanatically devoted believers who worshipped him exclusively, the golden body still successfully nurtured a divine embryo, obtaining a sliver of true spirit. Divine Embryo Realm, the first realm of the Incense Fire Divine Path. Entering this realm meant that Zheng had formally stepped onto the incense living being's way, becoming an incense fire deity. After nurturing a divine embryo, this mud-sculpted divine statue had awakened spiritually. Zheng's true body and this divine statue were now connected. He could even use this statue to project some of his divine skills across space. Only after setting foot on this path did Zheng understand why Zhao Tingxian had suddenly appeared on that star. A true name is extremely important for incense fire deities, and it must never be disclosed recklessly. If a believer prays, and someone calls out the true name of a deity, as long as the incense fire deity is within a certain range, the true form must descend. If the distance is too far and it is impossible to arrive in time, one must manifest a miracle through their golden body. Believers are the source of an incense fire deity's power, inseparable. This constitutes the constraints of believers on incense fire deities. Therefore, most people only know the titles of deities and not their true names. The ancestral Tao golden body spreads across the myriad heavens and realms, yet no one knows its true name, likely for this reason. Incense fire willpower, which is the believer's, also has levels, generally categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Those who can provide first-class willpower are called fanatical believers, who possess the most devout hearts towards their worshipped deity and are willing to die for their faith at any moment. Those providing middle-tier willpower are called true believers. Among all groups of believers, this type occupies the most central position and is the cornerstone on which high-rise buildings are constructed. True believers would at most worship 2 or 3 deities and will spread the doctrine of their own deity, continuously expanding the group of believers. As for lower-tier willpower, derived from a mixture, these believers are called false believers. These people typically worship many deities, with their worship sporadic, like fishing for 3 days and drying the nets for 2. If a better option arises, they may even switch sides at any moment. The believers Zheng gathered using spirit stones had particularly low-quality incense fire willpower, belonging to the lowest among the lower tier. Should Zheng cut off the supply of spirit stones, these gathered believers would quickly disperse. However, even if the quality of the incense fire willpower was not high, Zheng still received many benefits. Because many of these believers gathered by spirit stones were cultivators, their daily worship provided him with significant incense fire willpower. The amplification of incense fire willpower on the divine infant was clearly evident. In these 3 years, he had saved himself more than a decade of arduous cultivation. The advancement of his immortal path cultivation had already reached the middle stage of divine infant and was rapidly progressing towards the late divine soul realm. This was still the case when the incense fire willpower was far from abundant. If there were enough believers, the speed of cultivation enhancement in the incense fire divine path would be terrifying. Zhao Tingxian's ability to reach the immortal Venerable realm in just over 1,000 years was definitely linked to the incense fire divine path. Compared to those cultivators who came because of spirit stones, Yuan Dazuan was clearly an exception. Incense fire willpower could most directly reflect a believer's level of devotion. Over these 3 years, as time passed, the incense fire willpower carried by Yuan Dazuan during his incense burning and worshipping became denser and far exceeded that of ordinary believers. This was Zheng's only true believer. He had truly come to believe that in the primordial era, there existed a Tao Lord, who now intended to return to the human world through the incense fire divine path, with Zheng as his spokesperson. The rapid advancement in Zheng's cultivation was something he had witnessed. Without the aid of a deity, it would have been impossible. Because the quality of Zheng's believers was extremely low and given the limitations of spirit stones, it was already predestined that this model could not be sustained long-term, and changes were necessary. Without numerous incomplete magic artifacts to continuously acquire spirit stones, the substantial daily expense over these 3 years was already stressing his resources. He needed to change this pattern, ensuring a stable and enduring supply of incense fire willpower. In the following period, Zheng interrupted the supply of spirit stones after worshipping the divine statue. When worshipping could no longer yield spirit stones, the supply of incense fire willpower quickly decreased significantly. Soon, Zheng's true body sensed an emptiness within the divine infant, but his realm of cultivation did not fall, thanks to elixirs that could replenish this deficit. This might be one of the advantages of a living cultivator practicing the incense fire divine path. Even if believers dispersed, they could still rely on their own cultivation to exist in the world, minimizing the impact. As believers gradually became few, and the recently gathered incense fire began to dissipate, Yuan Dazuan observed with some urgency. After the incense fire willpower was depleted, Zheng started over, rescreening for believers, while the task of preaching for Daoist Venerable Zheng naturally fell to Yuan Dazuan. To increase incense fire, Yuan Dazuan went out daily, beginning to search for suitable believers for Zheng within the city. Under Zheng's instructions, he no longer mentioned Zheng's name to others. Over this period, his initial wish had gradually changed. To serve as a wandering deity under the Tao Lord was also a fulfillment of his previous desires. The logic of seeking shade under a big tree is understood by everyone. Without support from behind, even if he gathered a small fraction of believers, and luckily entered the divine court after death, as someone unknown and unremarkable, the eventual outcome was likely to be quite bleak. The divine court has only 36,500 divine positions, yet cultivators who practice the incense fire divine path number in the millions. Once you enter the divine court, you may still be ousted from the rank of Orthodox God, and if you fail to enter, you are relegated to the ranks of indecent sacrifice, becoming a wild god without the protection of the divine court. The fights among indecent sacrifice evil gods are extremely brutal. Wars frequently break out over the struggle for incense believers, and countless indecent sacrifices have been wiped out from ancient times to the present. The majority of cultivators who practice the incense fire divine path perish in the end. Yuan Dazuan now placed his hopes on this Tao Lord who had suddenly emerged. If this Tao Lord could become influential in the future, Yuan Dazuan might share in his success and would likely receive many privileges. Just like the food god, who coincidentally prepared a meal for that great emperor and is now a mainstay of the divine court. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. With the untiring efforts of Yuan Dazuan, the number of Zheng's believers had increased significantly. The number of true believers had grown to over 100 while false believers had already surpassed 10,000. Daoist Venerable Zheng now had his first temple, and magic artifacts inscribed with the name of Daoist Venerable Zheng had been produced by the thousands, worshipped by numerous believers in their home shrines. The power of incense flowed to Zheng's original body every day, a steady and constant trickle. The sky gradually darkened, snowflakes fell from the sky, and the cold stars twinkled. Outside the Tao Lord's temple, several true believers rotated in guarding the place, ceaselessly alternating day and night. Within the vast temple spanning over 6 zhang, Zheng, dressed in a black and white robe, sat cross-legged at the center of the temple, quietly cultivating. This temple was built through the combined efforts of Yuan Dazuan and many true believers, costing a significant amount of spirit stones. Though it was not luxurious, it was nonetheless grand but understated. To avoid exposing his true name, Zheng had not left his abode since he began cultivating the incense fire divine path, preferring seclusion and entirely focusing on his cultivation, which had now successfully formed a Dao embryo. This body was now 12 years old, but under Zheng's deliberate control, it appeared to be 16 or 17. It must be said that the abundance of yang qi in this body certainly made practicing qi refining techniques much easier. Not far behind him, his golden body, long nourished by the incense fire willpower, had been advanced to divine embryo perfection and was about to conceive a soul. Once the soul emerged, this clay body would be the embodiment of Zheng's practice on the incense fire divine path, with an unending stream of believers to sustain its existence. Zheng's own cultivation had also improved considerably. Although most of his believers were mortals or cultivators who had not yet entered the entry stages of cultivation and only had a superficial understanding of the craft, they provided a stable source of incense fire willpower. In 7 years' time, this incense fire willpower had pushed his cultivation to the peak of the middle stage of divine infant, just a step away from entering the late divine soul realm. Stepping into the late divine soul realm was not far from the divine transformation realm. It should be noted that only a little over a month had passed in the Zhongyun realm. Such speed of progression was startling to behold. Knock, knock, a knocking sound came from the door, and Zheng slowly ended his practice and opened his eyes. Come in. Creak, the door made a faint noise as it opened, and the cold wind, along with heavy snow, drifted into the hall. Yuan Dazuan crossed the threshold, hurrying to Zheng's front, a taut expression on his face as he lowered his head in greeting. Venerable. A venerable is the title for a deity spokesperson. In every incense fire god's absence from major events, it is the venerable's duty to manage all the affairs of the believers. This was also the identity Zheng had publicly established for himself. What has happened? Seeing that Yuan Dazuan looked troubled, Zheng's mind tensed. He detected a whiff of blood and, upon closer inspection, noticed Yuan Dazuan's face was injured and his breath slightly unstable, indicating internal injuries. The Venerable of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord has discovered my actions. He no longer allows me to preach and recruit believers in the city, and moreover. Yuan Dazuan raised his head, glanced at the faceless golden body behind Zheng and clenched his teeth. He demands that the Dao Lord appear before him within 3 days, and henceforth, of the incense fire willpower received, 30% may be kept while 70% must be handed over. The inevitable had still arrived. Zheng's expression remained unruffled by surprise, as he fell into contemplation. He had long anticipated this day. Among the incense fire deities, the competition for believers was ever present. This time, the trouble might not be greatly related to preaching, it was more likely targeted at him. After years of secluded cultivation without stepping outside, the tribulation chi by his side had already accumulated to a certain extent, yet had never erupted. The title of incense fire deities correlates with their power. The Spirit Lord realm is divided into 3 tiers, according to the classification of the incense fire divine path, belonging to the 3rd to 5th realms. The river towning Spirit Lord he had encountered before possessed the strength of the 3rd order. Over the last 10 years, except for searching for magical instrument fragments, Zheng seldom left home, which left him with little understanding of the numerous deities within the city. After pondering for a few moments, Zheng lifted his head and asked, "What realm is this Cold Pond Spirit Lord from?" Middle rank Spirit Lord, 4th realm deity, nearly 1,000 true believers, and over 1 million followers, came the reply. Seeing Zheng's calm demeanor, Yuan Dazuan's anxiety also subsided considerably, and he gradually suppressed his impatience. The 4th realm, equivalent to the Qi refining golden core or the immortal path divine infant, was a force Zheng's avatar was not yet capable of defeating. Zheng turned around to look at the faceless golden body not far away, his eyes slightly narrowed. However, there wasn't entirely no solution. A 70% share was too exaggerated, especially since it also affected the speed of his main body's cultivation. There was no possibility of any concession. The only option was battle. For him personally, this was the optimal moment for a rapid transition. Should he devour the million followers of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, advancing to the late Divine Soul realm or even achieving Divine Infant perfection seemed imminent. Although Yuan Dazuan forcibly suppressed his impatience, the sense of urgency in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. Even in ancient times, Dao lords were very strong, but now, he was just an incense fire god with only over 10,000 believers, far inferior to the Cold Pond Spirit Lord. One misstep and this newly built temple might be razed to the ground. If the Dao Lord endured this moment of humiliation, bowed his head, and handed over the collected willpower, it would be an unspeakable blow to his own followers. For the true believers, that might still be tolerable, but for those hard-earned 10,000 plus false believers, they might directly be taken by the Cold Pond Spirit Lord. For false believers, abandoning their current faith to worship a stronger deity was as common as eating and drinking. Their belief was inherently mixed and impure. Especially for a newly started deity like the Dao Lord, being abandoned by them was nothing abnormal. Seeing Zheng silent for a long time, Yuan Dazuan could not help but ask, "Venerable, what should we do?" Zheng pointed out a ray of spiritual light, healing Yuan Dazuan's wounds, and spoke slowly, "Wait for him to come seeking his own death." Feeling his body restored to its original state, Yuan Dazuan's eyes brightened slightly, and his mind settled a lot. Understood. He bowed deeply and exited the temple, walking into the snowstorm. That very night, Yuan Dazuan contacted some of his followers and quietly leaked the news that the Cold Pond Spirit Lord would come to the temple in 3 days. Since Zheng was so confident, he might as well make a big fuss. He could also take this opportunity to gather more followers for the Dao Lord. No number of mythical tales could compare to witnessing a divine miracle with one's own eyes. If the Cold Pond Spirit Lord returned without success, or even suffered a massive defeat, the situation would be reversed. How many of his million followers would remain was an unknown, even his own safety wasn't guaranteed. At this moment, Yuan Dazuan's thoughts coincided with Zheng's. They both saw the potential in the million followers under the Cold Pond Spirit Lord's command. As the sun rose and the moon set, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As dawn broke and the sky had cleared, a sudden swirl of wind and snow started to stir, covering every pavilion and palace with a layer of frost. An imposing figure, over 10 zhang tall and shrouded in billowing incense smoke, walked over the icy stream towards the exposition outside the Dao Lord's temple. Just appearing already caused 100 li to freeze over. Such manipulation of the weather filled the multitude of early onlookers with fear and trepidation. Instantly, the incense smoke cloud surrounding the Cold Pond Spirit Lord surged dramatically. The city where Zheng currently was is called Heavenly Pond, with a population of over 7 million, and together with the nearby affiliated towns, the population exceeded 10 million. The Cold Pond Spirit Lord had been entrenched here for nearly 10,000 years. The word pond in Heavenly Pond refers to the Cold Pond Spirit Lord. Within Heavenly Pool City, among the incense fire deities who had entered the fourth realm, apart from the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, there was only one Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord from the Divine Court, who was the heaven of the entire Heavenly Pool City. The million believers are just a nominal number. The actual number of true believers of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord had already approached 2 million, making him the second most powerful deity within thousands of miles, next only to the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord. In front of a not-so-grand temple, the 10-foot soul of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord stood amidst the wind and snow, wearing a water-blue divine cape, his skin emanating a pale blue tint, appearing nearly 40 years old, his cold, stern face commanding awe without anger, overlooking the entire temple. From a distance, quietly observing believers, many of whom were false believers of Zheng, were captivated by the spiritual might of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, swaying uncertainly with hesitant expressions. This very Dharma body alone was larger than the temple of Daoist Venerable Zheng, and it was clear to anyone with eyes that the difference was as profound as the heavens and the abyss. Even the true believers led by Yuan Dazuan were filled with worry at this moment. A newly perfected incense fire god, when facing a middle-rank spirit lord, it was hard to say if there were any chances of victory. All they could hope for was that this time the Dao Lord could preserve himself as much as possible, otherwise, this newly assembled divine multitude would quickly disperse like monkeys scattering upon a tree's fall. Who, looking at the temple in front of him, the cold pond spirit lord said nothing, suddenly raised his hand and swept across, the void exploded with a muffled sound of roaring thunder, and the cold wind howled, carrying a fierce stream of ice sweeping over the dome of the temple. Bang! A layer of fragile divine light was torn apart, debris flying everywhere, revealing the inside of the temple at a glance. Hiss! Looking at the tiny divine statue only 7 feet tall before him, the cold pond spirit lord's eyes slightly narrowed, a light sneer sounded from his nose, and a cold, scornful smile hung on his lips. A mere divine embryo, soul not yet nurtured, dares defy my divine decree, ignorant of life and death. Having spoken, his gaze turned to Zheng. After sizing him up for a while, he couldn't help but be slightly moved. Such outstanding raw talent, serving under such an insignificant deity, truly is a waste of heavenly gifts. Why not follow me in cultivation, worship me as your deity, and I can grant you a venerable rank. He recognized Zheng's extraordinariness at a glance. At just over 10 years old, he already possessed such cultivation, and his future achievements were boundless. If he could take him under his command and carefully nurture him into a venerable, he might be able to advance further in the future with this child. The strength of believers naturally strengthens the deities they worship. With these words, there was an uproar around. Many of the cold pond spirit lord's believers were somewhat in disbelief. The Venerable, as the spokesperson for a deity, holds a position and power only second to the deity itself within the divine multitude. After a moment, Zheng, who had been sitting cross-legged in front of the divine statue, slowly opened his eyes, his expression unwavering as the yin-yang dual qi flowed through his body, establishing a faint connection with his far-off true body through the divine statue. He had remained silent until now because he did not have an absolute certainty of victory, but at this moment, he did already. Giving the enemy a breather, wasting words, such a deity stupid as a pig, what use are you to me? Before the words fell, the 7-foot divine statue behind Zheng suddenly lit up with divine brilliance. Yin-yang qi surged from an extremely distant heaven, entering Zheng's body. Zheng slowly stood up, exhaled a breath of turbid qi, the yin-yang dual qi flowing out of his body, rising into the sky, straight into the clouds. Boom! The continuous wind and snow above the sky suddenly paused, and waves of dark clouds surged out of nowhere. The cold pond spirit lord's complexion changed slightly, unable to contain his irritation, suddenly raised his head, looking at the gradually condensing dark clouds. He immediately opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of white smoke. The white smoke surged upward, wrapped in severe cold, the void continuously cracking, specks of cold crystals precipitating from the air, falling like raindrops. In an instant, the sky was full of ice, the view filled with snow. From a distance came cheers like tsunamis from the believers of the cold pond spirit lord, extremely exhilarated because their worshipped deity was displaying great divine power. However, the reaction of the cold pond spirit lord was completely different from that of his believers, his expression solemn. Soon, his complexion changed dramatically, a hint of horror flashing in his eyes. In the sky, the continuous colored clouds sealed by low temperatures crackled, and then they were torn apart by a dazzling thunderbolt. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as an adult's thigh, like an axe that splits the heavens, slashed through layered clouds and suddenly plummeted, striking directly at the cold pond spirit lord's crown. He intended to dodge, but this strike was too fast and too fierce to be evaded. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded, the Dharma body of the cold pond spirit lord burst instantly, scattering in pieces, and was unable to fully heal within a short period. The thunderbolt, the utmost rigid force between heaven and earth, possesses terrifying strength, and its lethality against the Yin divine soul is increased more than tenfold. Zheng gave him no time to catch his breath, once again connected with his golden body, wielded the yin-yang dual qi, and used the thunder method. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion resounded, the remaining aura of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord vanished completely, his Dharma body left no trace. All around was deathly silence, and then many cultivators and believers quickly began to flee in terror, their faith deity defeated and returned, they no longer had the courage to stay here. In view of the public, with the Dharma body being crushed, this was an astonishing blow for the believers of an incense fire deity. Zheng did not feel any sense of self-satisfaction because he was very clear that this was merely an avatar of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, and there was still much to do to completely dismantle it. Soon, Zheng made a decision. He sent a message to Yuan Dazuan, instructing him to immediately start gathering the followers of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord. This was a godsend opportunity. At the same time, he himself left the temple and began to use the Heavenly Fate technique to deduce the locations of the remaining temples of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord and uproot them one by one. Not removing the roots when cutting grass is a great taboo in military strategy. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout Heavenly Pond City that a deity with only over 10,000 followers defeated a Spirit Lord with a million-strong divine multitude. The Cold Pond Spirit Lord, being constantly pursued by Zheng, quickly disappeared from sight. Some had seen his fanatical followers escorting him out of the city, but the exact number of cities was unclear. With Yuan Dazuan's efforts, the scale of Zheng's followers began to expand rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it had grown to nearly 1 million. The massive defeat was like a falling mountain, and Zheng had become an unstoppable force, wholly devouring it. Besides Zheng, many other deities were also secretly taking action against the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, aiming to divide his followers. Zheng was not concerned about this. With his own strength, it was difficult to compete with so many hands, and there was plenty of time in the future. The location of Daoist Venerable Zheng's temple had changed, now closer to the center of Heavenly Pond City. Within a flattened area of ashes, Yuan Dazuan erected a new site of pilgrimage on the site where the former temple of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord had stood. The brand new temple was quickly established, and the construction of a golden body of over 30 lengths began to be planned. As the deity of 1 million-strong divine multitude, the scale of his temple could be considered ordinary. Zheng held some expectations for this golden body. The stronger it was, the more power he could borrow from his original form, and the sooner he could establish a foothold in this world. The explosive growth of his followers also meant a rapid rise in his cultivation, successfully nurturing his soul, and stepping into the second realm of incense spirituality, with his power continuing to surge. His original form's cultivation had also advanced further, entering the late divine soul realm, and was relentlessly approaching divine infant perfection. The quality of his followers was also improving day by day, and Zheng could feel the number of true believers increasing every day. A deity that had demonstrated its power was often more persuasive than elusive legends. The incense fire willpower obtained from Yuan Dazuan was becoming purer and had even begun to approach the level of fanatical believers, with a countless number of true believers. The quiet and stable days did not last for 2 days before Zheng received another message. Yuan Dazuan rushed in and performed a grand ceremony, bowing his head in worship. "Venerable, there is a decree from the Divine Court." Hearing the words Divine Court, a glint flashed in Zheng's eyes. He could not avoid dealing with the Divine Court after all. He had long been prepared for this. After swallowing most of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord's followers, he had taken the former place of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, becoming one of the notable deities within thousands of miles. To go completely unnoticed by the Divine Court was impossible, it was merely a matter of sooner or later. The envoy delivering the decree was a second-order incense fire god dressed in brocade, who was on par with Daoist Venerable Zheng in terms of visible cultivation. The incense fire deity who delivered the message did not speak much. After handing the letter to Zheng, he turned and left, vanishing in an instant. The content of the message from the Divine Court was quite straightforward and simple. It wished for Zheng to join the Divine Court. Compared to the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, the conditions offered by the Divine Court were much more lenient. They offered Zheng a divine position, but he would also need to submit a portion of willpower regularly, typically around 50%. After reading it, Zheng couldn't help but ponder. Since he did not deliberately conceal the contents of the divine court's letter, Yuan Dazuan quickly became aware of part of the situation. After waiting for several days, Yuan Dazuan could not contain his restless thoughts and took the opportunity to ask Zheng, "Venerable, how did you respond to the Dao Lord?" Yuan Dazuan felt somewhat apprehensive. In his view, the opportunity to join the divine court was extremely rare good fortune, and an opportunity not to be missed. If Zheng was willing to join the divine court, it would provide many conveniences for his own development. To Yuan Dazuan's thoughts, Zheng merely shook his head slightly, not revealing his decision. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and a visitor arrived at Zheng's increasingly established temple. The Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord personally paid a visit. The Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord appeared to be no more than 30, standing tall and majestic, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, clad in divine garments radiating with the glow of dawn, like a resplendent divine halo, making one dare not look directly. Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord, 5th Order Higher Spirit Monarch Realm Incense Fire Deity with nearly 10 million followers, subordinate deity under the Immortal Serpent Star Lord of the Divine Court, this is an incarnation. Zheng felt a twinge in his heart upon seeing the information of the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord. The Lord was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Not only had he reached the 5th Order, but he also had the support of a Star Lord standing behind him. Within the Divine Court, there were only 365 Star Lords, each a rare and extreme powerhouse, comparable to a true immortal of the immortal path, and most had dominion over an entire star. With such a figure as his backing, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord could act unrestrainedly on this star. Having not received a reply for a long time, I came to see for myself. The Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord slightly raised his head, gazing at the newly erected divine statue in front of him, his eyes slightly concentrated, as he saw through the golden body to the nascent soul within. There were still no facial features on the soul, its origins indiscernible, emitting no ripples at all. For a moment, he frowned, finding the situation somewhat tricky. The unknown often spelled trouble. With such a nascent soul, this deity who had emerged from nowhere simply could not have had the power to kill the Cold Pond Spirit Lord. Greetings to the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord. Zheng rose to pay his respects. Hearing Zheng's voice, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord finally cast his gaze upon him. But he didn't say much. Instead, he shifted his attention back to the divine statue, intently observing the hidden soul, with a hint of anger starting to show between his brows. Clearly, in his eyes, Zheng did not qualify to converse with him. Seeing this, Zheng immersed his consciousness into the nearby golden body and controlled the soul to walk out slowly. What is your decision? Seeing Zheng's response, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord's demeanor slightly cleared, and he spoke calmly, join the divine court and hand over 50% of your incense fire willpower, after which no indecent sacrifice evil god will dare to make a move against you. Zheng's soul shimmered with a faint light, and if I do not join, what then? If you don't join the divine court, it will be just like the day you killed the Cold Pond Spirit Lord. No one will stand up for you, and the divine court won't concern itself with disputes amongst rural deities. Just as well, it won't specifically target you either. The Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord glanced at Zheng, having already guessed his answer, his expression becoming more indifferent. Thank you, Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord, for making the trip, but I will not join the divine court. The slightly ethereal soul bowed respectfully, straightforward and without further words. Upon hearing this, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord's eyelids drooped slightly, he didn't speak, and he turned and left directly. As he had previously said, if Heavenly Pool City could accommodate one Cold Pond Spirit Lord, it naturally could accommodate another. They were merely rural deities, used to being slack and unwilling to hand over incense fire willpower, which was normal. However, just like the current Cold Pond Spirit Lord, who overnight became a stray dog, with his accumulation of thousands of years gone in an instant, this was not a new occurrence. After the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord left, Yuan Dazuan walked in slowly, asking carefully, Venerable, what should I do next? As his follower, he supported any decision made by Daoist Venerable Zheng unconditionally. If Daoist Venerable decided not to enter the divine court, there would naturally be reasons not to question it. Do what needs to be done, nurture life and vitality, attract believers. Zheng spoke succinctly. Indeed, under the protection of the divine court, no indecent sacrifice evil god would dare to trouble him, but for Zheng, this was not an enticing condition. 50% of incense fire willpower was too much, he simply didn't want to accept it. Moreover, under the divine court's wing, the tribulation chi by his side would only accumulate thicker and thicker. Once the tribulation chi reached a certain level, it might evolve into an even greater problem, at which point the divine court might personally take action against him. To avoid trouble later, it was better to make a clean break now. Once he had completely cleared away those indecent sacrifice evil gods not within the divine court, the number of believers he could obtain should also be an astonishing figure. The advancement in cultivation for an incense fire deity was simple and crude, requiring only a sufficient number of followers. There was no need for the arduous practice that ordinary cultivators undergo. As the number of followers increased, the cultivation of Zheng's incense fire divine path expanded rapidly. The incense fire divine path begins with the divine embryo and gives birth to the soul. When the soul transforms into a spirit, it enters the realm of the Spirit Lord. Spirit Lords are ranked as lower rank, middle rank, and upper rank, corresponding to the soul condensing, divine infant, and divine transformation of the immortal path, covering 3rd order through 5th order. Higher up is the heavenly monarch, divided into lower and upper ranks. The junior heavenly monarch is comparable to an immortal path cultivator in the Tingxian secret realm, while the upper heavenly monarch could be paralleled with the immortal tribulation. Following the heavenly monarch is the heavenly venerate realm, akin to a true immortal of the immortal path. If prefixed with great saint before the title heavenly venerate, it is equivalent to a 9th order immortal venerable. After swallowing most of the followers of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, Zheng's cultivation skyrocketed. In just over a year, he had crossed 2 major realms and stepped into the middle-rank Spirit Lord realm. The inflow of incense fire willpower received by his original body was explosively increasing, and his cultivation was nearing divine infant perfection. However, as the number of followers grew, Zheng gradually noticed something unusual. A large portion of the incoming incense fire willpower was quite mixed. Apart from some fanatical followers, most people worship deities for their self-interest, carrying their hopes with every worship. This kind of wish would clearly enter the perception of the deity through the god-worshipping method, and Zheng could hear faint whispers almost constantly. The onslaught of vast information meant that the brain needed to expend a lot of energy to process it. Many incense fire deities were often in slumber because the information to be processed was simply too overwhelming. Zheng had tried to block out these messages, but it was impossible, as these messages were carried within the willpower, and abandoning this willpower was clearly not feasible. Due to the distance, these messages had a minimal impact on his original body but significantly affected the golden body in front of him, hence, the soul within this body could not remain awake at all times. What puzzled Zheng even more was that although his original body received the incense fire willpower, his current incarnation seemed unaffected, as if he was not Daoist Venerable Zheng, but only his original body was. This was somewhat baffling. This golden body hadn't undergone any special changes. He had simply fabricated a backstory, and there were not many similarities with his original body, yet the incense fire willpower seemed sentient, immediately sensing the existence of his original body. Zheng thought about this matter for a long time but still had no clues. His understanding of the incense fire divine path was still too shallow, likened to groping for stones to cross the river. It was difficult to comprehend the key points in a short time, but this was likely due to the god-sculpting method of that ancestral Dao. Following the battle with the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, the name of Daoist Venerable Zheng was already known far and wide. This had little impact on the surrounding deities. They had been entrenched here for a long time, and the number and quality of their followers were far beyond what a newly risen deity could influence. Furthermore, they spent most of their time in slumber, indifferent to minor changes in the outside world. For Zheng, he entered a considerably long period of calm. To increase followers, he sometimes needed to collaborate with Yuan Dazuan, occasionally performing miracles to fulfill some minor wishes of the followers. Besides these, most of his time was spent on cultivation, steadily progressing towards the golden core. Influenced by the incense fire divine path, Zheng's current cultivation was advancing extremely rapidly, making his entry into the divine transformation imminence. Once he stepped into divine transformation, the rank of the repair master would naturally rise to 6th order, fulfilling his initial purpose. The goal for his incarnation now needed to be set on a higher realm, such as the returning to void realm after refined spirit. The incense fire divine path could not be given up easily, at least, Zheng planned to pass it down for a long time. Even if this incarnation perished due to transformation, the incense fire deity, Daoist Venerable Zheng must persist in this chaos starry sea. To ensure the survival of the incense fire deity, followers were indispensable. Therefore, after weighing his options, Zheng summoned Yuan Dazuan and spent his soul origin to bless him once. A deity's blessing could forcibly elevate a believer's cultivation realm, but at a great cost to the incense fire deity, so few deities were willing to use this method. After the blessing, Yuan Dazuan's cultivation realm was directly elevated by a major realm, stepping into the 2nd order. Simultaneously, Zheng granted Yuan Dazuan access to core followers' privileges, bestowing the mystical method for inviting gods. Core followers could practice the mystical method for inviting gods, and in critical moments, could invite the deity to possess them, borrowing the deity's power. This was somewhat similar to the divine striking art in Zheng's previous life's concept, with only a very few core followers having this privilege. Simultaneously, using the opportunity when the soul resonated, Zheng, through the golden body, erased the name Zheng from Yuan Dazuan's memory, leaving only the title Venerable. From then on, his real name was unknown in this world. Yuan Dazuan was naturally overwhelmed with gratitude for the unexpected blessing. During his daily incense worship, the faith and willpower transmitted were increasingly strong, making him the first fervent follower of the Tao Lord. Zheng was uncertain how long this incarnation would survive. When the time came, a new Venerable would be needed to continue the legacy of Daoist Venerable Zheng. As his follower, talent was never the first choice. Yuan Dazuan was his best option at present. After stepping into the Dao Embryo realm, the speed of Zheng's cultivation inevitably slowed down a bit. The heavenly Tao of this starry sky was extremely chaotically distributed, with countless small Taoist orthodoxies. Moreover, with incense fire deities in full swing and heavenly fate dispersed, what trickled down to the Qi refining branch was very little. Zheng wanted to compete for heavenly fate but had nowhere to exert his strength. In 10 years, Zheng had managed to reach the step of Dao Embryo, which was a testament to his exceptional talent. In a short time, it was difficult for this incarnation of Zheng to make breakthroughs, so he focused his efforts on the path of the incense fire divine path. Through Yuan Dazuan, he issued a divine decree, instructing his many followers to search for some spiritual object fragments, as well as some ancient relics. Naturally, many followers were puzzled by this, but many deities had their own quirks, and the tributes during worship were mostly based on the deities' preferences. Some deities favored blood food from livestock, others preferred young maidens, and there was an abundance of different desires. Having a preference for collecting scraps, although many followers found it strange, was still arranged in an orderly fashion. Soon, within thousands of miles, vast amounts of magical instrument fragments and spiritual object remnants continuously flowed through various temples into Zheng's hands. Among these fragments, Zheng occasionally found some surprises, such as high-grade magic treasures or cultivation methods from some unique Taoist orthodoxies. Zheng selected a qi gathering technique from them and passed it on to Yuan Dazuan. Yuan Dazuan, originally a follower of the simple martial path with ordinary talent and average cultivation, had now switched to practicing the breathing technique, which at the very least could extend his lifespan and allow him to live longer. Every time he collected a batch of high-grade magic treasures, Zheng would personally take a trip far away to the other side of the stars, exchanging them for a large amount of spirit stones. In doing so, he naturally encountered many troubles, as there were plenty of cultivators with greedy intentions, but Zheng had many tricks up his sleeve. He generally emerged unscathed, occasionally even gaining some extra income. Exchanging for so many spirit stones was naturally for the development of his own followers. Zheng now had over 1,000 true followers, and no fewer than 1,000,000 false followers. However, Zheng was not satisfied with the current number of followers, his ambition was far greater. 1,000,000 followers could only cultivate a deity at the level of the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, not strong enough to advance further. To become a higher spirit monarch or even a celestial lord, he needed to find ways to gain more followers. As long as he accumulated enough spirit stones, Zheng would soon show these deities what it meant to lose wealth and spirit. In the struggles and conflicts between the incense fire deities, no matter which side won, the mortal followers could not suffer significant casualties, as this was a regulation set by the divine court. After all, followers were the foundation of a deity. Causing extensive harm to them was tantamount to digging one's own grave, invisibly harming the interests of the great emperor at the divine court. Moreover, many followers worshipped multiple deities at the same time, and it was even possible they included both deities involved in the conflict. Therefore, to compete for followers, besides inciting small-scale wars, most of the time, it was direct confrontations between gods. Just like the previous attack by the Cold Pond Spirit Lord, who went straight in, his actions aimed at cutting problems at their roots by destroying temples. With the repair panel available, Zheng could attack followers directly in another way. With a large number of spirit stones cast out, Zheng did not believe those false followers could remain unmoved. As long as the foundation of the followers was shaken, naturally, people would come looking for trouble. As long as the divine court did not intervene, dealing with these rural deities was within Zheng's grasp, and everything that followed would logically fall into place. He needed more followers, more incense fire willpower, to accelerate the progress of his cultivation, and the competition was inevitable. In the blink of an eye, years had passed. Within tens of thousands of miles, the name of Daoist Venerable Zheng became increasingly renowned. A great number of the deity's followers had now placed a divine position in their homes, initial myriad treasures Taoist monarch. Before becoming a Dao Lord, the title Myriad Treasures was added to his name, simply because this newly risen Dao Lord was indeed wealthy and generous. As long as it concerned the need for spirit stones, he nearly always obliged. With daily incense burning and worship, the more sincere the devotion, the stronger the incense fire willpower offered up, and the more abundant the rewards granted would be. Apart from spirit stones, occasionally there would even be magical instruments or magic treasures dropping down. Such a financially powerful deity surely deserved the name Myriad Treasures. In just a few short years, the name of the initial Myriad Treasures Taoist monarch had even begun to appear in the caves of many true believers of other deities. For many deities, this was undoubtedly an intolerable situation, as it concerned the very foundation of their own following. If left unchecked, it wouldn't take long before the followers they had accumulated over many years would be snatched away by this Dao Lord. Over the past few years, the number of spirit stones, magical instruments, and magic treasures that Zheng had thrown out was beyond counting. If all these losses were added up, even an upper heavenly monarch would be shocked and discolored. However, these spirit stones brought about pleasing changes for Zheng. The number of true believers had surged to more than double, approaching nearly 3,000. The number of false believers had reached an astonishing 5 million plus. The cultivation of the incense fire divine path was nearing that of a higher spirit monarch, and the cultivation of his true form had already stepped into divine infant perfection. Such lavish spending had even made the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord somewhat restless, for he was the closest to Zheng and the most affected in terms of losing followers. Over these years, half of the believers Zheng had expanded were originally his. Although the willingness offered by false believers was the lowest in quality, their sheer number often constituted the largest portion. Every morning, believers would worship the deity, offering up the vitality, qi, and spirit nurtured over the night as tribute. For false believers, who worship multiple deities, the first deity they worship would be able to draw the most power. And now, the believers of the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord had put the worship of him after that Dao Lord, or even stopped worshipping him altogether, only remembering to do so once every 10 or 15 days. It was only by doing so that these believers could receive more spirit stones. During these years, the number of followers of the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord had plummeted by nearly 1,000,000, a loss so great that it was almost equivalent to losing a divine battle. The combat capability of spirit stones was alarmingly exaggerated, easily breaking the faith of many false believers. Not only was the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord unable to sit still, but so were many of the incense fire deities surrounding Heavenly Pool City. Initially, some deities did not care about Chu Zheng's actions, even thinking that this Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu was somewhat foolish, wasting so many resources for an unsustainable gain. Because followers gathered through spirit stones would not last long, as soon as the supply of spirit stones stopped, they would quickly disperse, which was considered the lowest strategy. These deities did not believe that the Tao Lord could persist for long and soon the believers would return to them. However, who could have imagined that this Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu would scatter wealth for several years, without the slightest sign of stopping? This caused many incense fire deities to curse aloud. They all painstakingly spread the faith, increasing their followers bit by fulfilling the wishes of many believers, while Chu Zheng did not play by the rules, spending so much resources just to gather the worship of some false believers. According to normal logic, with so many resources, one could slowly nurture a tremendously strong believer, who would spread the faith on their behalf, which would be extremely profitable. If the believer was strong enough, they could even directly suppress some incense fire deities, taking all their followers. This method would just take some time, but the benefits were completely foreseeable. What these deities miscalculated was just how little patience Chu Zheng had, and he opted for a much more straightforward and brutal approach instead. As a newly born incense fire deity with just over a decade's existence, there are many different rumors about Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu's origin in the marketplace. But the most widely circulated version is that this Daoist Venerable is a giant reborn from the primordial era, whose remaining strand of true spirit now seeks revival through the way of the incense fire divine path. If one were to become his follower during these times of hardship, their future prospects would be immeasurable. Once this Daoist Venerable regains his former power, a single blessing from him could turn someone into an immortal on the spot, elevating them above all other beings. Whether this legend is true or false, it is enough to cloak this Daoist Venerable in a shroud of mystery. In the late primordial era, a terrifying war nearly caused the great universe to start anew, effectively creating a fault in the ages. Even the great emperor of the divine court, who touched the domain of time and space and knew all, couldn't see through time to view the primordial era in its entirety. Antiquated beings that knew a word or two have long since departed for the Yellow Springs, making the true identity of this Daoist Venerable impossible to verify. However, it's better to believe that something does exist rather than does not, and the mere possibility of a giant from the primordial era surviving to this day is enough to tempt many cultivators to take a gamble. After all, under these starry skies, few do not worship gods. Whom one worships does not matter, and even more so when there are benefits to be gained from worshipping this Daoist Venerable. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult for Chu Zheng's followers to not increase. The great sun hangs low in the west. The remnants of twilight envelop the horizon, casting traces of afterglow. The grand temple is tinged with a faint golden light, its gates and walls enshrouded in auspicious relief sculptures, magnificent beyond description. A figure shrouded in a vestment robe, bathed in the dim afterglow, approaches the temple of the Daoist Venerable. Gazing upon the temple that outshone its former glory 100-fold, the figure's eyelids narrow slightly, glinting with a faint light. After a span of years, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord arrives once more, but his mindset this time is wholly different from before. To him, the former Cold Pond Spirit Lord posed no threat at all, yet the current Daoist Venerable before him is different, posing a grave threat. When the Cold Pond Spirit Lord was defeated, he had absorbed many displaced followers and reaped numerous benefits. Because of this, he did not wish to intervene too much, but in just a few short years, he had spat out all the followers he had gained before, and even lost a further 1,000,000 followers. Even among the followers that remain, many have the divine position of this Daoist Venerable established in their homes, drastically impacting their incense fire willpower. As an Orthodox god of the divine court, he had to hand over a significant portion of the incense fire willpower he received, and the presence of Daoist Venerable Zheng seriously threatened his share of it. With this visit, he must find a way to incorporate this Daoist Venerable into the divine court. In doing so, the incense fire willpower held by both of them could be handed over and reallocated by the divine court. With his connections within the court, he could completely reclaim his lost portion, and possibly more. If he were to return empty-handed from this visit, then, he would have to consider employing measures to eliminate this increasingly terrifying adversary. How could he tolerate others snoring by his couch, especially when there is a fierce tiger lying beside it that might devour him at any moment? Just as the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord is about to step into the temple, he suddenly senses a fluctuation of chi and his complexion changes. A higher spirit monarch? Just now, the number of followers possessed by the deity within this temple crossed a boundary, succeeding in establishing a foothold within the realm of higher spirit monarchs. In terms of cultivation realm, this Daoist Venerable, who was unknown just over a decade ago, has now reached the same level as him. Regaining his composure, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord takes a sharp breath, his expression full of disbelief. The temple not far away suddenly seems like a dragon's lair and a tiger's den, filled with an extremely dangerous aura. After many years of arduous cultivation, you have finally broken through your cultivation bottleneck, and you are now a sixth-order repair master. You have struggled within this bottleneck for a long time, accumulating a vast amount of repair experience and comprehending a high-grade divine skill, Chi Collection and Heaven Patching. Chi Collection and Heaven Patching. Ninth order. The way of heaven is to diminish the excessive and supplement the insufficient, to harvest the long to make up for the short, and to achieve perfection. Inside the temple, Zheng slowly opens his eyes, digesting the panel information that surged in his mind. Just now, with the growth of his followers and incense fire willpower, his incense fire divine path stepped into the fifth realm, becoming a higher spirit monarch. From the time he crafted his first golden body to now, it has been just over a decade. Such a rate of cultivation is staggeringly swift, unparalleled by any other Taoist orthodoxy, almost like a leap into the heavens. After a while, Zheng finally digested the continuous flow of information and understood the newly emerged divine skill. The Chi Collection and Heaven Patching technique, like the previously acquired spiritual eye, is an extension of the repair panel. The principle is not difficult for Zheng to understand. In his past life, when faced with cultural relics that could not be restored, he would occasionally use materials from other objects for filling in to recover the original appearance of the relics. The method of golden-laid jade was the most straightforward approach. Similarly, Chi Collection and Heaven Patching can extract useful parts from some irreparable items to repair others. Before Zheng could ponder further, his main body suddenly experienced a fluctuation. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. With the breakthrough of the incense fire divine path, his main body's divine infant perfection cultivation also changed. In the Tingxian realm, Tingxian Holy Land, the morning sun just rose, wrapping the continuous volcanoes in fierce molten lava, with a thin layer of weak golden light. Within the secret chamber, Zheng was seated cross-legged on the ground, the light at his brow faintly flashing, with the colors of yin and yang flowing within. He appeared serene, but within his sea of consciousness, a storm was brewing. The yin-yang divine infant was undergoing a rapid transformation. After the divine infant realm, comes the deification 9 transformations. Once the 9 transformations are mastered, one achieves Tingxian. For Immortal Path cultivators, each transformation mastered offers the chance to extend one's lifespan. This realm is also the beginning of eternal life in the Immortal Path. The increase in lifespan from each level of transformation is not necessarily the same, but the form of the divine infant's transformation is greatly linked to the cultivator's combat power. Soon, Zheng's divine infant transformation had reached its limit. His divine sense stirred slightly, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a fire seed. The azure flame flickered in the palm of his hand, quickly transforming into a vivid jade qilin. Indestructible sky kirin fire, 8th order originating from within the body of the undying Qilin, refined personally by a true immortal, and specially treated, the restless demonic power within has been calmed. Creatures above 5th order can directly refine it. As Gung Yang mentioned before, this indestructible Sky Kirin fire is genuine immortal flame, taken from a holy beast and not belonging to the Zhongyun realm. Its origins are extraordinary. It was obtained by a true immortal from the Immortal Alliance who killed an undying Qilin in a battlefield. Only 2 fire seeds were refined from that true flame. Back then, because Yi Yulo was overly talented, the Immortal Alliance bestowed it upon him, and even specially treated this fire seed to facilitate Yi Yulo's refinement. Zheng remembered that Gung Yang once mentioned, if one day he managed to refine this fire, he would directly obtain the immortal technique, Qilin transformation. Unexpectedly, in just a few short years, he had reached this step. He didn't hesitate for too long, directly swallowing the indestructible Sky Kirin fire. As the immortal flame entered his body, it seemed sentient, heading straight for the phoenix flame fire seed already within him. Whenever Zheng had refined a fire seed previously, he had to endure torturous suffering. But this time it was entirely different. The indestructible Sky Kirin fire was a genuine immortal flame of a very high grade. The mere 6th order phoenix flame had no chance of resisting and was devoured in an instant. Soon, a jade Qilin manifested within Zheng's dantian, coiling atop his fire element immortal root, full of life. The moment Zheng refined the indestructible Sky Kirin fire, his eyes snapped open, and the divine infant stepped out from between his brows, twisting and transforming in midair. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the divine infant had drastically changed its appearance, turning into a Qilin with clear divisions of black and white on its body, where yin and yang energies mingled and flowed together seamlessly. Zheng let out a turbid breath slowly, gazing upon the black and white Qilin before him, his mind gradually steadying. There was the immortal technique, Qilin transformation, mentioned by Gung Yang. He didn't even need to learn it, he had already mastered it. The enhancement to combat power provided by the Qilin transformation was astonishing. After some estimation, Zheng figured that after the transformation, his combat power had increased by nearly tenfold. Being invincible in his realm was not an empty boast. Stabilizing his mind, Zheng pulled up his personal information panel. Name, Zheng, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Midstage of Golden Core Realm, Immortal Path, First Transformation of Divine Infant, Root Bone, Yin-Yang Immortal. Bone, Superior Quality, 5 Elements Spiritual Body, Cultivation Techniques, Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, 10th Order, Taixian Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Divine Skills, Qi Gathering and Heaven Repairing, 9th Order, Qilin Transformation, 8th Order, Heavenly Escaping 5 Elements Technique, 8th Order, Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance, 8th Order, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, 6th Order, Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon Technique, 6th Order, Space Condensing. Art, 6th Order, Talent, Spiritual Eye, 4th Order, Repair Master, 6th Order, 0/8000, remaining repairs for today, 50, currently reparable. With the growth of his immortal path cultivation, Zheng's progress in Qi refining techniques had also increased, and during this period, he had stepped into the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. This breakthrough in cultivation brought significant changes to his status panel. The 2 new divine skills he gained were quite extraordinary, especially the Qi Gathering and Heaven Repairing technique. Zheng took out a fragment of a damaged palm bone. Damaged immortal bone, 7th Order. The remnant bone of a true immortal, once acquired by an immortal path cultivator, forcibly merged into the body. With your current abilities, it's impossible to repair, however, there's a strand of remaining immortal Qi that can be extracted. This piece of remnant bone, obtained from the ancient battlefield in the Phantom Spirit Sect's mining field, had always been carried by his side, unable to be repaired, with no changes whatsoever. But now, with the Qi Gathering and Heaven Repairing technique, there was finally some change. A strand of immortal Qi remained in the bone, and it could be extracted. To verify some speculations, Zheng took out the remnants of immortal pills and fragments of immortal treasures, as well as parts of true immortal corpses that he had collected from various places. As expected, all these items contained remnants of immortal qi, the only difference being the amount. After some hesitation, Zheng took out the half of the damaged palm bone again and started to run the qi gathering and heaven repairing technique, attempting to extract the remaining immortal qi within it. Stay updated with Empire. If he didn't try, he would never know the use of this immortal qi. The process of extracting immortal qi was much more difficult than Zheng had imagined. Qi gathering and heaven repairing are divided into two methods, qi gathering and heaven repairing. It took Zheng nearly 5 days to extract the immortal qi from this piece of bone using the qi gathering technique. Immortal qi, 8th order, a medium for the transformation of immortal path beings, obtained from the fragment of a bone, can slightly increase the training speed of cultivators in the immortal tribulation secret realm and true immortals, and repair damages to objects of the immortal path. The moment the immortal qi was fully extracted, the remnant bone in Zheng's hand instantly turned into powder and trickled down through his fingers. The extracted immortal qi was only as long as a finger and as thick as a hair, yet it radiated a strong vitality. Without further research, Zheng took out a piece of immortal pill remnant he had acquired earlier. 100 Stars Elixir. He had obtained this on the pill immortal peak within the boundaries of Daoist country, using 100 cores of lower-grade stars as the main ingredient, supplemented by countless immortal delicacies, and thus created an 8th order immortal pill. At this moment, this half of the immortal pill looked no different from a common rock. Zheng took a deep breath, ran the heaven repairing technique, and infused the strand of immortal qi extracted into the 100 Stars Elixir. A faint glimmer appeared on the 100 Stars Elixir, signaling a slight change. 100 Stars Elixir, 8th order / incomplete, created using 100 cores of lower grade stars as the main ingredient, supplemented by 237 types of immortal delicacies. It can greatly increase the cultivation of a 3 Calamities true immortal. Due to the energy of the star cores, only enough to solidify 3 pills, the remaining half could not take shape and thus was discarded. You personally infused a strand of immortal qi, repairing part of its essence, still some distance away from full restoration. For Zheng, items above the 7th order were beyond his ability to repair. Even after reaching the 6th order, he was currently incapable of fixing them. Even so, Zheng had some doubts that even if he leveled up his repair master rank to the 7th order, he may still not be able to mend these immortal treasures. The qi gathering and heaven repairing technique, having the ability to extract immortal qi, undoubtedly gave him hope to repair immortal treasures. The emergence of immortal qi perhaps required stimulation from living beings. It's not a primordial force of this world, but rather something that arises later and cannot be drawn from the environment. Looking at the description of immortal qi, it's the medium for the transformation of immortal path beings. Or, it's possible that immortal qi is generated from the transformation of these beings, and thus such changes occur. After calming his mind, Zheng glanced at his panel, noting the significantly increased experience bar, and suddenly realized a rather serious problem. As his repair master level advances to the 8th, 9th, or even 10th order, where will he find so many precious fragments to enhance his own level? Each treasure could provide him with an opportunity to gain experience only once, just like elixirs cannot be split and still retain their full effect after being crushed. Even if he repairs them again after they are broken, he cannot gain any experience from them. It is foreseeable that his advancement in the ranks of repair masters will not be as easy as it is now. With the improvement of his cultivation, he needed to put leaving Tingxian as soon as possible on the agenda, as this world was simply too small for him. In the ancient times of the Tingxian realm, there were many rivals, and there emerged beings who surpassed the realm of true immortal. However, with the influx of a huge quantity of immortal seedlings into the Immortal Alliance, the primordial essence of the world has nearly depleted, a shadow of its former self. Even though, because of Zhao Tingxian, the Tingxian secret realm was opened and reintegrated into the Tingxian realm, it was merely a fleeting resurgence, hardly capable of restoring its previous state. From Zheng's current perspective, the Tingxian realm seemed too small, devoid of any true immortal realm beings. He needed to seek a broader universe. Now, his next step was leaning more towards the myriad heavens and realms, where the myriad paths still fervently contested. Inside the Chaos Sea, there indeed lay countless opportunities, but it was merely a corner compared to the immensity of the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall and certainly not as vast as the myriad heavens and realms. The only concern he might need to heed was the myriad heavens and realms, where, for an immortal path cultivator, the tolerance might not be so high. With his current situation, he could face many troubles. After pondering for a long while, Zheng took out a segment of remains from a creature of the myriad realms. The creature, having just perished recently, still had potent energy in its flesh, making the extraction of energy much easier. Just 2 days later, a gray stream of energy, distinctly different from immortal qi, formed in the palm of Zheng. Primordial qi, 8th order originating from the heavenly Dao source, extracted from flesh, minutely accelerates the cultivation speed for an 8th order being, heals injuries, repairs damage to spiritual objects of the 8th order, replenishes the world's heavenly Dao source. After extracting a thread of primordial qi, the segment of remains showed little change, still capable of yielding more primordial qi. Looking at the information provided on the panel, Zheng fell into deep thought again. The feeling of the primordial qi was significantly different from that of immortal qi. After some experimentation, Zheng found that the two could not coexist. Immortal pills and immortal treasures showed a distinct repulsion towards primordial qi, or rather, the primordial qi was resisting the restoration of immortal path spiritual objects. After a brief contemplation, Zheng tried to merge this thread of primordial qi into the center of his palm. Bang! The next instant, his entire arm and half of his chest exploded, shattering the 5 elements immortal root in his dantian almost instantaneously. Under the operation of the repair panel, Zheng's body restored itself instantly, his brow tightly furrowed. Although he had some anticipation, the formidable power of the primordial qi still slightly exceeded his estimates. The disparity in levels was too great, his physical body simply could not bear the force of the primordial qi, and even before he could begin to refine it, it had already ruptured his body. If not for his quick reaction, his entire body would have exploded outright. The essence of the heavenly Dao was far beyond what his realm could assimilate. What was more critical was the strong rejection of primordial qi towards immortal Dao. Fortunately, his golden core was not much affected. After pondering, Zheng temporarily stored the primordial qi within his small world, believing there was plenty of time in the future to study it further. The moment Zheng's cultivation made a breakthrough, the hidden dragon list of the Songyun realm swiftly sensed it and underwent changes. All the major holy lands quickly became aware, causing a great stir. Zheng had only entered the divine infant stage 2 years ago, and now he already undergone divine transformation, a pace much more astounding compared to before. Typically, as cultivators advance in stages, their pace of cultivation inevitably slows, but not for Zheng. Upon entering the divine infant realm, not only did his pace of cultivation not decrease, it even accelerated. Among the several holy lands, the reaction within Taisu Holy Land was the most intense. Above the Holy Land, the Taisu River surged tumultuously, causing waves of fury and shifting the clouds and winds. Throughout the Holy Land, most disciples felt a pervasive unease, as Taisu Holy Land and Tingxian were inherently inimical, more so now than ever. Given Zheng's current rate of cultivation, stepping into the Tingxian secret realm and even facing the immortal tribulation wouldn't take much time, which means that for a long while to come, the whole Songyun would live under the shadow of Zheng. Their only hope now was that, following the great tournament of 10,000 sects, Zheng would choose the Immortal Alliance and, like the former top ranks of the Hidden Dragon list, depart from Songyun. Currently, there are just over 3 years left until the great tournament of 10,000 sects. However, whether Zheng would truly leave Songyun after the tournament might still be questionable. Because Zheng's rise in cultivation was a bit too exaggerated, in the divine transformation realm, he was already a mainstay in all the major holy lands, and moving up, there was only Tingxian, the realm of the former holy masters of the major holy lands. If Zheng were to step into the Tingxian secret realm before the tournament, he would no longer be considered part of the younger generation. On the battlefield of the great cosmic Daoist Orthodoxy struggle, he would be a principal combatant. Such a level of cultivation would completely eliminate the need to train in the minor immortal realm, He could simply wait to pass the immortal tribulation and directly enter the great immortal realm. Several elders from the divine transformation realm who had returned from the outer battlefield soon approached the hall where the Taishu Saint Lord resided, seeking an audience to discuss strategies. Apart from Taisu Holy Land, the holy masters of the other major holy lands had chosen to venture to the outer battlefield, fighting for a lifeline. Only the Taishu Saint Lord Baijixiao had chosen to return to Cangyan. Fortunately, our Holy Lord had the foresight not to go to the main battlefield of the myriad heavens and realms, otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do now. Zheng is too monstrous, and now he is valued by the Immortal Alliance. Perhaps, we need to make plans early. Discover more stories at Empire. Looking towards the Grand Hall just a short distance away, worry was evident in the expressions of the elders. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.